Did Jordan exist? All right. Sorry for the delay, guys. I had to get some stuff set up, and also OBS needed to update. I am live on TikTok for a little bit, just to tell you guys that I probably will not be staying live on TikTok because I want to react to the debate. And TikTok doesn't like when you react to other videos. So blame TikTok. However, while we wait for people to roll in anyways, since we got some time, I'd like to talk about what debate. I did a 1 versus 10 debate. It was released this morning, and I want to watch, or maybe it was yesterday. No, yeah, it was this morning, I think. Anyways, I want to watch it and react to it in real time and watch with you guys. Let me let up my wife. Trying to, like, there we go. I'm gonna stay on TikTok for just a little bit until people can roll in, and then we'll start reacting and watching the 1v10. Mike, what's up?
Hey.
Thanks, Pauline, for the membership. What's up? Go ahead.
I don't think that Israel is our greatest ally.
Okay, who do you think it is?
Britain.
Okay, why?
Maybe France.
Okay, well, I don't know how you're going from one person to maybe somebody else, but okay, fine.
Well,
Why Britain?
I have two top contenders.
Okay, why Britain? Let's start with them.
Well, they helped us win wars.
That's great. So they used to be our greatest ally. That's great. So we're obviously, I assume you can understand I'm speaking in contemporary times. Is that fair?
Yeah, well, shouldn't an ally help you?
No, I'm all for... okay, once again, you said they helped. That's... You said that correct? So that's past tense term?
Yes, however...
Okay, wait, hold on one sec. Before we get
okay.
onto it, just real quick. So I would 100% agree with you, and I really do hope... this isn't an anti-Britain statement. I really do hope we can get back to where we used to be with some of these Western European countries, to include the UK and France and Germany, etc. However, I assumed, and I think I assumed correctly because you agreed, that you understand that the statement written above my head is contemporary times, and you said you do understand that. But it doesn't sound like you understand that, because generally people start with their strongest point. And when I asked you why Britain, your first point was something that happened a long time ago, which I acknowledge, but is irrelevant to the conversation. Do you get what I'm going with?
I don't think it's irrelevant. Does your memory reset every day?
Oh, they helped us yesterday.
Is that what I said?
You just said every day, so yes, you did say that.
My point is that a long, proven period of a solid ally does not mean that in modern times they're suddenly not our ally because of
I didn't say they weren't our ally. I never said that once. You're adding words that aren't there. You're doing an awful job right now. I agree. They are still our ally 1,000%.
Well, I said they're a better ally than Israel.
You said they were our greatest ally mixed with France. You 100% said that. I don't know why you're changing words now. It's going to be difficult to have the conversation if you keep changing your statement. But what I'm saying is, I agree they're still an ally. I agree they were at one point our greatest ally. I'm saying in contemporary times they're not. That doesn't mean they're not still a great ally, and that doesn't mean I want them to continue to pull away from us. I hope we can, rebuild some of that stuff, 100%. But I'm asking you what makes them our greatest ally. 1 second, please. I'm asking you what makes them our greatest ally today, and you still have not answered that question.
Well, I tried. You cut me off.
You did not answer that question. You said...
Well, I attempted to. Okay. You cut me off.
Okay, so you didn't say that doesn't make them not our ally?
What's your question?
My question's still the same.
You want me to explain why I think they're our greatest ally?
As I've been asking for about 5 straight minutes now, yeah.
Well, maybe you should let me answer the question.
Then don't say dumb shit, and then I'll let you answer it. Go ahead.
So, just because in the modern day there's current events does not mean that somebody who helped us a lot a certain time period ago is not still our greatest ally.
You're just repeating yourself. I heard you say this already.
Okay.
Why are they our greatest ally today? I agree with you. Like, okay, if the let's say the British were to declare war on America right now, I know they wouldn't, but just hypothetically, bear with me, okay? Would they still be our greatest ally, or would history not matter compared to contemporary times?
They didn't declare war on
I
us.
didn't say they did. I'm asking you if they did. This is called a hypothetical. Have you ever heard that word, hypothetical?
Why are we talking about hypotheticals?
Because it proves a point. Are you incapable of answering hypotheticals? Is it so
I don't
hard?
think it really proves the point. that
Okay,
you
well,
think
let's
it
just see
does.
if it does or doesn't. So let's just answer the question. Maybe it won't. Maybe you're right. So if they were to declare war on us, would they be our greatest ally still in
I
your
don't
eyes?
engage with foolish hypotheticals.
So you can't answer it. Because right now, what you're saying,
I'll
right now, what
answer
you're
the
saying.
question. I'm not
Well,
gonna
I
engage with
asked a question. How are
hypothetical.
they our allies in contemporary times? You still haven't answered it. So since you're refusing
Hypotheticals
to
are a
answer,
tool
one
of
second,
the
one
low
second, one
IQ.
second. So since you have been incapable of answering my questions, I'm
I'm
trying
unable
something.
to
One
let you
second, one
speak.
second, please. I'm trying to speak.
1 second. Wait 1 second.
I-
1 second.
Okay, I feel like
Wait, one
I feel like
second,
you're
one
just
second.
getting really cooked, and so you're just trying to deflect
hold
right
on,
now.
1 second. 1 second.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask one more time. I'll give you one more chance.
1 second. 1 second.
What?
1
How
second.
are they capable? How
Hold
are
on,
they
1 second.
are?
1 second. Hold on 1 second.
Okay, so you got cooked. Next person, Yosef, go ahead.
Hey, Nick.
It's
How's it
okay, you
going?
guys. If you lose an argument, it's okay to just admit you lost. You don't have to try to deflect out of it. I'm doing good, Yosef. How are you?
I'm great. I'm here in Israel. I'm obsessed with you guys. I've been listening since October 8th, 2023.
Oh, nice.
Made Aliyah 14 years ago. Yeah, every day when I put on tefillin, I thank God for Nick, Danielle, Hammer. You guys are incredible. And
Thank you.
I actually thought of coming up so many times, but I'm pro-Israel, so obviously I have not much to add.
I
But
appreciate it.
keep doing what you're doing. But one quick thing, because I was watching. First of all, I started watching your 10v1.
hmm
Yeah, you're amazing. And the first guy, wow, that guy, I don't know his name. That guy was like super anti-Semitic,
Yeah.
not just like anti-Israel. But I was also listening to yesterday the other one, the game, like the fact check game.
Yeah.
And I think it's very funny. I think it's very ironic when people bring up the Amalek comparison. It's
Yeah.
pretty ironic because they're bringing up a biblical account, and if you read the biblical account of who Amalek was, the verse says that who were they? They weren't just like a random people, right? They attacked you. It says they attacked you on your way out of Egypt, and they attacked your weak ones, right? They just happened upon you. It was like basically the type of attack that was, guerrilla warfare, very similar to Hamas. So it's kind of interesting that people make that comparison and they defend Amalek, I should say.
Right.
I just find it pretty ironic.
Are you walking your dog?
I am walking my dog. Do
Okay.
you hear
I
my
hear a
dog?
little pitter patter, so I'm just like, that's either a dog or something else.
Yep, that's my dog. Anyways,
Awesome. Don't tell the
anyways, love you
Palestinians.
guys.
Okay. Love
Yeah.
you. Peace. Thanks.
You're amazing. Keep doing what you're doing. Bye.
Appreciate you. Bye. Hear the little pitter patters of the dog feet. Anyways, speaking of Amalek, let me catch up with these super chats. We're gonna wait a little bit before we start the reaction. Give us like 10 minutes because I want people on TikTok to start rolling in so I can tell them to probably head over to YouTube. But before we do, first Ozzy, thanks for the super chat. When Grandpa Groiper cited a screenshot from Jake Shields as a Grandpa Groiper as a source, I nearly fainted. Yeah, he wasn't actually the first one in real life, but it makes sense actually why they put him as the first one. I probably would have done the same if I was Sean Kelly too, because yeah, he was not very intelligent. Pauline, I've learned more about the Israel-Palestine conflict from this channel in the last 3 days, in the last 5 years. Amazing channel. God bless you. Thank you, Pauline. I appreciate that. Ali and Alex, thanks for the super chat. McFly says the founding fathers. I like how Ali and Alex every day they send one or more, just like they don't say anything. They just send the super
Ali
chat.
and Alex are awesome.
Do you know them?
They used to, well, they were on TikTok before you started going on YouTube, but I think they, switched their means of supporting because YouTube is nicer.
You know what?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
They're awesome. No, I'm just saying they're so cool and they really
they're
show
great.
a lot of love.
Yeah, they're great. They always send just a super chat. No words. I recognize their name. I also think it's a lot of couples like watching the YouTube because I think they just probably
Mhm.
put it up on their screen instead of watching it like on a phone or something.
And they probably just talk about it and stuff. Yeah, we do that. Nick and I do that all the time.
You know what's funny is Tati, my Israeli sister, for those that don't know her name's it's Talia on Instagram. She texted me earlier and she was like, "Hey, I'm with my boyfriend in San Francisco. I need to see you and Dani." Now we're all the way down in LA. And I text her back, I'm like, I put it on Instagram if you guys saw my story. I'm just like, do you think this is Israel? Like, do you not realize how big California is? And she just starts laughing her ass off. And I'm like, it's like a 6 hour drive. And it's not like it's down the street. And I put it on Instagram story, but then I deleted it because I was like, wait, I don't know if do people know you have a boyfriend or if you're in San Fran. She's like, no, it's fine. You can just post it. It will just out my boyfriend right now. And then her boyfriend is in the back because she sends a voice note, and he goes, you can't out me or she'll lose all her followers.
He seems cool. I'm really excited to meet him.
He seems awesome. And
If
it's
he got her, it means a lot. Let's just
well, the thing is that this is why I brought it up. She said, yeah, our date night is going to be watching your 1 versus 10 together.
say.
Yeah, no,
Oh.
Tati's great, and he seems like a great guy. So, anyways,
Yeah.
McFly says the founding fathers declared independence to get away from British tyranny. Recent conduct by the British shows our founders were right. Facts. Evil Eye says Zale sending love. Appreciate you. All right.
For those of you who don't know, Nick's YouTube, it's just Nick Mattel. Go watch the live on there so that he, as you guys know, we're gonna go over his debate and just go through it. So for those of you who haven't watched it yet, come on over. And tomorrow, I think Nick said he would go over Maddie's thing.
Right.
That happened today.
Bin Masjid.
Hi Nick, how are you doing?
Salam.
Salam, Habibi, how are you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing great, thank you. I'm just curious, like, have you ever lived in Israel? Like,
Lived?
Like,
Dude, I'm American.
yes. Oh, so you never like lived in Israel for a while?
I'm not Israeli or Jewish. How could
I
I?
did.
Yeah, my wife has.
Uh,
She's Jewish and Israeli, but
No,
I'm not.
I'm not talking to your wife. I'm talking to you because you're the one who's like
No,
pro-Israel.
I get it, but
right?
I'm just saying, how could I have lived in Israel? I'm not Jewish or
Oh.
Israeli.
But
I've
you can
been-
live as an American, as a tourist. You can live.
No,
right?
that would be the opposite
No?
of tourist. That would be a citizen. I've been,
Okay.
if you're asking if maybe it's broken English. If you're asking have I been to Israel? Yes, I have. But I assume I assumed you meant like lived there for like a year.
No. Okay, my bad.
Oh,
Have you
gotcha.
visited?
Yes,
and you've
I've been there
been in-
multiple times.
Yes. Okay. So you've been always in Israel territory?
Yes, I've
you
been
never
north
been
to
in
south. I went to
Mhm.
the restricted zones of the Gaza envelope. I have been in the what you call the West Bank. I've been in Area A, B, C, Hebron.
That's cool. So, but have you visited the Palestinian territory?
I just told you I've been in areas A, B, and C, and Hebron.
I don't know what A, B, and C. My bad.
All right,
So,
you're good.
like,
I just assumed you were Palestinian. So A is the
so
Palestinian
I'm
territories.
Palestinian, but I never lived there, to be honest.
Okay,
Like,
I mean it's
I
pretty
just went
basic
for
knowledge,
visit.
but I'll give you a break. So Area A is the Palestinian territories, like Ramallah, Nablus,
Uh-huh.
etc. Area
Uh-huh.
B is also Palestinian territories, but the security is kind of mixed between IDF and Palestine. And it's those are more rural areas. Like the part of Area B
Right.
I went to was outside of Shechem or Nablus, and it's a part where the Samaritans live. And then Area C is the Israeli part of the West
So-
Bank.
So, how they treated you when you visit Area A, the Palestinian?
I didn't really interact a lot with them. I did go into a shop and bought some hummus, and they were fine. I mean, they weren't nice or mean. I just went in there. I said I'd like this. I swiped my card, and then I ate it.
Mm-hmm. So you don't have even a single friend from Palestine, correct?
A friend from Palestine?
A friend, or a colleague, or
I've
whatever.
have had conversations with the people, but friend, no.
Okay.
I'm pretty selective with my friends as it is.
Okay. So what about the Israel territory? When you visit them, how's the people that were there?
They're incredible. They're very nice. I mean,
So
there might
when
be some that might not like me. I don't know. I'm sure there's plenty that probably don't like me. They might see me as too right wing. I don't know. Never really thought about it.
Yeah, because when I ask you how as a Palestinian, you seems like you don't want to give a positive or
What are you
negative.
talking about? I
You're
said
like,
the guy
like
gave me. What do you mean? I
yeah,
didn't
you
say
said, "Yeah, by
anything
hummus,
negative.
I left. Like, I mean, did you ever interact with them? Did you ask questions? Did you try to understand their point of view?
To be honest,
You
I
think
haven't even done that with the Israelis. When I go to speak with Israelis, it's go to just have like some fun and talk with them. I've never once gone, Israeli to Israeli, like, hey, what's your point of view with this and that? I've never done that with either side. So what's the point you're making?
you are having your own channel just to
I used to have a Palestinian
you-
friend that was from a Palestinian neighborhood, and then he dropped me and other people and became very extreme and started supporting Hamas. But I used to have a Palestinian friend. He even invited me to his home once, and I never had a chance to go because he actually started getting extreme, and he started talking about it being okay to unalive Jews, not even Israelis. And he was actually a very moderate person. And then after October 7th, he became so extreme. He just started talking about Jews, not even Israelis. So if you want an example, that's the closest thing I had to you. And he became a genocidal freak.
Damn. So the only friend you have, he become Hamas pro all of a sudden. It's okay.
It wasn't
So you
all of a
have only one.
sudden. That's how he felt to be.
Okay. So I agree. It's people change. I used to be a pro Hamas before October 7. Then all of a sudden I'm not pro Hamas after October 7 because I'm a human. I know what's right, what's wrong,
Awesome.
and I watched some of your video honestly, and I was hoping honestly you're the lights for the Israeli people and Palestinian to be the fair person, talk about both sides, so the negative and positive.
Nope. That's
You're not
stupid.
gonna be fair just to be fair.
Yeah.
For fairness'
You
sake,
guys-
right?
you guys
He's
want
gonna-
me-
He's gonna see. It's gonna speak on what he sees.
Right. If you want me to be center and have both sides, then stop being genocidal and stop supporting terrorist organizations. It sounds like you made the right step. I hope other people follow your footsteps. But until that happens, we're actually about to react to a 1v10 on my YouTube. And there was one Palestinian guy, he was one of the 10. And you guys are going to see if you watch the reaction, he tried to make this exact same point because he was losing the debate so hard that at the end he admitted that I won and that I was very smart. In fact, he said I was smarter than just about anyone he's ever seen. And he told me, you could do good with how intelligent you are. And I asked him, what do you mean? And he says, you should be middle ground. And I told him, and I'm going to tell you the exact same thing. I go where the facts take me. Okay, if you want me to be middle ground, then convince me why I should be. But this idea of just being fair to be fair is ridiculous. And I see increasingly more and more pro-Pallies are starting to tell me that because they realize none of their guys can beat me in a debate. And so now they're trying to like recruit me onto like a center side to like help them a little bit. It's not going to work. Okay, you guys have the entire world spreading your propaganda around. You have the leftists, you have the Muslims, you have even some of the far right people, and just everything in between, some people in the center. You guys definitely have the numbers. You don't need Nick Matau to say the same propaganda talking pieces that you guys already have times 500. You guys are going to have the numbers always. I don't deny that. You're always going to have the numbers. You don't need Nick Matau to add on to those numbers. Promise you, you'll be fine.
Maybe will you show me how to join you on Discord before?
You notice you're collecting me with those you guys you put me with them with the same category.
You're not
Correct me if I'm wrong.
pro-Palestinian?
I am a pro-human.
Are you
was-
pro-Palestinian?
There is no call something pro-Palestinian.
So you're not pro-Palestinian?
At this moment, yes, I'm
Okay, so you are
yes.
pro-Palestinian. So when I group you with other
but I also defend the
pro-Palestinians,
Jews.
so I didn't
no, why
stop.
you take this
I
part
didn't
only?
say you were anti-Jewish.
I
I
let you
said,
speak. Why
are
you
you
interrupt me?
pro-Palestinian? That's what I asked you. The answer is yes. So I'm grouping
Yeah,
you
at
with
this- I said at this
pro-Palestinians.
time, before 3 years ago, I wasn't pro-Palestinian.
Okay, great. Did I
3 years
ask
ago.
you? Did I ask you the question 3 years ago, or did I ask you today?
No, you asked me now. If you ask me
Okay,
now,
great.
yes.
So
but
I am
have to-
correct. You are a pro-Palestinian.
Okay.
Don't
but I'm
gaslight me,
pro-human.
Habibi. Don't gaslight me.
I'm not guessing you.
You
I'm
are.
just trying to have. Why you're mad? Like just
I couldn't be any
change
less,
straight
dude.
now.
See, this is another gaslighting technique you guys do. You guys constantly. I'll explain what you're doing. Just relax, calm down. I'll tell you what you're doing to gaslight.
Okay, doctor. Okay.
Yeah, so the reason this is gaslighting is you guys do this all the time. When I'm speaking at a very calm voice, I'm very clearly not angry just because I'm direct person, because I don't play into this whole like gaslighting. That doesn't mean I'm angry. And you guys do that. You guys try to shut me down by being like, oh, look how angry you are. It's like, dude, I couldn't be any less angry. I promise you I'm not angry. I'm just a direct person. And I have to be direct with you guys because if I try to play into the emotional appeal, that's what you guys are looking for. It's not going to work on me. You might get it on somebody else. Go try it. You're going to see it in today's live. We're going to react to my 1v10, and the Palestinian guy tries the exact same bullshit for 10 minutes straight. He tried emotional appeal and it didn't work. It's not because I don't have emotions. It's not because I'm not a human. It's because it's not relevant to the conversation we're having.
Conversation we have, I start to understand, if you understand the other side point of view, because you are here in your channel, you talk about Israel. I'm again, I don't want you to be pro-Palestinian ever. Don't want to think for a second that I'm here, guys. Like,
I have no interest in being center.
No, I'm just seriously, I care less if you, even my brother or anyone, to be pre-Palestinian. I'm looking for a human. It's a huge difference.
Yeah.
When October 7 happened, I can assure you, all my posted, I was disgusted from those animals, what they did, taking old women.
That's awesome.
I was speaking with the same anger, you know,
That's awesome.
same range.
That's great.
Yes, awesome. I wish when those people who pro-Israel had the same anger when they see their people, what they're doing to Palestinian. I wish to see that
accountability.
anger.
Yeah, there's no reason. What you're doing is what's called both sidesing the situation. You're trying to assume that because you did what you did on October 7th, we should be doing the same on our side, but that's not the same thing. It's a false equivalency. I am not pro-Palestinian. I am 0% on Palestine's side. I want to make this very clear. If anyone thought, if you're pro-Palestinian, thought maybe Nick one day could be kind of like this sort of center and build bridges. I don't want to build bridges. I am 0% on the Palestinian side. Not 1%, not 2%, I'm 0%. My goal is permanent or at least indefinite security for the region. And that happens by getting the Palestinians out of the way and going around the Palestinians. That I have history and facts and statistics and polls on my side. My goal, what I want Israel to do, is to do everything in their power to ensure the security of all Israelis. Israeli Arabs, Israeli Jews, all Israelis. The Palestinians are not in my plan whatsoever. I want Israel to expand settlements. I want Israel to crush the two-state solution. I want Israel to make the Palestinians' lives in what you call the West Bank to be harder and harder and to respond with appropriate security, because it's going to lead to one of two things happening. Either the Palestinians will wake up and they'll decide, you know what, maybe we should stop doing terrorism because it just makes our lives harder and we need to start learning to be peaceful, and we're going to work with Israel and we're going to be peaceful with the Jews, or they're going to leave because they're miserable. Either way, I don't care which one happens, because either way, I know it'll lead to security and peace in the region.
I was not, to be honest, you shocked me. I was not expecting that your brain washed that bad.
Surprise.
That you point fingers. Why surprise? You point fingers at them as the terrorist people, as they are or the one who's making a problem.
89% of Palestinians supported the military wing of Hamas after October 7th. That is according...
Wait, hold on. Let's. I like that. Be a man, and I need you to prove it to me, to anyone.
Yep, it's called the Arab Research Institute out of Ramallah. They took a poll outside right after October 7th, and they asked the Shut up for a second. Why are you interrupting me? You just asked me a question.
I'm talking to you with respect. I never told you shut up.
I'm telling you to shut up. If you interrupt me, that's not respectful. I don't know what culture you come from, but I would say that's not respectful, right? Anyways, the Arab Research Institute from Ramallah, they did a poll right after October 7th, and they asked a lot of people, but in this case, they asked the Palestinians, and the Palestinians were asked what was their support level for the following groups. They went from the United States, Fatah, etc., right? Those were at a very, very low percentage, obviously. the military wing of Hamas were supported by 89%, according to the Arab Research Institute. And you can also look up Dr. Khalil Shikaki. He's a pollster who has been the main polling group also out of Ramallah. His name's Dr. Khalil Shikaki. He's been doing it for over 30 years. He also has polls. Now, recently, the support for Hamas has gone down with the Palestinians, and that's great. But it's still significantly higher than it should be.
Well, this result, you can shovel it in the bathroom and put it in the sink because nobody will gonna buy it. First of all, let me educate you about the Palestinian because you don't know them. You have one friend only. So let me educate you. Those people, I live with them.
Not interested in your anecdotal information.
You cannot shut up when I talk. So you cannot tell me that
I'm not interested in your anecdotes.
In Ramallah,
I don't care.
Are you pro Hamas? He will tell you, yeah, thumbs up. You know, and you don't know.
Yeah.
Never mind.
So I didn't say So the problem is I didn't say the people out of Ramallah.
Give you an answer.
That's great.
So
I didn't say. Yeah, shut up. I didn't say the people out of Ramallah. I said the polling group was out of Ramallah. See, if you just took time to listen instead of trying to respond and listen to understand, you would have heard. I never said.
When I tried to speak, you immediately shut me up.
Because you're saying incorrect things. That's great. You're saying
what
incorrect things.
I'm telling you that.
Okay, great. So right now you're screaming. Are you angry? Are you angry right now?
No.
So why are you screaming?
No, not angry, not angry, baby girl. I'm just telling you that report.
So why are you
wrong.
Screaming?
Because I'm in the desert.
Great. So a couple things. One, how do you know the report is wrong? Because you didn't even get the area right. You said they asked people out of Ramallah. I never said they asked people out of Ramallah. I said the polling group was based out of Ramallah. There's a big difference, right? So how do you know?
Give me a city.
Great.
Jenin, Nablus,
yeah,
Ramallah?
so it was just like all polling, right? It would be multiple cities. But my question for you, I gave you a source. You can look it up on your own time. But I gave you a source, and your answer, and this is what I'm talking about with the Palestinian people, your answer was, it's wrong. Let me ask you something. How do you know it's wrong? Like, seriously, how do you know it is wrong?
First of all, I'm going to tell you.
Can you answer the question? How do you know it's wrong? Just get straight to answering.
Why it's wrong.
Right.
I'm going to tell you. First of all,
I already know what he's going to say, you guys. He's going to say because of his anecdotal information. Watch. Go ahead.
No. First of all, 99.9% of the Palestinians inside Palestine, they are cowards. They cannot say anything. They are cowards. They're scared from their government, and they cannot say anything. Even the Palestinian, Arab, Israeli, who have supposed to have equal right, which is funny, with Israel, with Jewish.
Okay, so can you answer? How do you know this poll is? Oh, how do you know it's wrong?
Because they cannot say a word. I spoke to multiple of them. I was still
great. How many of them did you speak to and ask? Hey, do you support Hamas?
Roughly 200.
Okay, so you asked. Okay, great. So you asked 200 Palestinians. Do they like Hamas?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me what percentage of Palestinians that is?
The one who support Hamas, they are in the United States, by the way.
No, that's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you.
One in Palestine?
Oh, wait.
Zero.
You didn't. Wait, hold on. Wait, stop.
Yeah.
You just exposed something. When I asked how many Palestinians, and you said 200, you were including those in America? No. How many Palestinians in Gaza / Judea, Samaria, the West Bank? How many of those did you ask?
I ask there is a group in WhatsApp. They have over 150, and I ask straight question.
Okay,
I
great.
didn't know anything about Gaza.
Stop.
They said no.
Great, you're gish galloping. So you said you asked 150 Gazans / West Bank.
One in Gaza, only
Stop.
Gaza. Okay.
So you asked 150 in Gaza, and how many in the West Bank?
In West Bank, around 40, 35.
Okay, so 100 and let's just say 190. So that means 10 of them were in America, right? Because you said 200 originally.
Yes.
Okay, so you asked 10 American Palestinians, 150 Gazans, and about 40 West Bankers.
Right.
Okay, great. So let's just call it 200, just to round up. What percentage of the Palestinian population, and I'm talking about in Palestine, Gaza, West Bank, what percentage is 200?
Who support Hamas?
No.
What the percentage of what of the population of Palestinian?
Correct. That's yes. That is what I said. So that is what I mean.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh no, there is nothing. Okay,
Yeah,
there
it's
is
nothing, right?
Yeah.
It's like it's pretty much 0%, right? It's like almost
Yeah,
negligible.
yeah, kind
Great.
of, yes,
so
correct.
you telling me that you know that this polling that has a methodology, right? That has released their findings, that has a margin of error of 3%. 3%, which is on par with any major
Right.
polling group. You're
Right.
saying that your proof that that's wrong is because you asked 0.00001% of Palestinians. Do you understand how stupid you sound?
No,
seriously?
This is, I'm being honest with you. I ask what I know. The people I know.
So
personally.
what?
But
That's
the
not.
people
That's
who live-
not. You're
Let
not
me ju-
following
let-
any methodology. No,
No,
Habibi,
no,
listen.
go back,
You're
go
not
back.
following any methodology.
No.
Even
You
if
don't
I were
understand.
to,
The people
Great.
in
Great. Listen, I don't care. You're wasting my
They
time.
cannot- what-
You are wasting my time right
you don't want to
now.
listen to the truth. You don't want to listen to the
I
truth.
don't care
It's
what
bug
you think. I don't care. Yeah,
No,
fuck you
I
too.
care.
Yeah,
I'm
all right.
telling
Yeah,
you, the
Klusemek. Listen, I don't care. You just debunked yourself, dude. You are shitting on a. By the way, that wasn't even just one poll. I gave you multiple polls. Dr. Kloshikaki is one of the guys who's done multiple polls, and the Arab Research Institute is a totally different one. You're saying, hey, Nick, all of these are wrong. And I go, okay, how do you know they're wrong? Well, I went on a WhatsApp group and I asked them. And you know what's funny? I don't even believe you because you said the WhatsApp group had this many people. That doesn't mean they all answered. You're telling me every single person answered? Okay, fine. Let's pretend every single person answered you. And every single person said no. Not one person said yes. All right, let's just assume all that's true. Why would that debunk a poll? That's a WhatsApp group, dude. Anyways, you guys, if you're in the request, I'm gonna be ending TikTok soon and going over to YouTube. But first, I want to say I did see all but like the last like maybe 15 to 20 minutes of Maddie's live on Sneak Goes live with Cora woman with the whole thing. Maddie absolutely demolished her. It wasn't even close.
And Nick doesn't say words like that for other debaters, but many times.
Maddie called me the day before and she's like, hey, I'm going to be doing this debate. What do you think I should do? And I only gave her two things and she followed both of them and it was incredible. I gave her one source and one tip. I said, here's the source from 1998 about the Dolus Specialis. Bring that up because she's not going to know what that is because she's dumb. And sure enough, she didn't know what it was at all. And I said, my tip for you is this woman, she wins debates by just obfuscating, deflecting, doing this little nervous tick laugh that she does, deflecting from any question you ask her. She won't answer anything. If you force her into that corner, I said you're going to be at a disadvantage because Sneako's moderating. He's not going to be in your favor. That being said, I was actually pretty shocked. Sneako, at least from what I saw, I still have about 20 minutes left, but Sneako was actually very fair. That's like the only time you'll ever hear me praising him. So Sneako was actually very fair, and she crushed her. She literally said, for the 10th time, Cora, can you answer this question? She couldn't answer. She did one thing wrong, and I told her after. She still did fine. Cora's entire debate the entire time was Amalek, the Amalek claim. And this is why she and everyone that makes this claim is so dumb. So Cora herself said in the debate, and we're going to react to Maddie's debate tomorrow. So today is going to be the 1v10. Tomorrow we'll react to it. So I'll bring it up.
Video, babe. I'm going to send it to you now so you have it.
Okay. So we're going to react to it tomorrow on the live. But here's why Cora was dumb. And I wish Maddie kind of called it out. Cora's whole point was, oh, he said the word Amalek. So therefore he wanted to do what it says in 1 Samuel 15, which is to kill every woman and child and man and donkey and da-da-da-da-da. Except here's the problem. Netanyahu never once quoted the book of Samuel. Never. It's never happened. And I know she knows Samuel because Cora herself said 1 Samuel. She said it multiple times, actually. Netanyahu did not quote Samuel. He quoted Deuteronomy. And Deuteronomy happened hundreds of years before anything with the Amalekites and the order that God gave. So, why is there a difference? Because a couple things. One, Netanyahu said, remember what Amalek did to you. That has been used throughout all of history, including by The Hague, which Maddie kind of said. She got a little wrong. She said it was in an office. It's actually on a plaque outside, but She's right. It's at the at the Hague, and it's in multiple different areas. It says to remember what Amalek did to you. In fact, that same exact verse and that plaque outside of the Hague is actually talking about in reference to the Nazis, right? So what Korah, sorry, I keep forgetting her name. Korah said to Maddie, and Maddie, she did say this correct. She said he wasn't talking about all Palestinian people. And she said, how do you know? How do you know? Me. Because that same exact verse, including the Hague, that right outside the Hague, that plaque, is talking about the Nazis. So if they say that, then she would also have to say, instead of a group within the Germans, aka the Nazis, and a group within the Palestinians, aka Hamas, she would have to be saying that the Hague was advocating to genocide Germans or people or even the Allies at the time. Except nobody would fucking say that. That's stupid. But even if that doesn't convince you, which it should, right? She also lied about her saying that Netanyahu never said Hamas. In fact, if you watch, because they end up playing like a 1-minute clip. If you watch the full interview, they're literally talking about Hamas. And then he immediately says, we are dealing with these evil people, So context, obviously, just like how I'm not using, let's say, the name Korah right now. If I say she said, you guys will know. Why? Because if you rewind this clip, you'll hear me saying Korah, or Maddie. And then I say she said this, she said that, right? Same exact thing. If we look at what it says in Deuteronomy, it's also one of the 613 mitzvot that Netanyahu referenced. Remember what Amalek did to you, right? What it has to do with is it has to do with rounding up the Jewish people to remind them of people that have tried to eliminate the Jewish people. That's what the verse is actually talking about. Not once ever did Netanyahu claim anything about Samuel. It would be the equivalent of me saying, I don't know, let me open up the Quran right now. Here's a verse about Musa, okay? It would be like me saying something about Musa, and because he is referenced in multiple verses and chapters in the Quran, it would be like you choosing a verse, even though I actually read a verse that's talking about from a few chapters before. That's how dumb Korah and everyone who says anything about Amalek is. Just because the word is the same as a word that's in a different part of the Bible, that doesn't mean you get to just choose that verse when the verse that's quoted is from a completely different book. It's not even in the same portion. He quoted something from the Torah instead of the Netzuvim or the Ketuvim. It's a completely different part. So anyways, I wish Maddie kind of called that out, but I think it actually worked better because now we have a bunch of clips of Korah just consistently saying the donkeys and the women and the children and trying to get Maddie to answer about that. Maddie didn't have to answer about that at all because Netanyahu never said that. So yeah, fun fact. Anyone who debates a pro-Pally and they say something about Amalek, just know. In fact, if anyone saw my Jubilee debate, the 4v4, this comes up. And the fact checkers messed up. The fact checkers, just so you let you guys know, I'm sorry I didn't get the YouTube video out today about what happened behind the scenes with Jubilee. I'll get it out tomorrow. I was really busy today. But just so you guys know, for those that watched the 4v4, they came, it was when Eden was up, I believe. And she says he wasn't referencing the book of Samuel. And then they try to fact check that. The fact checkers, just to let you guys know what happened behind the scenes, they actually determined she was wrong. And they gave a point to the other team. I went to them immediately because this was at a point where I already went to them and corrected the fact checkers 4 separate times. I was like, I'm not fucking doing this. I said, look, this shows, here's what the quote from Netanyahu, here's 1 Samuel 15. Does that look the same? And they had to admit that the fact checkers once again messed up. But instead of giving the false, they end up, for those that watch the episode, they end up going, the fact checkers couldn't come to a conclusion. It was still bullshit. It was just like it was a way for them to be like, let's meet in the middle here. It's like, what do you mean meet in the middle? They're wrong. He did not quote the book of Samuel. So just so you guys know, that also happened in the background of the Jubilee debate. So that being said, I'm not taking any more guests on TikTok, you guys. I need you guys to head over to YouTube. I'm sorry, because I'm going to be reacting to my 10v1 debate. I need to get started because it's already a 4-hour long debate. And yeah, I really need to get started. So I can't play it on TikTok because if I play it on TikTok,
Show me how I can call in.
Discord. Yeah. Just go into Discord and go into the what's it called? Nick's debate channel, I think it's called,
Mm.
or the waiting, and then I will bring you in. Yes, and also there's multiple times where they say the R word, which TikTok doesn't like. So I'm just not gonna play it on TikTok, you guys. We're gonna go straight over to YouTube. I'll see you guys over there. Go on. Why is there still 313 people in here? Get out of here. What are you guys doing? Go over to YouTube. Nick Matau on YouTube. There's still 313 people. What are you guys doing? Go to YouTube. Okay, 5 people have left. I'm not starting until this is less than 100 people on TikTok. Go over. Wait, this isn't my channel. Oh, there it is. I think it's this. More people. Go over to YouTube. Nick Matau on YouTube. NICKMATAU. All right, shutting down. Bye. All right, let me catch up with these super chats. See if you're in here. Yeah. Test. Say something.
Hello?
Yeah, all right, you're in here. All right, let me catch up with these super chats real quick. Pro pallies are not pro-human. True. Wait, hold on. I think I missed a couple. Alex says, yo, Nick, it's me, original fan. Just finished your 1v10. It is officially my second favorite debate you ever did. Sneeko still, I assume it says number 1. Well, yeah, that was a massacre, and even Cora / Itachi almost had the second spot. Thank you, Alex. I appreciate you. Sometimes make me want to call you Kyle, even though you're not a Jew. You cook in the world full of Cartmans, and your patience in your 1v10 as well. Bravo. Yeah, I had to have a lot of patience to do the 1v10, not going to lie. That Canadian Zionist pro-pallies are not pro-human. Dirk says, encouraging the middle ground reminds me of the comic where Hamas and Israel are at the negotiating table. Hamas wants 0 Israelis alive, and the UN asks Israel, can't you just meet them halfway? Irali Ola says, just finished listening to the debate, Nick. 4 hours well spent. I especially enjoyed how you did not fall for the Palestinian guy's crocodile tears. So very well done. You are a legend. Thank you. Otis, Nick, check messages on Give Butter after stream. What? Check messages on Give Butter after stream? I'm not even sure what that means, to be honest with you. Avi, Nick, they changed your face. You're Israeli now. Yeah, they made me look Israeli in the, what's it called? The YouTube. Thumbnail, that's what it's called. Okay, so Danielle is here on Discord because she wants to also be with us here on YouTube. So I'll put her as a little box like it's TikTok. Just kind of put her right here. It's a nice little photo of me and her. So sweet. Kime says the 1v10 thumbnail makes you look like Zelensky. It's funny. All right, so let's bring up the full screen for you guys. Okay. Nope.
Can they hear me?
Yeah, they should be able to. Can you guys hear Donnie?
And I can't watch you on Discord. I can only watch you on YouTube.
No, not on Discord, no. I mean, I guess there might be a way I can try to share my screen on Discord, but it
Yeah,
might be
maybe, but
delayed.
if not, I might just like drop because I don't want to. If there's a delay, I don't wanna
Hold on, let me
see.
try sharing my screen, see what happens. Wait, no, not that. I mean, I don't know. That kind of is the closest I can get to it. Does it work?
I don't know.
No, but it's fine. I'll just. You're like a second behind. I think I might actually just drop and let you go for it.
Okay, up to you. Well, I'm gonna start because it's a long one. I might even like go 1.25 speed to be honest with you guys, because it's long. So we're gonna go to 1.25 speed. All right. Thanks to Taku for the membership. Let's start.
I am so sick of the virtue signaling of the pro-Palestinians. Stop pretending like you guys care about every single human life equally. It is bullshit.
And then you're sitting here defending the murder of men, women, and children, and you're a disgrace to the uniform that you wore and to the country that you claim that you served from.
Israel would have gotten the death toll that we've gotten in almost 3 years would have happened in 2 weeks if they had the same intent as Hamas. And again, that's with significantly more capability.
Do you think Americans would be okay with that elementary school killing all the civilians there just to get to some terrorists?
Hold on one sec. Babe, I'm gonna actually drop from this because
Yeah,
I think it's
okay,
causing
I'll
some
just
delay.
drop.
Okay. Let me bit rate. Just go to 720p, just to make sure. It seems like it's like a little, like not fully, just like a little laggy. I don't know if
That's my question.
I don't particularly care about your emotional anecdotes, okay? Problem.
You're accusing Palestine
didn't-
of being uncivilized because they're fighting for their freedom. They
No,
wanted
I
to
call
vote
them
like the Scots.
no, I call them uncivilized because they blow body parts all over in pizza shops and spiral pizza shops, and they women and they have taken 9-month-old babies and have controlled them.
completely
The
wrong and
youngest
false.
death in October 7th was a 10-hour-old baby.
You're like a satanic Zionist.
Nailed
That's
it.
what you are.
so you guys know, I have not seen really any. I mean, obviously I know what happens, but I haven't seen the video, so that's the first time I even saw the opening.
All right, guys, we got another one on 10 today. We got Nick here today versus 10. We have 3 prompts. The first prompt is there was/is no genocide in Gaza. We're going to get it started.
What's up, man?
All right, Matt.
All right, I think it's because maybe it's at a faster speed. We'll just go to 1.
All right.
Let's get it going.
All right, man. So you said you served in the military, correct?
Yeah, about 12 years.
Okay, what'd you do?
I was a nuclear engineer on fast attack submarines.
Okay, so you've never been in combat?
No.
Never been on the ground?
No,
Okay.
I was on submarines.
Okay, so on some.
So just so you guys know, this guy wasn't actually really the first guy, but like I said earlier, I totally get why why they put him as first, because he's dumb. He's really, really dumb. It's so funny because every comment under this YouTube video is like, this first guy was so dumb. And I read the comments before I realized they put him as the first one, and I was like, the first guy wasn't that dumb. It wasn't that bad. But then I realized they switched him, so I was like, oh, that makes sense.
Submarines. Okay, cool. So you know nothing about on the ground conflict in Gaza, Palestine? Have you been there?
Yes.
Holy shit.
Okay, when?
Thank you, Leon, for the $300 super chat. I have to pause and read this, you guys. Holy shit. Thank you so much, Leon. That's incredible. You're amazing. Everyone, W Leon in the chat. Hi, Nick, from Puerto Rico. You should mention Palestinians. We offered 5 or 6 times a state. That's true. They said no. Actually, I'm just going to pretend I didn't know that just to really hype you up for giving me $300. They said no. Why? And good thing they did. And another point, before October 7th, 20,000 Palestinians had a job from Gaza to Israel. They violated that by spying. Absolute big facts from Leon. Everyone give Leon some love. That's awesome. Leon, does that say Tel Aviv or it says Tel Aviv? I don't know if that's, yeah, okay.
Last year and also about a month ago, and I don't think I know nothing. But if you're implying that
Where do you get your information?
research,
On where?
I actually research mostly pro-Palestinian stuff because I like to know what their arguments are before I do this almost on a nightly basis. So most of the time, a lot of it's Al Jazeera, Telegram groups that are pro-Hamas, Palestinian, Al Arabiya, which is more, it's not super either way. It's Saudi Arabia, Mujahideen with the Lebanese one that's pro-Hezbollah. That's normally, but I read everything, right? I don't mind. I'm not the type of person that, and a lot of Zionists do this where they're like, someone's like, I have proof. Here's an Al Jazeera article, and they immediately go, I don't want to hear it. It's Al Jazeera, and it's like, no, I'll read it and debunk it if I find it to be wrong.
Okay, so are you Jewish?
No.
Okay.
Are you
So you're
Jewish?
pro-Israel, Zionist, not Jewish.
Just like most Zionists in the world, yes.
Okay, most Zionists in the world are not Jewish.
All right, you guys are right. I'm going to go back to 1.25. I don't know if it's because I'm on Streamlabs, but it's not that bad, so whatever. It's not that big a deal, but it's being like a little a little laggy at points, but I'm sure it'll, I don't know, it'll fix itself. Let me try refreshing just to make sure.
Al Arabiya, which is more, it's not super either way. It's Saudi Arabia, Mujahideen with the Lebanese one is pro Hezbollah. That's normally, but I read everything, right? I don't mind. I'm not the type of person that, and a lot of Zionists do this where they're like, someone's like, I have proof. Here's an Al Jazeera article, and they immediately go, I don't want to hear it. It's Al Jazeera, and it's like, no, I'll read it and debunk it if I find it to be wrong.
Okay, so are you Jewish?
No.
Okay, so you're pro-Israel, Zionist, not Jewish.
Just like most Zionists in the world, yes.
Okay, most Zionists in the world are not Jewish?
Correct.
How did you come up with that? That's a pretty
Many Jews are in the
egregious
world.
statement. I have no idea. I don't count.
Just take a guess.
I mean, probably 6 million, right? Somewhere around there.
I'm
kidding, man. That's the number from the Holocaust. Anyways,
you're like denying the
so,
Holocaust or something?
well, I think the Holocaust
You're
didn't
arguing
happen.
about genocide, but you deny the Holocaust?
Okay, well, 271,000 Jews died in Germany, according to the American Red Cross,
No,
correct?
it wasn't.
Actually, it was.
So,
Look it
no,
up.
the American Red Cross was
American Red
counting.
Cross,
I didn't even notice he said that. I just heard it right now, but he said Germany. I wish I heard that. I just heard the 271,000, and I'm like, okay, this is a stupid point that's been debunked multiple times. But I just realized he said Germany. Dude, first off, most Jews didn't die in Germany. So it's like, God, I really wish I caught that when he said it. I did not hear him say it until just now. But yeah, most Jews didn't die in Germany. 3 million of them were already just by themselves in Poland. So yeah, that was stupid. Right.
I'll
271,000.
answer that. So if you read the report, it actually was only talking about specific concentration camps, not even the most deadly one. And also on top of that, the American Red Cross didn't actually get access to that. And they were getting the numbers from only people that had death certificates, which we know, and Germany themselves admitted that they didn't write death certificates by far for most of them.
Well, we can get to the Holocaust in a second. So,
Or we can just stick to the topic.
Okay, well, do you know how Israel came to exist? Because that's how we're going to
More
get to
than
this
you,
topic.
yes.
Okay, let's get there. So how did Israel come to exist, in your opinion?
What are you asking here?
Well, how did it come
You're
to
asking for
exist?
the domino effect, or when they declared their independence May 14th, 1948?
Well, that's not when they declared their independence, became a state, but Israel came to exist in 1917 when Israel was gifted
Talking
to
about
Lord
the Balfour
Rothschild.
Declaration.
Yeah, after Lord
Israel
Rothschild.
state did not come to exist in 1917.
No, actually, it was gifted to Lord Rothschild.
Balfour
by the
Declaration
king.
never went through.
Actually, it did.
No, because
so
we know
Lord
Palestine-
Rothschild,
I'll
it's
answer.
framed in the Israeli Museum as the founding
No, I know.
document
I've
of
read it
Israel.
multiple times. It's
Exactly.
2.5 paragraphs, and it even says in the middle, specifically, you will not...
Exactly. So where did the Jews come
just
from?
1 second. Let me finish. Okay.
Yeah. Mhm.
So it says to actually not have any problems with the local population, the Arab population, the native population. And on top of that, can you tell me what was Palestine in 1917 according to the maps that the British had, since we're talking about the Balfour Declaration?
It was Palestine.
Yeah, what is it?
Whole
What are the
area.
borders?
Borders was the whole area that's Israel and Palestine.
Did Jordan
now.
exist?
Jordan was newer, yeah, after that.
Jordan didn't exist, yeah. so-
Exactly. Well, the King of England also created Jordan, yeah.
Yeah, so the Balfour Declaration
I always love when they say like they say something wrong and then you correct them. They're like, exactly. It's like you just got it wrong.
was actually talking about, and if you look at the maps prior to 1921, when the Emirate of Transjordan was in existence, right? For the first time, the British created.
You're burning time because you know what I'm about to
I just
say.
wanna-
You're just burning time for nonsense. We're not. We're talking about Israel.
You're
right
the one
now.
that brought up the Balfour Declaration. I'm
Uh-huh.
correcting
And
you.
it was gifted to
The
Lord
Balfour
Rothschild.
Declaration never went through because it was talking about the land that would include.
All right, I saw the super chat saying it's a little too fast. All right, I wanted to get it a little bit faster, but maybe we'll go to like 1.1 then. It's a little faster, but it should be normal still.
All it says Jordan, because 4 years later is when the British, out of thin
You're
air.
talking a lot because you know where I'm about to go.
Okay. You made a claim. I
1917.
told you it didn't go through.
You're not debunking.
You're
it did
not-
go through.
it didn't go
1917, it was
through.
gifted to Lord Rothschild. Lord
Okay.
Rothschild funded most of the Jews moved down there. Where did the Jews come from that moved to Israel or then
The
Palestine?
diaspora. But can I answer about the Balfour Declaration?
But that doesn't matter right now because
Then why did you bring it
we're
up?
getting
What
to
was the purpose of
genocide.
bringing it up
We're,
then?
we're talking through a process. You're just trying to gaslight and waste time because you know where you're.
Then don't bring it up if you don't want me to answer it.
Well, you did answer it. 1917, gifted to Lord Rothschild. After that, Jews from where came to Palestine?
The diaspora. I already answered this.
Diaspora. Where's that?
Multiple different areas.
Europe. Jews from Europe.
Okay,
came
yeah,
to
some of them
Palestine.
are from Europe.
Majority,
yes, that's
all of
true.
them.
At the
yes.
beginning, the early leaders, yeah, were Ashkenazi. That's true.
Yeah, all Ashkenazi. Still to this day, a Johns Hopkins University DNA test shows that 97% of Israel is not from.
So just so everyone
the Middle
knows,
East.
that
Yeah.
John Hopkins actually was a screenshot made on social media, and John
was not.
Hopkins themselves came out and said this
That is
doesn't
not true.
exist.
That is not
Pull
true.
the link up right now.
The
Pull it up
university
right now. Get
study
your
did it
phone,
in the
pull it up.
90s.
Somebody pull up the John Hopkins.
They did it in
doesn't exist.
1990. It does exist.
Okay, then pull the link up and show me the active link.
No. The Jews took it down probably, but there is a study.
So the Jews
yeah.
let it up, and then they took
Hold
it
on,
down.
hold on.
That makes perfect sense.
Then
Oh, yeah.
after that study,
It's genius.
Israel. No, see, that's where you gaslight. After that study,
There
Israel
it is
made
right there.
DNA
John
testing.
Hopkins, the screenshots. Can
John Hopkins
contradict it, yes.
University. That's not contradicted. The AI is messing up. It's talking about a person named. John.
So for those that are wondering, you guys can't see it, but what Sean Kelly does is he has a screen behind his shoulder and a screen behind mine. They have other stuff on there, but in the top left, they have like it's actually kind of cool. It's stupid in a way, but it's not bad. What it does is I think it automatically hears as we're speaking, and it uses, I believe, Perplexity to show if a claim was right or wrong, and it gives its source. And if it's wrong, it's like red, right? And if it's like kind of, it's yellow, and if it's right, it's green. And like this guy, everything he was saying, it was just like red, 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 and it was so funny. Now, don't get me wrong, you guys know me, I'm not very big on like using AI by itself. It's just something that Sean offers, and it's just kind of a tool. It's not perfect. But what's really funny is this guy, after he lost this debate so bad, he comes back for a second time. During the break in between this time and the second time, he went up to Sean. And I know this because Sean told me later. He went up to Sean and was like whispering to him. He was all mad, and he's like, can you take down the fact check? And I don't want it up there when I'm up there. It was so funny.
Of the active link. If it exists,
I don't have my computer on me. Sean,
does anyone have it?
Yeah.
What do I look up?
Okay. While we're at John Hopkins University DNA
well,
study.
the active link.
Yeah.
He said 97% were
and then Israel
non-existent.
made DNA testing illegal outside of a court after that study because all the Jews in Israel are not from Palestine.
So it wasn't after that study. And also
the settlers
So
came.
I have to be able to answer if you make a claim that's not true. Okay.
You just tried to debunk it, and AI
bias
couldn't.
right there.
Oh, there you go.
Is this it?
Yeah. No, this isn't it. This isn't the active link. This is talking about the bias, which proves my point. But
Can't find
No,
it.
it's saying
yeah, you can't find it because it doesn't
bias
exist.
is conjecture.
John Hopkins himself came out and said that this literally doesn't exist.
That's not true.
why no one has the active link, and why he just said the Jews who put it up also took it down, because it doesn't exist.
It does exist.
So pull up
multiple
the
places.
archive link then.
John,
Because if you take
Jake
it down,
Shields.
So just so everyone knows, here's what it says right here. And Sean Kelly was like, I can't find it. And it's like, yeah, because it doesn't exist. The claim that a John Hopkins study proves 97% of Jews have no ancient Hebrew DNA or blood ties is false. The statistic does not exist in any scientific research. The viral internet rumor completely misrepresents a 2013 genetic paper. So yeah, what happened was they took a actual 2013 paper by Aaron El-Haik, I can't pronounce the name perfectly, and it only analyzed like Ashkenazi, but it didn't test any population at all living in Israel or the Palestinian territories. It didn't even make the claim that he said. And what somebody did was they took this after misrepresenting it. They created a fake meme and they posted it around the internet. And that's what this guy's talking about.
Shields, who's
still
across the
find it.
hall, has pulled it up on his podcast 3 times.
yes, the
Oh, yeah,
screenshot,
listen to
that's-
this. Listen to
John,
this.
Take it
Jake
down,
Shields,
you'll
who's
still
across the
find
hall,
it.
has pulled it up on his podcast 3 times.
Okay, I'll stop pausing too much because I know it's going to take a while. But one more thing. Jake Shields was across the hall for 5 seconds. So when I first entered the building, Jake Shields was right there. And I was so excited because I was like, yes, Jake Shields is one of the 10. He's been ducking me. He blocked me on X. So I went into the room to the right because that's where Sean wanted me to head. And I was getting ready. And as they all headed in, Jake Shields wasn't there. And he ended up leaving after he saw that I was there. So yeah.
Yes,
back.
the screenshot. That's true.
Yeah, it is true.
The
Okay.
screenshot.
Let's-
you know
let's
why
not
it's not
waste
an
time.
active
You're
link?
gaslighting
Because
again.
it's fake.
You're gaslighting again. All right, so let's keep going. So the Jews come down, and then 3 militias funded by Rothschild, who Israel was gifted to, Lehi, Ergun, and Haganah, started the genocide in murdering the Palestinians. And Lehi and Ergun are now called international terrorist groups by the international community, correct?
Well, they were. They're not in existence at all anymore.
Well, exactly. So the
They're here, boom, by
genocide
the way.
started before Israel became a state,
Or
correct?
it was a genocide?
No, the genocide, yeah, the genocide
Oh,
and the
okay. I
killing of
haven't
the
heard this before,
terrorism.
So 1948 was
Okay.
a genocide.
So Israel came in and started killing everyone and stole
Is
the
that what
lands from the
genocide
Palestinians. A genocide is
genocide means?
your definition of genocide
Not my
is literally a
definition.
straw man argument.
It's not my
trying
definition.
To negate, it is your definition.
It's literally not my definition. It's
Okay,
the
so
Genocide Convention of
the
1948 that was ratified in 1951.
International courts are accusing Israel of genocide. A UN
I
commission.
won't stop my
accuses
commentary
South Africa.
completely. I'll
They're
just,
just the
you
courts
know,
that have
not
the
too much.
panel. Dude,
Can you pull that up? International
Yes.
Criminal Court.
South Africa is the one that brought the case. The ICJ is the one that hears it. Dude, seriously.
Yeah, and the UN commission just accused Israel of what?
That UN
genocide.
commission, right? Okay. So
You
this
just
is-
try to excuse everything
I'm
that's
trying
actually
to answer
happening.
anything. You're just gish galloping. So what you're talking about is the UN commission. And by the way, it doesn't even.
Gish-galloping.
You don't know what that means?
Yeah, the UN commission said Israel.
Do you know what that
committing
means? Gish
genocide.
galloping.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a dumb word. It sounds like a Jewish word.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's a super Jewish word. Yeah,
It's a
I know, I
Jewish
feel sorry.
word.
Anyways, so
Yeah.
just look up gish galloping after. It's a very basic word. Anyways, so the commission you're talking about was an advisory opinion, and that commission doesn't even exist anymore. They were actually only putting out their last report. And by the way, they were talking about the targeting of children. Did they give? Did you read the
targeting
report?
your
Wait, can
children.
you
Yes,
read?
I've read the report.
You read
yeah.
the whole report. How many pages was it?
I don't know the whole
take a
many
guess.
pages.
Just take a
I
guess.
have no
Just
idea,
take a
man.
guess. Yeah,
See,
'cause
this
you
is
didn't
this is
read
where
it. 'Cause you
gaslighting
didn't
comes
read
in
it.
because guys
I know
like
you didn't read it
reports
because I
come
can
out
tell
studies are done. Children are dead.
Yeah, so I read the actual report.
83% casualty rate in Palestine.
So that's also not true either. That comes from Abraham's report. Yep, okay.
It is from the IDF's own numbers.
It's not from the IDF's own numbers.
Yes, it is. You could,
okay.
All right,
it was.
man,
Just look it up right now. It was Abraham's report.
Just a liar,
yeah, if you can just stop interrupting. If I'm so wrong, wouldn't you want me to speak?
No, because
if you want me to expose myself as a liar, wouldn't you want me to speak more?
IDF
You're cutting me off. The IDF did not publish it. It was Abrahamson's report.
Yeah, I'll pause a little bit to speak because you're right. I don't want YouTube to think this is like not adding any commentary or anything like that. I did mess up as Abrahamson's, but whatever. It's Yuval Abrahamson's report. This actually came up in Maddie and Cora's debate today, and I talked to Maddie about it after. She did fine, but she was saying that it was the Gaza Ministry of Health's number. So what Yuval Abrahamson said was essentially, and we talk about it soon, for those that don't already know, he said that it was the IDF's own numbers. That's not true. He was actually even admitted on X that some people said, hey, can you provide the source? You're saying you pulled this from some IDF report. IDF came out and said it's not true. And he admitted it was just some, like, I guess, secret report. And the way he came about it is it was a certain time when the death toll was at, I believe, 53,000, give or take. And he said there the 8,900 named fighters, right, were in this IDF report. Let me increase this like a little bit. Yeah, 1.05 soon. Anyways, 8,900 named fighters. And then he says everyone else is automatically civilian. Also, if they're part of Hamas, but they're the political side, they're a civilian too. So like Haniyeh, that's a civilian. Any of them. They're all civilians unless they are a fighter and they're named. Most people are obviously not going to be named. And this guy who says he's a combat veteran ends up saying something very wrong soon. And the reason I know is because anyone can answer this, even if you're pro-Palestinian. How have most people died in Gaza? The answer would obviously be airstrikes. So this guy believes that they're going to do airstrikes, unalive somebody, and then they're going to send in a team to go raid dig them out of the rubble. Oh, here's a Hamas guy, grab their wallets, be like, all right, what's his name? Here's his driver's license or whatever, here's his ID. Obviously, no, of course not. So that's where it comes from. If you guys want, its name is Yuval Abrahamson, I believe. It's on the 972 magazine, and The Guardian reported it.
Yuval, I believe his first name is. He said that it was an IDF. Yes, not the IDF's own numbers. You see how it's green? It's saying I'm right, genius.
No, it says 83% is
yes. Keep reading. I know it's hard to read. Keep reading.
I can't read.
Keep reading. Oh, I'll read it for you. I know it's hard.
Classified IDF intelligence
from
database.
Abraham's report, not the IDF. Can you read it?
IDF intelligence database.
Can you let it read it?
83% civilian figure comes from a classified IDF intelligence database reported by the Yuval Abraham and Emma Graham Harrison in a Guardian investigation.
Right. IDF database.
It's saying not the IDF's own numbers. Pull up the actual page. I promise you.
Database.
Let's just pull it up right now.
Bro,
pull up the actual article. It was the author that said that. Scroll down. Watch. It's going to be right here. Right. He says it. It's an investigation by Plus 972 magazine, Local Call, and The Guardian. What's the name? Yuval Abraham, like I said.
It was published in the Times of Israel, man.
He never actually gave...
It was never published in the Times of Israel, just FYI.
The database. He just said it was from that. The IDF came out and said this is not true. By the way...
That is not true. The
I'm going to talk about this.
published in the Times of Israel.
No,
the IDF never published it in the Times of Israel.
IDF never... Pull up the Times of Israel and see if it says IDF. It's not from the IDF.
It is from the IDF.
Okay, well, we'll pull it up and see. So that one just proved you wrong. Nope, I'm going to tell you why. So, do you know how he came to that 83%?
How?
Okay, so he took 8,900 named fighters, only from Hamas. He ignores and PIJ. He ignores every other terrorist organization, and he only counts those that had a name. You can read about it when he pulls it up. And he ignored every single person that wasn't a named fighter, which would be the majority in a guerrilla warfare unit. They were counted as civilians. And anyone on the political side, like Haniyeh,
how do we know they were fighters?
Civilian.
How do you know they were fighters? How can you classify their non-named fighters or named fighters? How do you even know that?
Because he says it in the report, dude. He literally says it in the report.
Where's he getting the data from? It's 83%, and you know it's published, man. And you're trying to nitpick the numbers to justify an 83%
I'm trying to explain that
rate.
he got it based off of only counting named fighters.
That's your opinion.
No, he said. Can you just pull the report back up?
That's your opinion.
He says it in the report.
Let's see it.
Scroll up.
Because it doesn't say that anywhere else.
Scroll it up. Scroll up.
All the way.
Yep, all the way. It's in the sub. Scroll down. Scroll down. Hold on. Okay, you're done. I don't know. Try to control F named or 8,900 or whatever.
You know?
No, nothing for 8,900.
Maybe
named.
Yeah. There it is, right there. 100 to 300 senior Hamas operators out of a total of 750
It's talking about
named,
since October 7th.
named in the database.
Since October 7th.
What does that last paragraph say? Look,
It
can
doesn't
you highlight?
matter. That's
Just
still
real
the
quick,
number.
highlight the last paragraph.
It's still the number.
Stop. No, the last paragraph. The last.
Oh shit.
Oh,
My
man.
bad.
It says it right there. Just stop trying to.
Where
you
is
know where.
Okay, whatever. Sean Kelly just kind of fucked up. It's right here, you guys. So here it is. A source familiar with the database explained that a specific piece of intelligence is attached to the name of every operative on the list whom the army is sure it killed, justifying the designation plus 972 local call, and the Guardian obtained the numerical data from the database without the names or additional intelligence reports. Says right here in the 8900, like I said, I don't know how. I think probably Sean just typed in 8900, but it has a comma, so that's probably why he didn't find it. Operatives since October 7th, named in the database. And then it includes the other, I think in total it was like 53,000. Some 8,900 militants. Anyways, this is the 972. It's also in the Guardian. Yeah, here it is. 53,000. When the death toll stood at 53,000. So that's how it is right here. It even also talks about the Gaza Ministry of Health does not distinguish between civilians and militants. Taking military casualties obtained from the internal Israeli database in May and lining them up with the death toll from Hamas, it is possible to calculate an approximate. So this is what he did. He took these 8,900 named, and then he took the 53,000. Ergo, he said 83% were civilians. Yeah, if you keep reading, there's a lot here. I'm not going to go too much into it because we'll go too far. But if you keep reading, it's going to talk about how it doesn't include anyone from the political wing. Also, it only was Hamas and PIJ. Also, let me see. Yeah, here it is. Gazans who took part in fighting but were not officially members of Hamas or PIJ, nor political figures in Hamas, such as mayors, government ministers, etc., whom Israel can also consider legitimate targets. So it only includes Hamas and PIJ, and it doesn't include if they're from the political side. Which is obviously insane because there's the PRC, the Army of Islam, Mujahideen brigades, PFLP, DFLP, Daesh. You know, people flew that flag on October 7th who were a part of them. It doesn't include any of that. It doesn't include any collaborators, and it doesn't include anyone who's unnamed, and it doesn't include the political side. So obviously that 83% becomes significantly lower when you think about that.
Where it's going, so you're scared.
No, no,
What does it
no.
say?
What does that even matter? It's saying 83% from what they have.
You're a combat veteran?
Yeah, I'm a combat veteran. I was a Green Brain of
Do you agree
CIA.
that you're not going to have the name of every... Did you fight against any guerrilla warfare units?
Yes, I actually was one of the guys who created
Perfect.
ISIS.
Okay, great. Do
Yeah.
you agree that
For
you're not...
Israel.
Okay, great, awesome.
Yeah.
Do you agree that every person you kill, you're not always going to have the name of that fighter?
I mean, of course.
So
yeah.
would it be fair if somebody came and looked at your numbers and said you actually
Oh,
killed
so maybe it's
1
80%.
second?
Come on,
No,
man.
you don't get to... Wait, would most of them be named or would most of them be unnamed by your experience?
Almost all of them would be named. Usually, you find an
You
ID.
would name them?
So this guy who's a combat veteran wants me to believe that if we went in, now I can understand if maybe you pop them and then you immediately search their bodies like he's trying to claim right here. Okay, maybe. I don't think they do that, but fine, whatever. Let's go with that. But most people died because of airstrikes. He's telling me that if the United States sent in airstrikes and took people out, that he and a team would go in and start digging them up and start looking for their wallets. Like, give me a break.
No, they would find a name. You find an ID when you kill people, man.
In a guerrilla warfare unit, okay.
Yeah, you do. Everyone has an ID or some type of
or maybe
government
it's 75%,
documentation.
maybe it's 20%. We don't know. Dude, do you let me
man,
just ask you this question
it's
and try
just
to be honest.
pathetic
Do
where
you
you're going with
think
this.
it's dishonest to only count named fighters? Regardless if you think it's 90%, 10%, or whatever.
I don't think it's dishonest, no, because the majority have some type of documentation, man.
No,
Even in
no.
Syria, yes, they do. You don't know shit. You were
I
on a
didn't say in
submarine.
Syria. I'm talking about
You
Gaza.
fought on a. It's the same thing. There's no difference. It's still the Middle East. People are documented every time
Do you think
someone's
the
born
IDF is
documented.
going and searching their bodies and not fighting?
It's
or
being
leaving an
reported
area?
by the Palestinians as well.
Yes,
and their
correct.
names
What
are
does that have to
recorded.
do with this report?
Well, it's the same thing. The numbers are the same on both sides.
The numbers, they've never came out and said 83% are civilians.
That has
Hamas.
been acknowledged
Hamas
since,
has not come out and said any
I
of this.
bet, yes, 2 months after October 7th, man. See, the
Yeah, the
problem is
Ministry
that
of Health
people
has
like
never
you
come out and
try
said
to, you take a statistic or you take a fact and you try to find little loopholes to like invalidate it. And
Oh,
that's
how
the
dare
biggest
I read
problem
the
with this right
report?
now.
How dare I read the report?
Not
Oh
reading
my
the report.
gosh.
What you just said has happened has nothing to do with the numbers. Nowhere in that document did it say that refutes their number.
Literally just read it. It
We
said,
did. did, and
me
it didn't
when you
refute
said
it.
it didn't say that.
It didn't
and then you
refute it.
conceded and said maybe it's 80%. The reality is you don't know. That's why
The
if
reality
you were
is they
confident, you
report
would
it.
have said 83%
No,
and
it's
you would have stuck
reported.
to that.
Times
The
of
reason that
Israel,
you went
Al
down to
Jazeera.
80% is because you're admitting you don't actually know.
I basically made a comment. I didn't admit that I don't know. What I'm saying is data's never perfect, and that's what you do know. It could be 83%.
I agree, data's never
It could
perfect.
be 80%. It could
Yeah,
be
it could be
87%.
20%. It could
yeah.
be 50%. You're right.
Yeah, it could be anything, but why would they
Thank
give it 80?
you.
Because the
That's the
majority
point
of the
I fucking
data,
made.
the majority of the data shows 83%.
The majority of the data doesn't. It was just that report.
does.
It was just that report. No other report has come out and said that. It was
Yeah.
just Yuval's report.
That's not the only report.
You're talking about when other articles put on the same exact report. You understand when a news article comes out, multiple organizations will say the same thing. The source is still the same. You get that, right?
100%.
Okay,
but do
so
you understand?
that's the only source that says 83%.
But do you understand
You
you're
get
the
that,
only
right?
person that's arguing that and trying to say that,
There's
okay,
many people
whether it
arguing
flips
it.
5%
Yuval
above
on
or
his
below,
X, and you can go
couldn't it be
after
higher than 83% too,
Yep.
just as much as it could be lower?
100%. And if you
100%.
have that proof, then provide it.
Okay, well, you don't have
But
proof
here's
that it's lower.
So Yuval himself, and you can go
So
on
we're
his
back
X
in the
and
same boat.
search.
Let's stay
Exactly,
at
that's the
83%
point.
because that's what's reported.
No, we're going to stay with
Yeah.
something that's not genuine, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense to say I'm only going to count those
So
that
when you
had
were in the military,
names.
since you've never fought
One
or killed
second,
anybody.
you have to stop interrupting. We have to get through a conversation, okay?
Yeah.
So when you have one guy who, by the way, is admittedly a leftist and on his own X, and you can go and scroll, somebody asked him, hey, in your report, let me finish.
This
I can
is
already
politics
just
matter.
1 second.
Bless America.
Somebody asked him on his own X, hey, I support you, but don't you think it's disingenuous to say only named fighters? And he said, yes, this does only include named fighters. However, I think the number's higher anyways. He added that caveat, okay? But he admitted himself that the 83% was based off of just named fighters and ignoring, by the way, anyone that's political but still part of Hamas, anyone that's part of a terrorist organization that wasn't Hamas or PIJ. PRC, he doesn't count. He counts them as civilians. PFLP, he counts them as civilians.
Yeah.
DFLP, do you think those are civilians?
So let me ask
Do you
you a
think those
question.
are civilians? Do you
What
think
is
the
Hamas to
PFLP
you? Define
Right.
Hamas.
Can you just answer that question? I will answer anything you want. Do you think the PFLP are civilians?
I don't really see it any way different, man. But who's Hamas?
Would you
Who is
count
Hamas?
PFLP as
No.
civilians? No, I wouldn't either. Thank you.
Well, okay, who's Hamas to you?
An organization
Define
created
Hamas.
by
Israel.
Ahmed Yassin.
Created
It
by
was
Israel.
Created by Ahmed Yassin.
Put in congressional
and
record
Hassan.
by Ron Paul that Hamas was created by Israel.
What year?
And
What
funded.
year was Hamas created?
And funded.
What
Hold
year
on,
was
hold on.
Hamas
I'm not
created?
talking about what year Hamas was created. I'm asking you
So
questions.
that's
You're
not
not
what
asking me questions.
That's not what Paul's report
So-
said. That's incorrect.
Okay, actually, it is what Ron Paul's report said, and he
was
actually.
created by
I have
Ahmed
the video
Yassin.
on. I have the video
It
on my
was
Instagram
created
page
by Ahmed
of him
Yassin and
on
Hassan
the House floor.
Youssef. It was created
Yeah.
them as an armed section of the Muslim Brotherhood
And who do
out
they
of
work
Egypt.
for? And who do they work for? Israeli intelligence. They were Mossad, just like
You're saying
ISIS
Hamas
was
is
created by.
Mossad?
Yes, Hamas is Mossad, just like ISIS was, and I helped create the fucking ISIS for Mossad. That's the truth.
I think it's so funny that this guy's telling me not to support like terrorist organizations, but he's also like, I helped create ISIS.
I've been on multiple podcasts
why
about it.
why did 89% of Palestinians come out in support of them after October 7th that they're Mossad?
Well, think about it. Because they're the only people fighting for them. Israel moved into their land, stole the land from them, has been killing them since the early 1900s, and now is committing genocide against them in Gaza, kicking them out of their land, destroying their villages. And then you're sitting here defending the murder of men, women, and children, and you're a fucking disgrace to the uniform that you wore and to the country that you claim that you served from. You're pathetic. And it's insane that someone that fought in the U.S. military could sit here and defend Israel's
Just like an
genocide.
emotional argument. I don't
it's
care about
it's
your
not an
emotions. You're
emotional
gonna cry.
argument.
I don't give a shit, dude.
I'm
I
not
really
crying.
don't care.
You're
We're
just
here
you're
to
just a
debate
disgrace
ideas.
to the uniform that you wore.
Okay,
And an
don't
embarrassment to
care
this
about your
country.
opinion. I don't.
That's my
care.
opinion, but that's what I'm
I'm
saying.
gonna forget about you 5 minutes after I leave this.
I'm gonna forget about you. Yeah,
It
yeah.
doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I'm not here to
I'm gonna
cry
forget
and
of
bitch
it.
and whine.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
not gonna do
Bitch and
that.
whine.
There's a fucking door over there. Go cry out there.
We can
I
go
don't
out there and
give a
cry
shit.
together.
I have no interest in this. I'm here to debate ideas. I get it. You don't agree with me. You don't like me. That's fine.
I don't agree with you. I don't like you,
dislike you.
but
I don't
I
know
do.
you. I don't care about you.
I don't care
okay?
about you either, man.
You seem to care a lot about me.
I care a lot about the fact that you served in our military and that you're supporting genocide and defending an Israeli government that is killing people in Gaza, killing people in Lebanon, taking land in Iraq, taking land in Syria, and then pulling America into an war
land
with
did they take in
Iran right
Iraq?
now. Oh, they're building secret bases all over Iraq right now. It's very widely
And
reported.
Syria.
They're so secret, you guys, that he knows about it. If you guys didn't know, they're super secret.
Yeah. Have you heard of the Greater Israel Project?
What is the Greater Israel Project?
Greater Israel Project is to reclaim the biblical lands of
What is
Canaan. The lands of Canaan are about 2/3 of Syria, about half of Iraq, all of Jordan, all of Palestine.
Have you ever read the Bible?
Oh yeah, I have, sure have.
So what does it say in Genesis? What is the Greater Israel?
Thanks for the big super chat, Conservative Kelly. Nick, the hubby says this guy is clueless. We do not know who the combatants are versus civilians unless we are identifying a primary target. This guy apparently hasn't been in urban warfare. His ad homs were nuts. Yeah, my guess is he served in a unit and he didn't actually do anything, but the unit was maybe, I mean, just as being nice, was combat, and he actually doesn't know what he's talking about.
Israel, if you will.
It's the lands of Canaan, the promised lands, if you will.
Say that. It
Yeah,
says from the Nile to the river of Egypt.
Yes,
A lot
and
of people
so-
incorrectly say
and
Nile.
Egypt from
It's
the
actually
Nile
the Al
east.
Wadi. It's not the Nile.
Yeah.
It's actually most represented as the Al Wadi.
That's your
River.
opinion.
Also, have you read the
That's
book of
your
Joshua?
opinion.
Have you read the book
That's
of
your
Joshua? It's
opinion.
literally in the book of Genesis.
That's your opinion on the translation.
I love
but Greater
Christians
Israel.
who have never read the
Hold-
Bible.
Time out. No. So hold up. Israelis wear the patch
What does
from
the
the
book of
Nile.
Joshua
Time
say?
out. IDF. You can Google this. Where's the
Yeah, I
patch
saw
from the
that patch.
Nile east?
Yeah, how many of them wear the
I don't care
patch?
about what your opinion on what Greater Israel is. IDF wears the patch from the Nile east, and all the lands I just mentioned encompasses that, and the top third of Saudi Arabia. And Netanyahu has made multiple statements saying their goal is to secure Greater Israel through Pax Judaica, through the Abraham's Accord.
Multiple statements, you guys, just so you guys know consistently how many times Netanyahu says, our goal is to secure Greater Israel.
And you can't sit here and say he's not doing that. He's gone in press conferences and literally said it.
He said, I am going
So what
to
do you
get
think they're going to do
Greater
with all those
Israel."
people?
Hold
Why
on
do you
one
think
second. I want to make sure I hear you correctly. You're
Yeah.
saying Benjamin Netanyahu says, I am going to secure Greater Israel.
Yeah, he sure has.
Okay.
In multiple press conferences. And you're sitting here trying to act like this genocide, this murder, these things that are going on aren't happening.
It's not agreeing with you. You're red.
I don't care what AI agrees with, man.
It's just
Because
fact-checking.
after this
All
debate,
red.
I'm going to pull the conferences up and I'm going to post them to my page.
Oh, wow.
I'll tag you in them.
Awesome.
Yeah, great.
He never did that, just FYI.
I'm
I
glad
don't
for your
care about AI fact checking me, brother. I care about
Listen,
people seeing this
are
and
you
studying
Christian?
and research. Yeah, I know.
You
I
don't know
follow
the
Jesus.
Book of, you're not a Christian?
I follow Jesus, man, and I don't read the whole Bible. Most of the Bible's
You ever read the
Goy-Slop.
book of Genesis, the first?
You guys hear what this Christian just said? He said, I don't read the Bible. Most of the Bible is this guy.
I have read the book, yes.
You don't know what it says? How about the book of Joshua?
I haven't read the book of Joshua. Why is your face twitching? Is it
Okay.
all right?
What are the four Gospels?
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
Okay,
why
we
are
read
you
them at
asking?
least.
Yeah, why do you
Okay,
guys?
good.
What,
And you read
why are you
Romans, I'm
guys
assuming?
like? Yeah, ask me a question that matters.
I'm trying to figure out where your idea of the biblical Greater Israel comes from, because in Joshua it's actually a lot smaller.
I'm not
In
talking about
Genesis,
biblical Greater Israel
you
right now. I'm
literally said
talking.
that.
I'm
You
talking
literally
about
said securing
Israelis.
biblical Israel.
Time out. They believe that in their prophecy. I'm talking about what Israel wears on their patches, what the IDF wears on their patches.
Is that
they talk
systemic,
about.
or is this just a couple IDF soldiers that wore it?
It's systemic.
Really?
Yes.
So it was passed out by the IDF?
It's been talked about by Ben Gvir. It's been talked about by Netanyahu.
So every IDF
Yes.
soldier wears that?
The most of them do.
Netanyahu has never, ever systemically talked about or pushed out this patch.
Yes,
Most
now.
of them. Why
Yes.
not all of them? if
They
it's
even had to.
systemic?
They've tried
Why
to
not
stop
all of them if it's systemic?
Man, you were just.
Why not? Can you answer a fucking
What?
question? Just answer one question.
You're not
Just
asking
one.
questions that
I
matter.
did.
Answer a question.
You said it's systemic. So just so everyone knows, that was
through
actually
the
an old
idea.
picture that was recycled, and
That
it
wasn't a
was,
recycled
It
picture.
was a unit that was wearing that.
That is
and
a
it was-
prophetic thing
yeah.
for Israel. Okay,
It's
what
not a
book? Okay,
systemic
let me
thing
ask
at
you about
all.
your
It was
Jewish
not
faith.
passed out by. I'm not Jewish.
Okay, so tell me what the Talmud says.
I'm
about
not
Israel.
Jewish, dude.
Oh, you're
I'm
not
not
Jewish.
fucking Jewish. I said that. You're so
I don't
dumb.
believe you. I think
Can
you
we
are
get someone
Jewish.
Smarter up here. Okay,
I think
fine,
you
I'm
are
Jewish.
Jewish.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, are you a Christian? Are you a Christian? And you stand up for Israel? Yeah. What do you
No,
believe?
I'm a Noahide, dude.
You're a who?
Jesus, you're so dumb. Can I
Yeah.
get somebody that?
Are you?
has
I'm not dumb. You're a
any
Christian.
little
You're a
bit of
Jew. You're a
intelligence?
Jew. Who are you?
I told you I'm a Noahide.
A Noahide.
Yes. Also,
What is that?
talks-
A
someone
Noahide
that follows
laws?
the covenant of Noah.
Exactly. So you're a Jew.
I'm not a Jew.
You are a Jew.
Jews follow the
Noahide laws or
613
Judaism.
The Noahide laws are in the Old Testament. Holy shit.
Exactly. And
This
what are
is
the
just
Ju- what are the
insane.
Jews? What are the
You're saying
Jews?
Christians
Time out,
don't
time
read
out.
the Old Testament?
Christians accept Jesus in the New Testament.
awesome.
And the Old
Alhamdulillah,
Testament
dude.
suggestions. Yeah.
This guy just said they accept the New Testament. Watch what he's about to say about Paul. I don't remember if it's this debate or the next one, but I think it's this one.
The fuck
So
does
you're
that
a
have
Jew.
to do-
You're a Jew pretending I'm a Noahide. You're just making shit up.
Oh my gosh.
You're a
Jews
Jew.
are not Noahides. In fact, they have six.
The Noahide laws are what Israel's pushing
It's
right now.
for everyone. It's all. In fact, the Jews.
No,
the
that's
only
not
ones
for
that don't-
everyone.
Holy
Jesus is
shit.
the new covenant.
Jesus would agree with the Noahide laws.
Why would Jesus agree with the Noahide laws?
Do you know what they are? Like,
You
do
tell
think,
me.
Do you think murder should be allowed?
You're talking about the Ten Commandments here, or are we talking about Noahide laws?
Both.
They say you
It
can only
is.
worship one God in the
It's-
Noahide laws, correct? Who's that
That's
God?
correct.
Which God is
God of
that?
Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, right? So, but it doesn't agree in the Noahide laws that Jesus is the Son of God, correct?
No, I do not believe Jesus is the Son of God.
Exactly. So,
That's true.
So you believe in the Noahide laws and you believe in the God of Abraham, correct?
Yes.
So you basically are a Jew.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, right. Yeah.
Okay. 'Cause
Exactly. So you're
do
basically
I
a
keep kosher?
Jew.
Do I do Shabbat? Do I do any of that shit? No.
I don't know. Most of the people that founded
I
Israel are atheists. So I don't know.
Why are you bringing up Judaism then right now?
Well, because a lot of people claim to be Jews and stick up for Israel and have all these.
Why would I be afraid to claim I was a Jew? I would tell you if I was a Jew.
I don't know. I think
If I'm a guy that's supporting genocide and I'm just the evil of evil,
Yeah.
why would I be scared to tell you especially that I'm a Jew? I'm not a Jew.
You're not a Jew, but you follow Noahide. So who follows Noahide?
Everyone
Jews.
should follow
Who
Noahide.
follows
That's your opinion.
Noahide?
But
That's
Jews
in the Bible.
follow.
That's literally in the Bible.
Jews
It's in the
follow.
book of Genesis, dude.
After
Can you just
Jesus,
read the
we
first
don't.
book?
I don't
Thanks,
care
Chaim.
about the book of Genesis.
I
believe
bet
in
you
Jesus.
don't.
Yeah. So
That's insane
when
thing to
Jesus
say.
came, all that got washed away in the New Testament.
So when
forgiveness.
Jesus, so when Jesus,
So not all of that got washed away. In fact, Jesus specifically says, as you guys all know, I'm sure, I'm here to fulfill the law, not replace it.
Because
said,
I
"I'm
believe in
here-" when
Jesus.
Jesus
I don't
said, "I'm here
believe
to
in-
fulfill the law, not replace it or destroy it." What did he mean
I
by
don't
that?
worship Baal and sacrifice
Great.
kids. Like
Can you
people
answer
do.
that? When Jesus said, "I'm here to fulfill the law, not replace it or destroy it," what did he mean by that?
He's fulfilling the law. He's essentially the covenant.
Why did he
he's,
say not
he's the
replace
new
it?
covenant's with him.
Right. Why did he say not replace it?
He didn't say not replace it.
Oh my
See,
God.
it's talking about your translation. Do you realize the Bible
Holy
was?
shit.
Here's the problem with
What
with
is
you.
Romans 11?
Here's
What
hold
did
on,
Paul
time out,
say?
time
What
out,
did he
time
say
out.
to the
Paul
Samaritan?
contradicts himself, and Paul is.
You don't agree with Paul as
I
a
do-
Christian?
at all, at all. Paul,
Dude, this is the worst Christian ever. Come
no, I'm
on,
not the worst
dude.
Christian ever. See, here's the thing.
He
man.
was
You're-
inspired on the road to Damascus by Jesus.
You don't get
You're
to
telling
dictate
me-
how I look at my faith.
No, I don't. You believe what you want, but
Yeah.
calling yourself a Christian is wild, and then you're trashing
Time out, time
Paul.
out. I am trashing Paul.
Okay,
because
fine.
Paul contradicts
So what did
himself
Jesus
quite
say
a
to
bit.
the Samaritan woman about salvation? Where does it come from?
Salvation comes from Jesus.
No, he
Yes.
said salvation comes from the Jews. He said this to the Samaritan.
No, he did not. Jesus never said Jew.
Fact check it.
There is no word in. See, here's the problem with people like you that
It's
don't know the Bible.
insane that I know
Well, let
more
me.
about
All
your
right, let me.
Bible
No,
than
no. Actually, let me finish. Nowhere in the Bible does it say Jew. In the original Koine Greek writing of the Bible, it says Udeus.
Coin.
Thank you. Udeus, which means Judah,
John
not Jew.
4:22.
not-
Salvation comes from the Jews. I mean, in the Jewish people.
It didn't say Jews. It did not say Jews in the original text. Jew
Can
was
somebody on their
created.
phone just pull up John 4:22.
Time out, time out. You're not going to gaslight me on this one
We're
because you're
gonna
full
read
of
it
shit.
right now. Maybe I'm wrong.
No,
If
no,
I'm
no.
wrong, I'll
We're not
say
going to
it.
read in
Somebody
English
pull up
because what
John
I'm about to
4:22.
say is going to be proven true. In the original writing of the Bible, it said Udeus or Dei,
said-
which
he
hold
said
time out.
Jesus.
Stop
Did he
talking.
say Jesus?
Stop talking. It says Udeus or Dei, which means Judah or Judean. It does not say Jew.
But you
Jew.
said
Time out. Time
Jesus.
out. Let me finish. Jew was added much later when English was translated because Judaism wasn't even Judaism at first. It was called Yahwism, and Yahwism was created after the time of Jesus. Yahwism was created between 70 to 300 AD in Mesopotamia, Babylon, by rabbis, right?
So
and then
are you
hold
saying
up,
John
hold up,
4:22?
hold up. And it was called Yahwism.
You're yapping.
No, I'm not yapping.
Did John 4:22 say salvation comes from Jesus, like you said?
It comes from his people.
Correct, because he comes from the
But Jews
house
are
of
not his
David.
people. Nobody knows who Jews are today.
That's great, but
y'all
that's
are people
not
who
what
converted.
you said. You changed it.
No, no,
You
time out.
said it comes from Jesus. That's what he said.
Time
And
out,
now
time
you're
out.
saying he meant Judea.
Wish I asked him. I wonder what this guy thinks about the book of Revelation in chapter 2 and chapter 3 when it says those who say they are Jews but are not Jews, but the synagogue of Satan. Now, we all know that that's specifically talking about those from the Church of Smyrna and Church of Philadelphia. This isn't a future thing. This is something that already happened. But a lot of anti-Semites like him use it to try to apply to Jews today or Jews in the future. But if he's saying Jews don't exist at all, I'm quoting him, we don't know who Jews are. Okay? If that's what he believes, then what does the book of Revelation say? Does the book of Revelation also say Judean? Because he says the book never says Jews, ever. Never, ever, ever says Jews. So what does the book of Revelation mean? Does the book actually say those who say they are Judean but are not Judean and the synagogue of Satan? I wish I asked him that. I'm really curious on what he thinks.
You're changing your claim.
Hold up, time out, time out. I'm not changing my claim. Salvation is through Jesus, but the people he's talking about in context of that verse is not the Jews. The Jews changed the Bible later,
I never
specifically after the Schofield
That's
Bible.
regardless. I
Jesus never
what he-
said
I
Jew
never
because
said
Jew
what he
didn't
did or
exist.
didn't mean.
Jew was created in the Middle Ages. The word Jew did not exist till like the 1500s. Actually, the J was invented in 1524.
So it would actually be the original.
Jews are just
Hebrew.
full of
Sure.
shit.
It actually comes
Yeah.
from the original Hebrew, and it actually comes after the Babylonian exile. You're incorrect.
Ivrit. It wasn't called Hebrew. It was called Ivrit. And
It's
Jews, when they
Iblit.
This is my favorite part. This is the best part of the whole debate. It's not Hebrew, it's Ivrit. Hold on, one more time.
It comes after the Babylonian exile. You're incorrect.
Ivrit. It wasn't called Hebrew. It was called Ivrit. And
It's
Jews, when they
Iblit. Holy fucking shit, you're dumb, dude. It's
No.
not Ivrit. And do you know what Iblit means? It's Hebrew for Hebrew. In English, it's called Hebrew. The Hebrew is
It was a
Iblit.
Canaanite
It's
language.
like saying it's not Persian, it's Parsi. Yeah, that's the Persian word for.
Canaan,
Oh my
dude.
god, dude. Can you please get
People,
somebody that
I
knows
love
what
it
he's
when
talking
you.
about?
No, you're just getting angry because I'm
You
proving
just
everything you
said
said
it's not
wrong.
Hebrew, and
All
then
you
you
have
used
is
the
anger
Hebrew
because
word
I'm
for
proving you
Hebrew.
wrong. No.
Can somebody
Ivrit-
look up the Hebrew
Okay,
word
talk
for
about.
Hebrew?
That's the English word is Hebrew.
Correct.
Ivrit was what it was called. That's the name. Yeah, man. You were dancing.
You
in
said it
circles.
wasn't called Hebrew, it was called Ivrit.
Ivrit is
Right,
the
it's
name.
the
Hebrew is what it's called now in English.
How do you say Persian in Persian?
I have no idea. I'm not Persian.
You have to be. You don't have to be. Okay, Parsi, or as it later was Farsi, because the Arabs could not pronounce the P, so it became Farsi.
Exactly.
Right?
So
what
Hebrew,
you hold on, almost done.
time out.
What you just said essentially was it's not Persian, it's Parsi or Farsi.
No, what I just said is you call an language that was called Ivrit Hebrew now. Do you know how dumb you sound?
That's the English translation. We're speaking
That's not the English translation.
We're speaking English.
That's the Jewish lie.
Oh my
That's
God.
because Jews tried to take Hebrew.
English.
We are
I said
speaking English.
Hebrew because that's the English translation. What was Jesus'
That's not
name?
the name of the language.
Why did you say Jesus?
Yeshua.
Yes, why did you say Jesus?
Did you say Jesus because
Why?
that's common knowledge?
Why?
Because the
Why
Romans
did you say
translated it, they
Jesus?
couldn't pronounce
Why
the
did
lie.
you say Jesus and not Yeshua?
When they were doing the canon, they changed his name.
Why are you saying it right now?
Because majority of people know Jesus.
Because of what language you're speaking, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
But you can still say Yeshua because that's his
Yes, and
actual
I could have
name.
said Ivrit,
Well,
but you wouldn't have known what that
It's not because of
meant.
what language I'm speaking. Hold up, and that's where you're way wrong. They translated it during the canon.
Dude, look at
It's
the
not because of what
Palestinian guy's
language I'm
face right
speaking.
here.
Hold up, and that's where you're way wrong. They translated it during the canon creation of the Bible.
This is
And
hilarious.
it's not hilarious. You're a fucking retard. I don't think I've ever had a conversation with someone as dumb as you.
It's not
when
Persian,
when they
it's Parsi.
translated.
It's not Spanish, it's Espanol.
You're saying that, not me. Ivrit was the name of the language. You're calling it Hebrew.
correct.
Because Jews who
That's
are
the
liars about
Hebrew
everything
word
call
for Hebrew.
No, it's not.
Yes,
it's Ivrit.
it is.
No, it's not. You call it Hebrew now.
If I say
oh my God. No.
I'm saying I am speaking.
That's like saying a Judean's a Jew. It's retarded. You have a straw man argument about everything.
What the Hebrew word for Hebrew is?
It's
Stephen Kelly, thanks for the super chat. You should have asked him why the 4 horses of the apocalypse are red, green, black, and white, and what flags colors. Yeah.
It's Ivrit.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the name of the language.
agree.
It's not Hebrew. It's Ivrit.
That's the Hebrew word for the
No, it's not.
language.
That's the name of the language. You're calling it Hebrew.
That's the Hebrew word for Hebrew.
That's not the Hebrew word. That is.
pull my phone out
What are
real
you
quick.
talking about? Hebrew word for
Pull it
Hebrew.
up right now.
What are you talking about?
Yeah,
It's
we're
not
going-
Spanish. It's
going in circles.
We're going in
Espanol.
circles.
Let's
It's
wrap
going
this up.
nowhere. Yeah, man.
It's been a while.
My point is, man, you are just trying to change definitions. Yeah.
So I know.
Ivrit.
Thank you.
Okay, wrap it up though.
Okay, that doesn't matter because
You're a
it's what.
retard.
Oh man, dude, I'm done with people like you. Man.
Bye.
Yeah. Good luck, buddy.
Good luck.
Thanks for watching all the way to the end, guys. So why do you believe this is a genocide?
Well, I think if it's not a genocide, then maybe we need to create a new word like we did in World War II for what's going on. Because I feel like what we're doing is we're kind of like parsing at definitions, which I understand is very, very important. But I feel like what does that do to service?
I just want to point out that a lot of people are giving this guy some shit in the clips. This guy was actually very nice. I can't remember his name, but he actually was a very nice guy. He obviously gets cooked, but he didn't deny that. He was actually... He came up to me after and during the break saying, hey, you're very intelligent, and he seemed very open-minded.
What it does to service is placate what's going on there now.
Nice,
and
but
what has
stupid.
been going on since October 2023. So are we saying that's okay? That's good? I know you were talking about they haven't killed that many civilians. The civilians that they have killed, is that worth stopping? Like, out of those thousands of rockets, how many of those rockets actually hit? You know, like if we're kind of making this
Yes,
calculus.
the
What's your question? You're
the
kind of
guy in
stopping the
pink.
question halfway through.
Okay. I guess
That
my
is a
question
word.
is what would we call it if you wouldn't call it a genocide? What would you want? You just want to call it war? Okay.
Does that mean that there's no war crimes or no individual IDF members that have done nothing wrong and they're perfect? Of course not.
Sure.
And again, as I said before, yes, they do. Absolutely, they should be punished. Just like I would say for the U.S. military. Again, I served for about 12 years. I would 100% agree with that. But your question on is it worth? What were you going to finish with that?
Well, I guess
Is the destruction worth a prolonged security and the indefinite meaning?
when I look at drone footage, and I think this happens to a lot of people that aren't even educated on the subject at all, and just seeing aerial footage of how Gaza has been flattened.
Accountability.
How multiple
Epic.
leadership within the Israeli government
Be back.
talk about wanting to flatten it, wanting to starve them. And this is based,
Wanting to starve them?
Yeah. I mean, the report from B'Tselem, that's an Israeli organization.
Yeah, I know them.
Right. Okay. So they said that the actions of leadership, when they're showing intent and they're saying, let's flatten them, bomb all of them. I know that doesn't mean those are all
Flatten, yes. Anything that's an offensive capability by Hamas, I think they should absolutely flatten. I just was in the Gaza envelope about a month ago, and I still saw a pretty tall building standing. I think they should flatten them if Hamas utilizes it as an offensive capability. Do you know of an area of Gaza that before October 7th that Hamas didn't have control of?
No.
Does
So,
Hamas have any military bases? Not tunnels, like military bases where they say, hey, this is our military or militant operations. This is where we store our weapons. It's secluded from the, like military bases, just like anywhere else. Do they have any?
I'm sure they do. Yeah.
Really? No.
No.
No,
So
definitely.
they just, you're saying they set up military
My
bases in
question
like
is, do we-
civilian infrastructure? Is that what you're saying?
Well,
and that's why they needed to
Can we
distribute it?
both agree that Gaza is a densely populated area?
Oh, of course. Yeah.
Okay, so if they don't have military bases, where do they do their operations out of?
Out of civilian areas. I mean, similar to
So
where is
their offensive capability?
Where isn't the Mossad and the IDF based in Tel Aviv?
No, they're not based in Tel Aviv. They have an office.
They have a headquarters there. Okay. Yeah, in a very densely populated civilian area. But okay, I'm not a military.
Wait, hold on. That's not a military base. The U.S. military has U.S. Navy recruiting stations, and that's not a military base. That's just an office.
Okay, but
If they put their military base right smack in the middle of like a bunch of skyscrapers, sure, I'd be like, why are you doing that? That's ridiculous.
okay,
But real quick, my question is if they don't have military bases, they have civilian, they utilize civilian areas, densely populated area. What do they have uniforms? Hamas?
Hamas, no.
Yes, they do.
They do. Well, I mean, I guess they have like.
You've seen the propaganda
visual signs,
speeches
yeah,
when they were releasing the hostages and they were forcing them to do certain things. And they're like, look at the hostages we're releasing. They're all wearing military uniforms. What do they wear when they fight?
Civilian clothes.
Why? What's the
So they
advantage?
it's guerrilla warfare. Yeah, I don't think it's not terrorism. I'm not here to defend Hamas.
I'm not on terrorism, although yes, it is. I'm asking you, what's the advantage? Why would you take off tactical gear?
Would you blend into with civilians?
What's that called?
Did you want to tell me? Is this
Human
a quiz?
shields.
Okay. Okay. Cool. All right. Do you think? Okay. So can we
Palestinian
make a
guy.
little like, caveat on the human
Of
shield
course,
thing? I'm
yes.
just curious. what you
I'm so glad his face
So,
is in there.
Let's say there isn't a good example. People like to say like the Mexico example. If Mexico attacked us like October 7th, how would we respond? Right? I don't think that's a great example. I think maybe a better example would be what if natives came off a reservation that we have contentious, relationship with over the years. They came off and committed some atrocious terrorist attack. Okay. Those same natives retreated back to the reservation and hid inside an elementary school. Do you think Americans would be okay with bombing that elementary school, killing all the civilians there just to get to some terrorists? That's my question. Do you think Americans would be okay with
should
that?
isolate the area and do exactly what Israel did from day one and say you need to go to this zone. If you decide to wait, what is your question here? You're saying that they isolated this area as a red zone and all the kids are going to school that day?
No, I'm saying
This is a false equivalency.
the human. I've never said it's gonna be a perfect equivalency. I'm trying to say the human shield argument. We don't just say, well, they're using.
I understand your question.
Okay.
So what you're saying is to get one Hamas guy, would I justify killing 500 Palestinians? No, of course not.
Okay.
Can you tell me a time that happened?
Well, I mean, if you look at the ratios, it's up to at least 80,000 dead. And between 50 to 60% of those are women, children, and elderly.
1,000 and no.
Wait, but how do you know it's not 80,000? Israel doesn't really let journalists into Israel.
There has been journalists into Gaza.
A couple, sure. But like they let more influencers in.
Hank was in there. Whatever the guy from Fox News. He's not even particularly pro-Israel. He was in there. What are you talking about?
Okay.
Even there information from Piers Morgan, who keeps asking the stupid question about why did international journalists not go in? He's just wrong. I don't know where he gets it from. I don't know why people don't push back on him. Let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
How come before Israel actually took control of the Rafah crossing during this war, how come the international journalists didn't just go through Egypt?
I need more people, and if anyone has access to go on Piers Morgan, right, to start asking this. I'm just going to play it one more time because we don't ask this question enough.
Go in. He's just wrong. I don't know where he gets it from. I don't know why people don't push back on him. Let me ask you a question. How come before Israel actually took control of the Rafah crossing during this war, how come the international journalists didn't just go through Egypt?
I don't know. Great question.
That is a great question. Maybe it's because it's propaganda against Israel and they had no interest in actually going into Gaza.
So
I'm glad they just would have went into Egypt and then they could have worked with Hamas, the governing authority at the time. They could have worked with Egypt. I don't think Egypt would have allowed them. I'll be honest with you, which is a totally different question we can ask.
So do you think because B'Tselem, when they say that it constitutes what Israel is doing a genocide, it's not really about the killing of Palestinians. It's more about removing the civilian infrastructure, food, starvation, that kind of stuff. That's kind of their argument. So what is your argument against that? That especially if you have leadership in Israel saying, yes, starve them out. Yes.
I don't know who you're talking about. I believe you though, 100%. If somebody said we should starve them all to death, that is absolutely abhorrent. That's a disgusting thing to say. I don't agree with that. And if the government wants to do a better job at that, they should definitely, I don't know if there's something in Israel that's equivalent of censoring somebody, but they should do at minimum that and work on getting rid of that person. It doesn't do Israel any good.
Great. Yeah, I agree. And I think, and I've noticed that this has, since October 7th, and of course, a lot of the stuff has been going on online.
Yeah, I looked it up. Nobody ever said that, but
there's a lot of anti-Israel, anti-Jew content all over Instagram. That's valid for sure. And anti-Semitism has blown up all around the world. This is making it so much less safe for Jews in diaspora. And so my question is, though, if B'Tselem is saying the leadership in Israel...
No, I didn't wear any makeup for this. They didn't have any studio production. I mean, it was actually a very nice studio, but I'm saying we didn't all go in and,
wants these things to happen. And you're saying that's not their intent.
Yeah, he's a pretty cool guy.
They are happening. So how does that
I don't think effectively anything you said is happening.
So people haven't been malnourished and...
Has anyone been malnourished? Yes, as a weapon of war, of course not.
Why would you say that?
Well, I read the entire 80-plus page report on the IPC report where they actually got their information. First off, they had to establish a new standard that they have utilized, I think, once in the past of mid upper arm circumference, right? And they established the lower end of that. Even then, they found that they couldn't even reach, I think it was 15%. They couldn't even reach that 15% with the full sample size that they gave. So what did they do? They ended up using a sample size that was half the amount. It wasn't the full amount. And they barely got over that 15%. And even then, they could still only claim phase 5 during just in the area of the Gaza governorate. There's 5 different areas of Gaza: North Gaza, Gaza, Deir al-Balah, Khan Yunis, and Rafah. They still could only apply it to that one area, which, by the way, has been a red zone. That Palestinians shouldn't have been in that area. But nonetheless, that's the only area they were able to apply it. Now, let me ask you, do you know the UN came out and they said that, I think it was up to 90%, but around 80%, give or take, of their trucks had been were being looted. Not necessarily by Hamas, just in general.
I have heard that they're being looted. I haven't heard that that's been connected directly to being like an organized front that Hamas stole all.
I'm not saying it was all Hamas. I'm not saying it wasn't just people that were like, I just want to loot this, maybe opportunists. I'm not saying any of that. I'm just saying it doesn't matter, and I'll explain why. Let's say that area, that truck, is supposed to restock Jabalia. Okay.
What is Jabalia? Oh, like that's an area. I don't know if that was a food or something. Sorry.
So let's say they're going to restock that, but it gets looted.
Thanks, Conservative Kelly, for the super chat. Mexico attacked America. 40 to 45,000 Americans would have died on a single day, and another 8,000 would have been taken hostage. Just so people know, she's saying percentage to percentage because we have a lot more people in America. But yep, the U.S. would have decimated them. To compare Hamas to Native Americans is ridiculous. Facts.
Looted near the Keren Shalom crossing, right, which is down there towards the south. I believe you. What ends up happening to the stocks that were supposed to go to Jabalia? Regardless if it was looted by Hamas or aliens took it, what happens to the stocks that were supposed to be looted, or sorry, not looted, stocked in Jabalia?
Yeah, they get looted.
Right, they don't make it.
Yeah, they don't make it.
So yeah, does stuff like that happen? Yes. Does that mean that there could be pockets of people that are going hungry?
Does that mean it's okay? No,
it's not okay.
Israel knows that, let's say Hamas is stealing all of it. If Israel knows they are, so then they know it's hurting the civilians.
Thank you. That's a perfect example. Israel offered to help the United Nations and provide security, and the GHF actually came out, that was the American organization, they came out and they said, hey, all this extra food that you have, hundreds of truckloads of food, that you are not able to produce out, we will take it for you and produce it, or give it out for you.
Distribute.
The United Nations said no, because they didn't want to work with them, which I find insane, because if there truly is thousands to hundreds of thousands of people starving,
the goal is to help them.
Right.
Yeah.
And you're going to be petty about it?
I get that.
That's insane. Now, the reason they said no is because they know it wasn't a systematic starvation. There's also a BBC article. You can look into it. There's a Palestinian woman in Gaza. Her name's on there. I want to say her last name was Khalil. I can't remember. It started with a K. Anyways, her husband died 5 years ago from cancer. So she was a widow with 3 children. She said that her neighbors, her children are crying because they are hungry. They don't have enough food. But she didn't blame Israel. She said her neighbors are all getting food because they're aligned with Hamas and she's not. And Hamas was giving them food.
Terrible.
This is her name on there. She's a Gazan woman, and BBC is not exactly.
Let me show you guys what I was talking about. So right here, you go. Are you kidding me? Okay, hold on. I gotta get a paywall bypass. Okay. So if you actually come down here, this is it right here. Nasreen Khaled. I said Khaled. Nasreen Khaled, a widow left caring for 3 children after her husband died of cancer 5 years ago, told the BBC, when the hunger worsened, my children were crying out only from pain, but also from watching our Hamas-affiliated neighbors receive food parcels and sacks of flour. Are they not the reason for our suffering? Why didn't they secure food, water, and medicine before launching their October 7th adventure? This is a Gazan woman right here, literally talking about this.
Pro-Israel. This is the same
Oh,
organization.
I believe you. I believe you. No, Hamas is evil. Absolutely. And I would never.
So
actually,
my point is starvation happening, malnutrition happening? Yes, and I think it's awful. I don't even like war. I think there's always going to be bad things in war. But to come up here, and I don't know if you're saying this, to say that Israel is doing some kind of systematic starvation technique. Right?
No. What I'm saying is this: is that if Israeli organizations like B'Tselem themselves are saying that if in effect people are malnourished, civilian infrastructure is gone, they can't live there, you are moving them out of there, that is a destruction of a people in whole or in part, and that constitutes
out of there is not. In fact, the second to last page of the Genocide Convention specifically says cultural destruction does not suffice, nor does simply dispersing a group.
Okay, beautiful. I'm actually glad you said that, because then I really think we should come up with a new word, because I think what's been going on there, it has really, really broken people's hearts. Like, I was very, very pro-Israel prior to a lot of things that was going on. My heart broke during October 7th. I talked about it. I thought it was horrible. I couldn't believe what I was seeing, you know? And I'm not...
Do you think Hamas knew how Israel would respond with October 7th?
Probably, yeah.
Did they warn any of their civilians or do anything to build infrastructure? There's actually a report out that the rebar, you know, the thing that the reason some of these buildings are falling when Israel bombs a building and there's a building that wasn't even touched that's collapsing, you know why? Because Hamas took the rebar that was supposed to go to that structure and they put it into their terror tunnels. So yeah, I'm glad you brought it up, but keep going.
Well, I guess like we are all, especially as Americans, are going to have to answer for this because Israel is our greatest ally, whether we want it or not, right?
Who?
Answer to the world. We are supposed to have some kind of moral authority when we go around and people commit atrocities around the world. We should have some kind of...
Real quick. Here it is right here. Cultural destruction does not suffice, nor does an intention to simply disperse a group. It is the special intent, or dolus specialis. This is what I told Myron Gaines when he made fun of me for using this. It's a real thing that makes the crime of genocide so unique. In addition, case law has associated intent with the existence of a state or organizational plan or policy, even if the definition of genocide does not include that element.
Moral authority. Do
Who
not
are we
agree.
answering to? Tell me specifically who we're answering to. The United States of America.
Our own moral authority. That's what we answer to.
My value is moral authority in terms of the future on as much as contemporary times. The security of that region is more important to me than the decision that many Palestinians made on October 7th and who they've supported up to this point. Did you know, if you were to take a guess, the Palestinians, the support that they had for Hamas, has it gone up or down since October 7th?
Up, probably.
It's gone down, actually.
Oh, okay.
Maybe this is a wake-up call, and it's still not nearly as low as it needs to be, but maybe it's the opposite. What did we hear at the beginning, right after October 7th? Well, if you bomb them, you're just going to create more of them. The statistics actually show the opposite. Maybe suffering a little bit actually is going to cause them not to teach their children, hey, do what your dad did the last time, and his dad before him. Maybe they'll actually tell their children to go to school.
Or they just kill the kid, because as Israel... No.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were talking about...
No, we're talking, because this is on the book so much that they're saying that, you know, the adult Hamas terrorists that are attacking us on October 7th today were the ones that were children we should have killed during the last war. So that's how they're justifying going after civilian infrastructure. And that's undeniable. And would you not say that there is a slight...
Do you know what the percentage of children is in Gaza?
It's a high percent. It's a very
about
populated.
50%.
Yeah.
Do you know what the percentage of child death is, according to even Hamas's numbers, who I don't believe, by the way, because Eisenberg actually did a report that showed from their April 2024 list to their June 2024 list, and anyone can go look at this. They can go pull up both lists and put in the ID number. 1 second. They can put in the ID number, which is unique to every single Palestinian. And they found that it went from 18 years old to 17 years old. And this wasn't one or two examples. It was 60 to 65% of all of them that became magically children. So I don't believe them. But let's go with Hamas's numbers. What percentage of the death toll are children?
I don't know the exact. I think it was 50 to 60 were children, women, and elderly. So I don't know the exact. I think it was like 35 or something percent for children.
Give or take,
less
according
than
to
50.
Hamas.
So it's less than what it
Right.
should be.
So,
Your argument.
yes, I mean it's scientific. No, let me explain.
I get arguing from.
Let me
that child is
explain.
dead. That mother doesn't have a child. You know.
You are strawmanning my argument. I did not say that child. In fact, that child should be alive. And if his parents were better parents and they actually gave a shit about their children, he
disagree.
would be alive. But unfortunately, we have parents in Palestine, Gaza, that rather go to the humanitarian zone and leave a 6-year-old girl in Gaza City. They'd rather have that than actually give a shit about their children.
What about this? Would you, if Israel's not committing this genocide now, will you at least admit that there is leadership, specifically in the Likud party and other parts of the Knesset, that are genocidal, have used genocidal language?
Who in the Likud party?
Ben Gvir and
He's not
Smotrich.
Likud.
Well,
There's Smotrich.
he's part of the current administration.
Yes, I think Ben Gvir is a showboat. I wish he would shut the fuck up.
Just to show him.
And
Wait, but why do you want him to shut up? Because you don't want him to reveal how genocidal he is? Is that because it actually hurts? Sorry, it hurts the Israeli cause so much when they actually speak what they think?
Oh, I actually do agree. No, listen, I'm not here to defend Ben Gvir. I think his words are abhorrent.
He's Hamas to me. He's the same. To me, it's no different.
Let me finish.
I think he's genocidal.
So let me finish, because you kind of are making it seem like I said this because of a different reason. No, I think he says a lot of immoral things.
Sure.
When he said all of Lebanon should burn, is that what he said?
And for every tear of an Israeli mother, 1,000 Lebanese mothers should weep.
That was absolutely terrible. He should absolutely be out.
As a Christian, I can't stand for that. And it really hurts.
Human. I'm not Christian or Jewish or Muslim, but I didn't agree with him at all. And it's not because, yes, I do agree. It also makes Israel look bad because unfortunately the people on the other side, not necessarily you, they take his.
Ben Gvir did a lot of good, but he should shut up. Yeah, no, I think Ben Gvir has done a lot of good in the sense of the amount of guns that Jews now have. A lot of that has to do with Ben Gvir, the way he treats the prisoners. I love it. They're terrorists. I think you should within still the bounds of international law. I'm not saying break everything, but you should absolutely attack with the prisoners. I think you should absolutely treat them to the bare minimum you're allowed to, 100%. But yeah, Ben Gvir is a showboat. I'm more of a fan of Smotrich. He also has a lot of I guess what some people would call extreme right wing, whatever. And you don't hear from him much. One, because his English sucks, but so does Ben Gvir's. But two, because he just gets it done. And that's what I want Ben Gvir to do. I love that Ben Gvir is allowing for more people going onto the Temple Mount and doing prayers and all that stuff. But just do it. You don't need to post a video about it. You don't need to go on X and do all this stuff. 1 second. What's up? Huh?
It's the guy talking shit. The first guy.
Okay. No. It's fine.
His words, and they say, this is what Israelis think.
Right, and that's so dangerous.
Yeah.
And there's been a conflation between Zionists, Israelis, Jews.
No.
Would you not agree?
Yeah.
Do you think that being anti-Zionist means you're anti-Semitic?
I think it depends on where it comes from, but I don't think it's an automatic.
But don't you know that
anti-Zionism?
Well, more American Jews under 30 today are anti-Zionist than pro-Zionist, actually. And then the largest contingent of
it was actually what they felt about. See here, okay, let me explain. So that poll was about.
Yeah, to the people in the chat, I see a few of you. I'm just gonna read "Don't Care" just because, but it's not just "Don't Care." Like Ben Gvir speaks the exact way Arabs need to be spoken to, and to hear his talk is not to a Western audience. But that's not true, is it? Because regardless whether you like it or not, or agree with his words or not, his talk is to the Western audience because that's what's going to happen. I mean, it's just true. What I think is that you need to treat the Arabs that way, and they'll listen. You don't really need to say all of Lebanon shall burn. Listen, you guys, trust me, I'm about as right-wing Zionist as it gets. I'm pro one-state solution. I literally call to get Gazans out and have Gaza go back to Israel with no Palestinians in it. Like, there is a tactical way to do things. We still have to be smart. That's just a fact. Does that mean I don't think that he doesn't do a lot of great things? Like I said, with the guns, prisoners, how he's treated with them, the Temple Mount, 100%, I agree. But just do it. Does anyone disagree that Smotrich isn't doing a lot of great stuff that a lot of people consider quote unquote right-wing extremists? But you don't hear him. You don't hear him say more and more and more stuff that is used against the entire state of Israel. Just be the good guy. You don't have to explain you being the good guy. Leave that to the Hasbara agents like me.
They're, I don't know, it's a support or care for the Palestinians over the Israelis.
Right.
That doesn't mean you're anti-Zionist. Now, that's the problem, is that your side has taken the word Zionist and has really twisted it up.
Do not define themselves as Zionists. Do not define themselves as Zionists.
I don't know if that's true or not, but what do you think a Zionist is?
I think the term Zionist is like a Mott and Bailey argument where there's something very defensible, like Jews deserve a homeland for themselves. I won't argue against
self-determination in their land.
Sure, self-determination in their land. But then the actual Bailey is that we have to placate and justify all of these horrific
Go to Israel.
actions.
Half of them do not like the government, and they're all Zionists.
No, I know that.
You do not have to justify anything to be a Zionist.
No, I listen, I agree 1,000%. And Israel, I'm so proud of all of the Israelis that have been speaking out against this, and it seems like they speak out against it a lot more than Americans do.
How many Palestinians speak out against Hamas?
Not enough.
Yeah,
not enough.
I wonder why one's a monolith more
and I don't
isn't.
I don't think enough Israelis speak out. I don't think enough Zionists and Israelis speak out against genocidal Israelis.
Go to Tel Aviv.
I love how he went from, listen to what he said. He said, I'm so proud of the Israelis and they speak out against it even more than Americans. And then when I got him to admit that Palestinians are a total monolith and they don't speak out, all of a sudden he says,
I don't think enough Israelis speak out. I don't think enough Zionists and Israelis speak out against genocidal Israelis.
They went from even more than Americans to, shit, he got me. You know what? I don't really think it's that. I don't think it's that much.
Tel Aviv, I promise you, you will see plenty.
I was invited last year, actually.
You will see plenty.
Final point.
I guess my final point would be I do think we should
Here's
come
the
up
mic
with a new
drop
word, because I think it does such a disservice to start parsing words. And I understand definitions are important, but what we're seeing is an atrocity and has been going on over and over. Atrocities have been committed against the Jews and Israelis, absolutely. But when they're returning civilian deaths for an IDF soldier who's somewhere where he shouldn't be, say Lebanon, in South Lebanon, and then they return with civilians dying after that, that's not a good equivalence. And that's not just regular war, because they're not two equal sides.
They're there by the permission of the Lebanese government.
Beyond them not being two equal sides, just as they are, they're absolutely not two equal sides because of us. We fund them, we support them. We have this whole pseudo-religious extremist support of them when it comes to the Christian Zionists in America, like Ted Cruz and Mike Huckabee, who's supposed to be the ambassador to the U.S., saying, yes, let Israel take all of it. I wouldn't care if they take all of it. Is that not
pretty base?
Is that not wild? Like, that seems a little... So
I guess it depends on what he meant by it. I'd rather see more Americas and Israels in the world and more Islamist regimes.
He wanted the Greater Israel Project.
But if he just means take all of it by like killing them and just like, no, I don't agree with that. But if he meant it in the sense of, would I rather see more Americas and Israels in the world and less IRGC?
I think he specifically meant the Greater Israel Project, which would mean annexing parts of like 6 different countries and starting wars. So I don't
know what he meant.
And now that we're ingratiating our military with Israel, I think we should very much so.
That's not even close.
I'm not. Wait, what do you mean?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. That bill, I think it was like section 212 or 112 or something. Yeah, that's not what it says.
It's we're sharing technology.
Integrating our military.
No, we're sharing technologies.
As we've always done. The Burn Guard system started in 1977. We've been in that with Israel since 1977. Where did this complaining come from now? Yes, they've added tens of billions of dollars.
And it's not deepening the tie, or no? Is it not deepening a military ties?
Per Israel, I have no problem with that. I actually want to pull away from the $3.8 billion a year, but probably
so does Netanyahu.
Yeah, I think it's absolutely an incredible idea, but not for the same idea maybe some anti-Semites or anti-Zionists think of. But I want to pull away from that.
And I hope you don't.
Why did he laugh at that? Why is he against that? He said, so does Netanyahu. Isn't like, it's so funny. They're like, we give him $3.8 billion a year. And now that Netanyahu's like, yeah, we should start pulling away from that. Now all of a sudden that's a talking point. Like, yeah, Bibi wants to pull away from the like.
I don't think I'm not an anti-Semite.
I don't think at all. Nor do I really care, to be honest.
Okay, good. But it's just like I don't want.
I don't get into the argument of being like, you're an anti-Semite. Even if you are, I don't care. I'm going to debate your ideas.
Right. No, that's great. But just to clarify, like, I hold no hate in my heart for anybody. And it's because I'm passionate about this because of my Christian values and because I think everybody is absolutely equal before God. And I think all ethnic supremacy is evil.
Fair enough. To end, I would say, I think if we were to create a word, not a brand new one, but if we were to use a word, I would say accountability.
Accountability. Yes. Oof. Okay.
Thanks for watching all the way to the end.
Okay.
Why do you believe this is a genocide?
I believe this is a genocide based off of definition. I believe it's by intent. I think this is very strategic on purpose for the reason of ethnic cleansing. 100%.
Is ethnic cleansing legal in international law?
No.
It's not. Its actions within ethnic cleansing can violate the Rome Statute or IHL, and it's also separated from genocide. So do you think it's genocide or do you think it's ethnic cleansing? You can do both, but they are separate.
Definitely both together.
Okay, so why do you think it's genocide? You said it was based off of ethnic cleansing. Ethnic cleansing,
ethnic cleansing, blockade. I mean, well, blockade according to you. And I mean, they originally condemned it.
This guy was also really nice. This guy came up to me after, during the first or second break, and he said, he literally told me, he's like, you're the greatest debater I've ever seen. He's like, I'm in the politics Discord server, which is where I did that one stage thing some lives ago. I don't know if you guys remember. By the way, this coming up Saturday. What's today? Today's Sunday? Yeah. This coming up Saturday, I'm going back into the politics server, but we're going into like the Jewish lounge. I guess they have like a separate lounge for like Jews in there. And we're going to be doing like a Q&A on Saturday. But that same server, he's in it. And he said, yeah, you're the best debater I've ever seen. And he was really nice.
Of genocide, since you said based off the definition.
Elimination of people in part or whole.
Okay. You're mentioning a very key word there, the intent.
Yes.
To destroy a people. And to destroy a people in whole or in part.
Yes.
Based off of a protected status. Like in this case, I assume we're saying nationality. I don't think you're saying all Palestinians. I think you're saying specifically Gazans. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. So then nationality. So why do you think they have the special intent to destroy this people?
I don't think that you can crush 80% of structure, discrimination,
I didn't say
bombing.
Destroy buildings. It's not a concretized.
Well,
I said people
are being forcibly displaced. People are being killed, innocent people. And yes, we see tactics of guerrilla warfare being used.
Would you displace a people in a genocide? Why would you do that? What's the purpose of displacement? Why did Israel say, you go here? What was the purpose?
Originally, it's because they wanted to separate the terrorists, the Hamas, from civilians.
Okay, so why would you displace a people? I mean, I don't know if that was particularly it, because they know that the terrorists will just follow them. But nonetheless, what's the purpose of displacing a people?
Well, to separate them, to take them away from their homes. I mean, after this, the conflict, people are still in shambles, people are still in rubbles, and Hamas has been, 95% eradicated?
I mean, they don't have the exact numbers. I will say Hamas, they generally get the number right when they produce a number of the death toll, but they've always lied about how many civilians versus how many terrorists have been.
I mean, you'll never get the exact numbers.
But let's go with something you said. You said about 80% is destroyed. I don't think that's accurate. I think it's 80% is damaged or destroyed. But nonetheless, it's a high percentage. I don't dispute that.
Yeah.
But let me ask you, what is the even if we went Hamas's numbers, what percentage of the death toll? What percentage of the population has been killed according to Hamas?
population of Palestinians
About
or
this.
Hamas the Palestinians? Their
No, the
casualties? or-
population of Gaza is about 2.1 million.
Yes.
They said it's about 73,000 have been killed if we go with Hamas's numbers,
Yeah.
right? So that's about 3 to 4%. I don't know. I'm doing quick math in my head.
Yeah.
So can you answer me this? If 80% of the buildings have been damaged or destroyed, and I think it's fair to assume if a building collapses on you, you're almost certainly going to die. You might get lucky, but I think it's fair to say you're almost certainly going to die. Why does the percentage of the population not come even somewhat close to the percentage of destroyed buildings? My answer, and you can counter if you want, is that they got them out of the buildings before hitting the buildings. But that doesn't sound like genocide. What's your answer for why the percentages, the disparity is so huge?
I think the disparity is huge because we're playing like a long-term game here. 100%. I think 100%.
I love that answer.
Yeah, it's a long-term game.
I hear this all the time, and it's just like, it's a long-term game, but Israel's going in the opposite direction. When
Because
is
there's killing
Israel
generations, so long-term game, which you can obviously see, which is why Israel controls more of the land more and more throughout the years, throughout the decade.
According to the United Nations, there was more births in the first year of the war alone than the entire death toll in 3 years in Gaza.
Yes, but now children,
So they're going in the
parents. So
long run.
where are they
The
now?
long-term plan going to play out?
The long-term plan. I'm not going to go into like conspiracy saying there's like a greater Israel plan. But
I'm not
we
even
can
talking
see-
about greater plan. I'm talking about genocide. You're saying the genocide's happening,
Yes.
but it's super duper slow, Nick. It's going to be a long-term plan. They
is.
signed on to the Board of Peace. If they didn't commit this genocide in 3 years, if that's not long enough, when do they plan to destroy an entire population by, at minimum, just killing as much as being born to keep the population the same, let alone getting it lower? Just tell me.
Well, I mean,
I
it's
know you
a
don't have proof,
ridiculous
but give me something.
string of arguments because you understand, like throughout the course of the years, this didn't start. Which I know is a different topic. This didn't start on October 7th. It started a long time.
Just do my temporary pause so that way YouTube doesn't think this is just copyright. Fun fact, today, after the gym, me and my son, because my son goes to the gym with me, we went into this restaurant. I was actually visiting some family. I drove back into LA, tonight to do this live. But anyways, we went into this restaurant, this food place. They serve like Korean barbecue bowls or something like that. I don't know, whatever. This dude comes, he's the cashier. He's like going. He keeps looking at me, and he's like, taking my order, and he's like, "Hey, are you like on YouTube?" And I'm just like, "Yeah, I am." He's like, "Is your name Nick? And did you debate Sneeko?" It's just like, yeah, that's me. And then where I was visiting my family is actually a smaller town, so it's like a little weird. Like people sometimes recognize me in LA, Las Vegas, stuff like that, but like it's not a bigger place. Anyways, and yeah, I was just like, yeah, and he's like, "Oh my God, I love your work. I love your work so much." And sometimes you get nervous when someone recognizes you because either they're gonna love you or they're gonna hate you. Luckily, this was someone who really liked me, and yeah, he shook my hand. He's like, "Please keep doing what you're doing." Yeah, it was really nice.
Time ago.
Oh, I agree.
Exactly, and it's continuing to happen.
wait
So
to
it's a
get
very slow process of killing out a generation of people.
I'm 34.
Okay,
It's everything that
if
happened.
we're going since 1948, the Palestinians have increased 850%. So please tell me when
Yes.
this long-term population.
Oh, someone said he's in the chat. Oh, is the guy in the chat that saw me earlier? Well, anyways, I didn't know he was in the chat. I wasn't reading everything.
Decline is going to happen. Tell me. I know you don't have proof, but you're the one.
I think he was in the chat. Someone here mentioned they saw you at the restaurant. Okay, yeah. Okay, I didn't know. Yeah, that's the guy then. I told him, I was like, yeah, I did actually a 1v10 if you like my debates. There's one that was just released, and he was like, oh yeah, that's cool. Yeah, he was a nice guy, super nice. Yes, Flame Broiler. That's the name of the place. Yeah, that's the name of it. I couldn't remember. I just knew they served like these Korean barbecue bowls or whatever. It's really actually really good.
One making the claim.
I am making
long
the claim.
term. So tell me when it's going to play out.
It's playing out as we speak. It's not when it's going to play out. It's playing out as
Doing
we
a
speak.
very
and it's just
they're doing an awful job.
They're not doing an awful job.
Definitely
They're doing a great job because now we have the first time in human history of not first time, but we see this great display.
No, don't worry. It's not doxing myself. I don't live there. I was just visiting some family and stuff. I go there a lot. I travel up and down California a lot. But yeah, it was good. It was really good food.
I've said of genocide displacement. We've seen people.
Really?
Yes, we see live stream of kids getting bombed. Not the first time, but definitely the most prolific.
Okay.
And especially with the age of social media. And here's
You're right. The age of social media when evidence is abundant.
abundant.
And we still, you guys have the worst arguments
It's
for
the reason
genocide.
why
You
you
guys
win
have
public opinion.
everything. No, that's a different argument. I agree with you 100%.
Nick is
We all
doxed.
can probably agree with that. We're not going to argue that because it's just going to be an agreement. They are losing the court of public opinion. Israel is awful with it.
when there's more
100%.
cameras than ever. I don't think that's
100%.
ironic.
I'm with you.
I don't think
Let's
that's
think about
ironic.
what you're saying.
Because usually Israel gets to control the narrative, but now you have
Right. What do you mean Israel usually gets to control the narrative? What do you mean
with
by that?
legacy media.
You think Israel controls the media?
This is a good one. Real quick, I see you guys talking about merch. Remind me at the end of the debate. I actually have a plan for that. So yeah, we'll talk about it later.
I know it.
Okay, I'd like to hear about that. So
You would?
yes, does Israel control BBC? One of the largest medias in the world. Why do you have to think about that? That's legacy media.
No.
You said you know it.
Yeah, I do. I mean,
Okay.
BBC,
Yeah,
CNN,
BBC. So they control BBC.
they do control.
BBC offered or had to put up 2 corrections per week every single week throughout the entire war because of anti-Israel sentiment. And it's not just anti-Israel sentiment that was a lie. So they had to correct it 2 times a week
Yes.
for the entire war.
Yes.
Israel controlled that. Israel was putting up lies that made their image look terrible.
Well,
That's a weird strategy. I'd like to
it
hear
is
about that.
it is a weird strategy, and definitely I can't have anything to go against that because if you're putting out false information, no matter who it is,
You're the one that made the claim that they control BBC. Can
Yeah.
you explain to me how? Because
Yes.
you either have proof, which that'd be great, or you have evidence. The evidence I just provided would go against your claim. So
not
either-
necessarily.
Okay, perfect. Explain.
Not necessarily.
Explain.
I think we should move on to the other.
No, I think
argument.
we should explain that.
We should explain it.
Yes, you made the
How-
claim.
how
Don't back
explain
out
it?
now, or say maybe I'm wrong, and then we can move on.
I know I'm not wrong. I just don't have like my phone.
You
data.
know you're not. Oh, you need your phone.
Yeah.
Go ahead, look it up on your phone.
Oh, my phone's not over here.
You're gonna look up. You're gonna Google.
No, I'm not.
How does it
already
control
had it ready? I wasn't ready to say that who are the people that own BBC, who are the investors that own BBC. I mean,
Are you just trying to say Jews? Is that what you're
Israelis.
trying to do? Israelis own BBC. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I guess they're anti-Israel Israelis, which they maybe. I mean,
I'm not. But I'm saying, I mean, we just had a couple of days ago, not a couple of days ago, yesterday, reporters trying to go in from CNN and then getting their vans sewed with, they were stabbing, like they wouldn't let them inside the country to report on this. And this is something that happened yesterday. CNN reporters trying to go and investigate what's happening.
Let's look
around the
this up,
Gaza Strip.
actually.
As we
Who
speak, since the
owns-
ceasefire, quote unquote, there's been over 1,000 more Palestinians that have died. Yet
now
Hamas,
stay away from the yellow line.
that's your solution?
Just out of curiosity, let's see. So BBC is not owned by any individual shareholder or commercial company. It's an independent public service broadcaster. It operates as a corporate body under a royal charter and is held in trust for the public. Let's see if we can find. Okay, here we go. Royal charter sets out a public mission. The BBC board. Here we go. Responsible for ensuring the organization fulfills its mission and maintains editorial integrity, led by Chair Samir Shah. Okay, let's see. Let's see if Samir Shah is Israeli. Let's see. BBC. Okay. Something tells me this guy is not Israeli. He was born in Aurangabad, India, to Amrit Shah and Uma Bakaya. He's Indian. Yeah, just owned by Israelis, guys. Okay, let's keep going.
Yes. It's pretty simple, right?
The lines that we made
Shahstein,
at
you
any
mean?
point. I mean, like,
But they weren't.
You
They were
mean
made a long time ago. They're even labeled
Schaberstein?
in physical? They've been produced. Everyone knows about it. This
So
isn't a
that's
secret.
acceptable.
If you are a threat and you come towards the yellow line, you should
But
absolutely.
they can condemn anyone as a threat. That's what I'm saying. There's
They
no
could,
threshold.
but that's not a
It's not
good
they could,
argument.
they are.
That is not a good argument for your point. You can't just say they could. You're right, they could.
Well, they are. That's what I'm not saying they could. This is not a hypothetical. This is
Okay, what are
happening
they doing?
as we speak. 8 trucks are coming in right now, and innocent people, bringing in. They said, looks like a terrorist. Let's take him out.
Which are
We have.
wait, no, that's not how the trucks work. The humanitarian aid trucks actually work with the NGOs and they go to those areas. You're saying these people are coming.
So you guys know the paper he was flipping and everything is really funny. Like, you think I should have lost this debate because not only did about 50+% of them come with prepared notes, printouts, everything, which I didn't even know we were allowed to do. Not that I would have done it anyways. I don't need it, but they come with these prepared notes and printouts. And you can see them on their phone, not this kind of bigger guy right here. He was just kind of listening, I think, the whole time, but you guys can't see everyone like in the middle. They're all just like, after they're losing to me, they're like going and they're like Googling stuff and they like come back and it's so funny.
coming before it reaches its final
They
location.
actually.
Which you have notes.
book. World Central Kitchen. Main organization delivering
About the
food.
2024 incident.
No, I'm talking about actually
one.
last Thursday.
Okay. Can you tell me what happened? I don't know.
Yeah, so last Thursday, they came in providing aid. 2 people were killed on duty.
For is
Maybe
there any
talking
more
about
information?
actually.
I can't answer it if I don't know. I'll look into it after, but just for the purpose of this.
2 people killed injured. It was in
Not
Gaza camp
2024. He's talking about last Thursday.
last Thursday. We have July 9th. We have Thursday. We have Wednesday. Humanitarian vehicle transporting goods, and then strike, which there's still been strikes happening since the ceasefire. I'm trying to explain that.
Strikes happen. That's true. They
Where's this quote unquote ceasefire? I mean, like I
That's
said,
not what
it seems like the battle isn't
ceasefire-
going to end.
That's not what a ceasefire particularly means. Yes, in a perfect world, that's what it means, but actually, very rarely does that actually happen in reality.
True.
So, are we holding Israel to like a different standard or something?
Well, we should. They have the.
Yeah, I just looked it up. There's nothing. Because I thought he was talking about the 2024 strikes, and he said, no, I'm talking about last Thursday. Obviously, I didn't know at the time, but I just looked it up right now. No major incident involving he said two, right? Two killed? Two killed Rural Central KitchenAid workers occurred directly on or even after. I even went back to June 1st, 2026, which is definitely after this and after whatever last Thursday, right? Yeah, there's nothing. I actually have no idea what he's talking about. And I think this guy was pretty much in good faith, so I don't think he's like straight up lying. I feel like what happened was maybe he read something and just conflated it. Or maybe he's not a good faith and maybe he's just straight up lying. I don't know.
The whole spotlight on them. I mean, they're paying influencers to create
So
their,
we should
their good
hold people
narratives.
to a different standard.
No, we should hold them to the standard of, yes, you said there's a ceasefire, yet strikes are still happening. You said that there's a ceasefire, yet people are still being displaced. They've left the people, Palestinian people, in a place of no return, as they always have. I think the October 7th attack was one of the greatest things that could happen, so they can justify, again, killing even more people. I truly believe this. And not only this, you understand that 50% of their population is children. So they are playing, again, the long-term game of ruining these future generations of where they can never have...
You're making a lot of like half claims. And so it's pretty difficult to actually
95% confident.
claim. I don't know. What are we looking at?
I mean, that seems like a pretty good claim, but I mean, that's just it. So.
It's disagreeing with you. That's why it's red. The fact check is saying you're wrong.
Oh, well.
Yeah. Good job. Anyways.
That part was so hilarious. He was pointing to the fact checkers, which I stopped looking at. And yeah, he was just like, well, the fact check says I'm right. And it was like bright red, which means lie. And I was just like, yeah, it's saying you're wrong, dude. That was funny.
Pretty good claim, but I mean, that's just it. So.
It's disagreeing with you. That's why it's red. The fact check is saying you're wrong.
Oh, well.
Yeah. Good job. Anyways, so back to what I was saying, you're making a lot of like half claims,
okay,
right? So it's hard to like even talk about it very much, right? Because it's like you're saying, I believe da 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 da. I believe you believe that, but can you like go a little bit deeper and explain to me why you believe it with at minimum evidence, if not proof,
of why I believe what
you said multiple things.
Which claim? Like, tell me
we
directly.
can get back to the original claim. There was or is no genocide in Gaza.
Okay. So I think my thing is just going to go to the semantics. So I guess, like I said, due to the definition, you can't necessarily prove intent. I think one of the great things
that you just admitted it's not a genocide because that's one of the two required elements. No, this isn't an option.
I mean, if the ICJ calls it a genocide,
they haven't.
You won't call
but
it
nonetheless,
I said if they did, hypothetically.
So I already answered that question. Two elements are required. The physical and mental element, the mental being intent. You just said you can't prove intent. Therefore, if
no one can prove intent.
First off, yes, you can actually. But if you're saying you can't, or you're saying it's so difficult, and I'm going to use your words, you said the age of social media where the evidence is abundant, there's an abundancy of evidence.
Exactly.
And you still can't prove it.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. There's a reason why you are in the minority. You can't necessarily prove intention for anything, not definitively.
Appeal to
you could say it in writing. It's the same way that Benjamin Netanyahu said that.
So how do they use intent with the Holocaust?
We're destroying more in houses in Gaza to where they have nowhere to return to.
Based.
What? Who's they and what was he talking about? And
Benjamin Netanyahu in 2025, May 28th.
Okay, I'll look into that. How did we prove intent with the Holocaust?
Well, we have writings of Hitler himself saying directly. It was very, very...
Have you ever heard of the Wannsee Conference?
Pardon?
January 20th, 1942, the Wannsee Conference.
I have in history, not brushed up on it.
Yeah, here it is right here. Is that it? The speaker says Benjamin Netanyahu says something about intent.
Which one?
So he says Benjamin Netanyahu says something about intent in relation to the Holocaust. I don't think that's particularly right.
No, not the Holocaust.
I don't know. He said something about Benjamin.
And so the super chat, Dirk. Israel is committing a genocide, quote unquote, by taking every effort to avoid civilian casualties and brainwashing us all by getting BBC to publish pro-Hamas lies. Moving towards or away from the goal proves the goal. It's unfalsifiable. Yeah.
Netanyahu says he doesn't want, or he's destroying all the houses so Palestinians cannot return. Anyways, I'll look into it separately. It doesn't matter.
I just looked into it. He may or may not have said that. It was supposedly from a leaked conversation. So it's nothing he did or didn't say. It could just be somebody that said he said it. I don't know. But if he did say it, I'd say that's pretty base. It's still not genocide. At most, that would be, again, ethnic cleansing, maybe, I guess, which, okay.
what I'm saying, the Final Wannsee Conference, right? It was January 20th, 1942. Okay. And this was literally where they came up with the final solution for the Jewish people, where they actually decided from, complete displacement and deportations to we're actually going to systematically kill these people, right? If that was there alone and there was no actions, you could not pin the Nazis with genocide. If the actions were there and not particularly that, you could still claim it with some of the other sayings, but it would be harder. But when you have people saying something, okay?
Yeah.
Which, by the way, and I'm going to repeat again just to make sure it's very clear, the things that come out of like Ben-Gvir's mouth and other people,
Who is
do
this
not agree with,
genocide?
Okay.
Okay,
But what I am saying is that if Ben-Gvir says something and those actions aren't systematically taken, which I don't even think he has the ability to make that happen or not, but nonetheless,
He doesn't, by the way. Ben-Gvir has no power over this.
then no, it wouldn't be genocide. He'd just be a piece of shit.
So you
But
don't-
if he were to make a policy and there was a systematic whatever that he said and he played it out, then yeah, you absolutely could use that in a court.
so you don't believe there's any physical proof or intent?
Proof? Definitely not. Evidence? Yeah, again, listen, I'm not in this business of being like, well, do you think that? I told you what I think.
Yeah.
If you guys have it, then convince me. I have no problem. I will still be pro-Israel. I'll just be very much against those people, just like I'm pro-Germany, even though they had the Nazis. But I would be more than glad if you could convince me. I would be more than glad to say, you know what? That convinced me. You're absolutely right. These people are, by these people, it could be Netanyahu plus whoever else, are war criminals. Let's, throw them to the Hague. All for it.
I want you to.
I know I know what you want.
You know what I want? All right, so say the question I want to say.
I'm sure you want me to be going easier on you. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I want you to. What do you think that Israel can be condemned for the most, in your personal opinion? And I could do the same thing with Hamas, or
They need to do a better job with their image, and that can actually start with the Jews living in Judea and Samaria, although they're very much a minority and less than 1%. There are some that are absolutely thugs and criminals, and it doesn't do Israel any good when these people go and they start burning olive trees or attacking Arabs in Arab neighborhoods, and they do a lot of that in Area B, and there's a reason for that, which maybe we'll get into later when we talk about maybe the next one. But the point is that they do that because of the security split of the Oslo Accords in Area B, and they're thugs, and they're doing vigilantism, which I'm against, and they need to do a better job at shutting that down. Because all it does is it gives the other side, especially, along with just it's not morally correct, but they give the other side a way to say, look at what Israel's doing, when in reality, it's seriously less than 1%.
Yeah, I can understand that. And when I said even the age of social media, I mean, you could have like one Israeli person doing something and it's going to get blown out of proportion. Everyone's going to think this is the majority. And that's just not the case. I mean, I'm around a lot of Israeli Jews like all the time. Literally, my roommate's my best friend. I love him to death. My business partner, my goddad. Like I said.
He's Israeli, you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he is.
Final point.
His godfather's Israeli, and this is how he speaks. That's fucking insane.
But final point. Definitely, like I said, it's gonna go. I don't think you can prove intention. It's really, really hard unless you're gonna just go out and say it. And it's just
If you guys are going to have a real rough time here.
I think this is the hardest one to prove. Like I said, semantics, but it's been great for sure.
Cool.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks for watching all the way to the end. All right. Watched a lot of debates with you lately.
I think this actually was the first guy. Don't quote me, I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure this was actually the start of the debate.
They don't go super well attacking you. So I'm going to ask a lot of debates. It helps us grow the show and helps us get bigger guests. Thank you so much. All right. Watched a lot of debates with you lately. They don't go super well attacking you. So I'm going to ask some more questions for understanding. In the court of law, you've argued.
AKA, he says I win every debate.
Argued very well that it's not a genocide, but it seems that the court of public opinion, the Israel side, is not doing well.
I agree.
That being said, having like the same social media and the ability to put out content, why do you think Israel is struggling so much with that opinion?
Yeah, I think. I mean, I just want to clear up.
Yeah.
I don't think this has anything to do with genocide, but to answer your question per se, I think that overall Israel is always going to, and pro-Israel is always just going to
Nick
have.
attacks
we're not
back,
gonna
and
have
that
a number.
sucks.
A quarter of the entire world is already Muslim.
Okay.
And not that there's not Muslim Zionists or maybe some that don't particularly care, but I think it's fair to say that generally they're going to support they're going to be pro-Palestinian or at least anti-Israel, if not pro-Palestinian. And then, you look into the Red Green Alliance and you have leftists, Marxists, and then of course there's even people on the right-wing side, what I think colloquially people call the woke right. Add all that together, you're always going to be outnumbered, which that's fine. But when it comes to social media is boosted by fake engagement. And when I say fake, I don't necessarily mean it's always literal bots, although I do think those exist, of course. But I'm just saying that people say, I mean, literally, I hate to bring this guy up because I think he's a piece of shit, but Nick Fuentes literally just said a couple days ago, he's like, you can just type in "fuck Israel" and it's like boom, 150,000 likes, and I think that's true. And it's like, that's insane. Even if I saw someone that said "fuck Palestine," I'd scroll.
Yeah,
like this is stupid.
So to not necessarily concede, but to clarify the argument, so the ICJ has not ruled that it is a genocide. If they were to rule it, where would you see either the disconnect, or you can be like, hey, like that makes sense?
Yeah, I mean, just let me ask this a follow-up question. If they rule it, are they providing information that we had no access to? Like, hey, here's something and why we ruled it this way, or is it just based off their opinion off of everything I've already seen?
So so it would be providing the intent that you have been arguing against. That
based off of the information I already know about, or is it something new?
What is available now?
I would disagree with them. I don't particularly respect the ICJ, but if they were to produce something either that was new or maybe that already existed but I haven't seen yet, that it convinced me, yeah, then I would say that makes sense. It's a genocide. And I would be very much against it, and I would call for a change in anyone that's involved in the government and leadership of Israel. Because either way, I'd still be pro-Israel in the sense that I'd want what's best for it, but I'd be very much against that people. But however, I don't believe in this idea, and I think this is something on the pro-Palestinian side you guys fail at all the time, is that I do not. Sorry, I just want to be blunt. I don't believe in this idea that someone said something, so therefore I'm right.
Correct. The appeal to authority,
right? And I think that happens a lot. I just met you today. Actually, I met all you guys. I didn't know you guys, but I'm not saying you guys do that, but it happens a lot. And so whether it's the ICJ or that thing that you can pay to subscribe, the International Scholars, whatever they were called, I don't care. If you make an argument, if Al Jazeera makes an argument and it's convincing, I will buy into it because you have convinced me, not because you said it.
Well, I do have my notes saying I'm not going to appeal to authority. Sure. But so of the things that you see now, they have not proven that there is intent, more or less.
Dolus specialis specifically, right? That's the special intent that's required in genocide, because intent is pretty vague.
I totally agree. I had a Wingardium Leviosa joke in there for when you were going to say that. But you kept going. So the intent that you are...
I could tell this guy watched a lot of my debates because he was like, yeah, I've heard you say that. I've heard you say that. Which, hey, by the way, respect. Seriously, I respect that a lot.
Sharing to protect.
Just know that even if you watch all my debates, you're still going to lose against me.
Protect civilians and do things in the correct manner. How would you say Israel is going about that? Now, like, I agree they are taking steps to do specific things. Pro-Palestinian would say it's not enough, but could you explain to the people without arguing?
Yeah, sure. I mean, not enough. I just want to say you kind of already just conceded it's not really a genocide because of that special intent. The Wingardium Leviosa Dolus Specialis was there. I got it for you.
Yeah.
When that was there, then what that specifically means and what separates that from intent and other international law is specifically that it can't be something that they are doing for another action, like targeting.
You win because you're on the right side.
Hamas members, and you get to double up and say, but it also did this, so therefore I'm going to double up and call it genocide. No, Dolus Specialis versus just intent by itself means you are doing it with that sole purpose of genocide. To answer your question,
next guy,
how do I think Israel's doing so far? Listen, I was in the U.S. military for 12 years. During my first, maybe second deployment, I couldn't leave the base. None of us could, because a year before there was a United States Marine Corps guy who hired a prostitute and he killed her. I think via strangulation. So the reason I bring that up is I think there can be individuals that do something wrong. I think the IDF is not immune from that. And if there's an IDF soldier that does something wrong, big or small, they should be absolutely punished, 100%. If they were to do something like just kill somebody unjustly because they thought it was fun, right? Child, woman, man, if it's an innocent person, they should be thrown in jail for sure. The problem is people try to use these examples to try to attribute a systematic problem across all of Israel.
Not quite there yet. So as far as agreement on numbers, because I know there's a lot of debate, but I think I'm going with your numbers here. We have 73,000 deaths, 20,000 Hamas. Are we taking
definitely more than that? But
more than that. Oh, so what would the
Hamas back in 4 months into the war? So November, December, January, February. Yeah, it was a report released back in February that Hamas actually admitted to losing 6,000 of their members. Now at the time it was the articles of the Times of Israel and also Reuters. But anyways, 6,000 of their members. And at the time, it was reported as 12,000 from the IDF and I think some international reports. But let's go with Hamas's numbers, right? That's just 4 months into the war, 6,000 members. And that doesn't even include PIJ, PRC, Army of Islam, Palestinian Brigade, PFLP, DLP, collaborators, which I think should die just as much as, I guess, Sinwar. So... yeah.
Well, I'm not arguing with you on numbers.
No, sure.
Yeah.
Listen, Hamas has admitted, I believe, they said that they've recruited somewhere between, I think, 25.
Just give you guys kind of this sourcing real quick. Just a couple different sources here. Jesus Christ, what's happening here? So yeah, it's a couple different sources here, but anyways, here it is. In the first acknowledgement of significant losses, Hamas official says some 6,000 operatives have been killed in Gaza. Like I said, this was 4 months into the war. October, November, December, January, February. Yep, 4 months into the war. Hamas official based in Qatar tells the Reuters news agency that the group estimated that it lost 6,000 fighters during the 4-month kill, about half that Israel has said it's killed, which is 12,000. Here's another source on it. Same source. It's all from Reuters, but these other people talked about it as well. So yeah, that's for those that are wondering, that's where I get it from. I always like to give you guys like a little bit of sources, so that way if there's anyone in the chat that also does these debates sometimes, even if it's through like a comment section, you guys have this information.
To 30,000, somewhere around that range, just during the war, and that was a while ago. I don't know if they've recruited more even since then. And I believe the reports from before October 7th said there's somewhere between 35,000 to 50,000 Hamas members. So if you kind of combine that together, that's, let's say at minimum, let's say 35,000 and 25,000, that's 60,000 Hamas members.
So then only 10,000 civilians.
No. I don't think all Hamas members have died. I'm just saying how many exist.
I was very
I was not trying to say 60,000 Hamas members have been killed.
Okay.
What I want to ask you real quick.
Could be
is,
60,000
how many
Hamas members, though.
rockets and operations was Hamas doing from October 6th or even early on?
You did ask this previously, and I do not recall, but I do. Was it 1,000 or what?
Well, it depends on the month. Hundreds to thousands of per month. How many are they sending now?
Wait.
How many are they sending now?
I'm trying to figure out the relevance to the statement because
I'll tell you why. Just tell me how many they're sending now.
I do not have the accurate information. Okay.
So would you say that they have been militarily and capability-wise have been decimated, if not severely weakened?
Yeah.
So then what does that tell you about and I went with the bare minimum number. What does that tell you about the 60,000?
Those maybe not understanding what I'm getting here. It's like, think about it. If there is at minimum 60,000 Hamas fighters, and just to remind anyone in case you missed it, right? Reports show that there's about 35,000 to 50,000 Hamas members before October 7th. Okay, could be more, could be less, but somewhere around that ballpark. I went with the bare minimum. Let's just go with 35,000. Hamas themselves have admitted, and they've recruited about, give or take, 25,000 Hamas members during the war. And by the way, that's a relatively older report. I'm sure they've recruited tens of thousands of more. I'm just going with based off of I think that was a 2024, maybe 2025 report. So this is pretty much bare minimum here. That's 60,000 Hamas members, probably more. If Hamas was sending hundreds to thousands of rockets, depending on the month, right? Sometimes it was a lower end with hundreds. Sometimes it was thousands, if not 10,000 plus, right? If they went from sending up to thousands to tens of thousands of rockets in a single month to zero, that should tell you guys something about how many Hamas members have been killed. That doesn't mean literally every single one, but it does show that at least a majority or significant portion, really, at minimum, has been killed.
I'm not saying all 60,000 have died, but that should be a good indicator.
Yes, I served in the military for 12 years.
Well, no, I'm not countering numbers. Just wanted to say what the numbers were. So then 170,000 injured. Are we arguing that?
That sounds about right.
Okay, and then around 2 million displaced?
Yeah, for sure. They've been displaced.
So when
Which is a good thing, by the way.
Yeah, we don't want to harm the civilians.
Right.
Like, definitely on board with that.
You either displace them and bomb, or you don't displace them and bomb, which would be genocide.
So, because I think we're getting close on here. When intent or specialis, if you want to say it again,
Bullet specialis, yeah.
Parasium, I think that's another.
Say special intent. It's the English.
Okay, special intent. In a court of law, who gets to decide intent? Is that the oppressor or the person being on trial, or is that the judge?
Yeah, so I mean, you're talking about like specifically the ICJ?
Yeah.
They have a panel,
correct,
right, with a head judge.
Yeah.
And yes, if the person, which they don't technically have to, but if the person the defendant were to come, they're allowed to provide evidence just like any other.
Here's a report I'm reading right now. This is from wait. Where'd it go? There it is. This is multiple reports, including ODNI, but this is from January to March of 2025. Okay, so like there's a Reuters one that's January 24th, 2025. There's an I-24 that says March 18, 2025, but it's about the same thing. The March 18th, 2025 says that they have reportedly recruited about 20,000 men. Okay, let's go with the January one because that's even less. That one's 10 to 15,000 men. And it says that they estimate that 20,000 Hamas fighters still remain. Okay, so think about this. Let's go with the bare minimum of just 10,000 recruited. Okay, I'll explain why. If 10,000 only were recruited, which is a very small number, because like I said, in March it says 20,000 recruited, but let's go with 10,000. Let's just cut it in half. And if 20,000 remain, that means 10,000. I don't even know why I've never made this point before. That means 10,000 of the original Hamas, aka before October 7th, remain, right? Just think about that. If 10,000 have been recruited, 20,000 exist. Basic math, 10,000 come from before October 7th. If 15,000 were recruited, because it says 10 to 15,000, then that means only 5,000 from before October 7th remain. But let's go with the most just fairest number for the pro-Palestinians. If all but 10,000 before had been killed, you guys get where I'm coming with this? 20,000 remain, 10,000 new recruits minimum. That means 10,000 from before October 7th remain. Before October 7th, at minimum, there was 35,000 Hamas members. At minimum. Could be more. Could be up to 50,000. Let's go with the bare minimum. 35,000 to 10,000. That would be 25,000 Hamas members killed. And that's just January of 2025. That's not even... Dude, I don't even know. I've never thought about this before. I need to make a video on this. Let me write this down. That would mean 25,000 have been killed in just January of 2025. That's almost 2 years ago, more than a year and a half ago. If we assume 50,000 Hamas members prior to, and we assume 10,000 have only been recruited, then that means it went from 50,000 to 10,000. That means 40,000 Hamas members had been killed. You guys do with that information what you want. Thanks for the super chat, Conservative Kelly. Nick, why do they never admit the civilians who participate and continue to after 10/7?
Trial.
Good question.
It is a panel that they go with. I don't particularly respect the ICJ or really international.
Dang it.
No, I just don't. Listen, and for both sides, honestly, I think they do an awful job for the Palestinians. I think they do an awful job when their microscopic view on Israel. I think they do an awful job in anything. Honestly, I would say the same thing, even if they were the most pro-Israel organization in the world. I don't respect international governments. They have no authority over sovereign states, in my opinion.
Could you get to your claim?
Yeah, no,
11 minutes in.
Yeah, absolutely. So if intent specialis is going to be proven, if there is certain conduct, patterns, statements, well, so if it comes to statements, you've refuted that very well, and that does not determine intent or special intent.
Correct. Damn right, I refuted it well.
Holocaust, the saying we're going to do this thing did not determine whether it was a genocide or not. But sliver, if we are going to get the genocide ruling, that's going to be from the pattern and knowing of the attacks or the killing of civilians. Would you agree?
Yeah, I think all that's evidence. I don't think that by itself is proof. But yeah, and including statements actually can be used as evidence too, but definitely not proof.
Okay. So would the proof of the reoccurring bombings or attacks, would that be...
How many bombings has there been in Gaza? Let's just get to the numbers real quick.
That would be a fantastic
Do you know how many tons of explosives have been used in Gaza?
No.
So according to Al Jazeera, some reports say 150,000, some say up to 200,000.
Yeah.
Let's go with that 200,000. That would be 200,000, 2,000 pounds, right? The most.
I could have said that, yeah.
Right. And so that means, I would say arguably, it's definitely over 500,000 explosives, whether they're small explosives like drones or tank shells, or if we're talking about the very commonly used GBU-39, which Israel actually made smaller than the American-made GBU-39 to minimize civilian deaths. They're about 38 pounds, give or take, of explosives. Point I'm making is, if you were to arguably say, if the intent was there to either do indiscriminate bombing, meaning
I'm saying there's a high standard like that needs to be met. Like I agree with
that standard right now. Yeah. So if an explosive, right? Let's go with the GBU-39. I'm not even gonna say a 2,000-pound bomb. A GBU-39. If the intent was to either genocide or even indiscriminately bomb, like I don't give a shit if I hit this child, this Hamas member, I'm just bombing. What do you think is a fair and conservative estimate of how many people would that bomb kill? If the intent was to kill civilians,
I think, regardless of the claimed intent, if you know what the outcome is going to be, which to fend for the Israel side, it's very low. I'm just saying, if the genocide label is going to be put on it, it is going to be because it's going to be
a conservative estimate then.
Well, how many is it? 1 to 1? Is it 5 to 1?
Sorry, what?
Are you saying, do I say 1 to 5, 5 to 1?
No, I'm not talking about ratio. I'm talking about number of Palestinians. If the intent was to kill Palestinians,
oh, 3%. I got that.
That's not what I'm asking.
Hang it.
If the intent was to kill Palestinians,
yes,
What do you think, conservatively speaking, even that one bomb would do if the intent was to target or kill civilians?
I don't think that you get to decide if it was intended to kill civilians, but whether or not it is.
You're deciding that because you do believe it's a genocide, right?
I believe that the standard is very high, and if it is going to get there, that would be this reason. And that's why I don't.
Do you believe it's a genocide? Can you just say if you do or no?
I think Can
we get somebody that believes it's a genocide?
Well, I think that there needs to be a discussion about it, because usually when someone says genocide, they come at you with oh, you're a bad person, therefore these things are happening. But in the courts, it's a very high standard. And I'm saying if that's going to be met, it is from these reasons. And I think that we agree.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
Thanks for watching all the way to the end, guys. Please hit like and subscribe. It helps us grow the show and helps us.
All right. So I will tell you that the reason that I've been
this guy, Bennett, he was a nice guy. He was relatively intelligent compared to, I guess, the rest. He probably did the best. Still a lot. I mean, I'm not saying he did well. I'm just saying that compared to the rest of them, I think this guy did the best because I think he was more collected. Pavlovian response to Nick's live chats. I get hungry.
Part of a lot of the protests against what Israel has been doing is I think that their actions reflect a collective mindset of valuing the lives of one group of people a lot less than the lives of another group of people.
Is it the job of Israelis to value another people more? And is it the job of the Palestinians to value another people more than their own?
Well, I mean,
I'm not saying dehumanize them and just kill them all, but I think like America's government's number one job is to care mostly about Americans. Israelis' government's number one job is to care more about Israelis than anyone else. And even the Palestinians, whether we're talking about PA, Hamas, whoever, is to care about the Palestinians more than anyone.
I mean, I agree with you. I think it's a tough question that we're not really morally consistent about when it is okay to value your own group more. I mean, I'll be honest. I don't know about that. I mean, I'll be honest. Do you think white people should be allowed to say that we think white people are worth more than non-white people?
I don't care if people have a pride in color of skin. I don't particularly give a shit about that. I care about culture and nationality even, which goes into culture. So could they say that? Yes. Are you asking, do I agree with that? I don't give a shit. I care more about culture. I mean, the answer to that is yes.
I mean, I'm not even saying necessarily about culture, but just generally, would you be comfortable with white people saying that they value the lives of other white people, not their friends or people they're related to?
Whether a black or a white or a Mexican, I don't really put much focus on people like that in my life. Now, if they're going beyond that to advocate for violence against anyone, whether it be Muslims, Jews, browns, blacks, whatever, then...
like expand, not that I answered wrong, but just to kind of expand. When I said like value your people over, that doesn't mean I say devalue other people. So that's kind of what I was explaining here. Like if a white person went from like, hey, I want to, go with my people more. Again, I think it's pretty stupid to like care that much about literal just skin color, right? There's a lot of trashy white people. But whatever. The point is, if somebody did say that, if they were coming from a place of just like, hey, I'm proud to be white. Okay, cool. Again, I think you should go a little bit more into like which way. Like if you said I'm proud to be Italian, I'm proud to be Irish or whatever, cool, that's fine. If you're coming from a place of like, I'm so proud to be, let's say, Irish, that I want to go to blacks and like, attack them, then no, of course not. So that's kind of what I meant by this.
Then yeah, I would put a care into that because that'd be my fellow Americans. But if they're just saying it like on an X post, I don't care. And I think a lot of people would do better if they stopped caring about shit like that.
I mean, it's one thing not to get worked up over offensive things that people say online, but I think that's a different question from whether the statement is inherently offensive. And perhaps this is the core of the moral.
It's up to you if you want to get offended.
I mean, that's true, but I mean, I think that our code of morals that we live by should involve being able to clearly say, I think that statement is offensive is wrong. Even if it's a loser on X with 73 followers.
I do think it's wrong.
No offense if you have 73 followers, but
I do think it's wrong. I'm sorry, maybe I misunderstood your question. If you're asking me like just what do I think on a personal level, yeah, I don't agree with that. But I thought you meant like, sorry, maybe I misunderstood your question.
Okay. I mean, that's why I'm saying that I think that the country and their government's collective actions reflect a mindset of valuing one group of people's lives a lot less than another. And I do believe that that's morally wrong. And I think that is reflected in survey results, polls of the Israeli people, that I think it's reflected in their actions. I mean, are you familiar with the polls done by a professor, a Penn State professor, I believe his name is Tamir Soya? Do you know what I'm talking about?
His actual findings.
I mean, if you believe
unless they were released very recently.
If you believe that there's methodological errors, I'm saying he has claimed that he's done.
Yeah, he wouldn't release them.
I mean, he's done what he said is he's done surveys of Israelis, Muslims, and Jews living in Israel, and the numbers he published were that about 80% of Israeli Jews in his survey said that they believed that all Arabs should be removed from Gaza. And about 50% of the survey respondents said that they believed all people of Arab ethnicity should be removed from Israel. There's 50% of Israeli Jews saying they want all Arabs removed from Israel.
Was it like right-wing religious people? Was it people from Tel Aviv? Do you know? If you don't know, just say you don't know. I'd be very interested in learning that, because if you go into Tel Aviv, you wouldn't get that at all. And Tel Aviv is not the biggest city. Jerusalem is, but population-wise, but it's, I want to say second. I could be wrong about that, but I want to say second. And so, yeah, listen, I think I think polls do this all the time. They do it a lot against. Are you a conservative or are you liberal?
Generally liberal.
Okay, well, I'm conservative, and so I think they do this a lot against conservatives, where they go into like universities, which are generally going to be left wing, and then they say Americans, da 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 da, and it's just kind of like a lot of conservatives are like, when the hell did I answer that? Not me personally, but like nobody. I'm not saying that that's what happened. I'd be more than glad. I don't know if last time I checked, he wouldn't really release the methodology. If we're thinking of the same one, I'd be more than glad to check into it. If you just go into Israel, that's not the case. I'm also curious on how the question was asked and at what point was it asked. If you asked, according to the Arab research, it's actually a Palestinian. It wasn't PCPSR. It was another Palestinian polling group. They asked the favorability of different groups to both Gazans and those in the West Bank. And they found 89% supported the military wing of Hamas.
And I'm not saying that there aren't racist attitudes prevalent among Palestinians living in Gaza and the West Bank either.
Well,
but I'm saying, I think
do we think it's actually 89%?
I mean, to your question about, this is something that he actually agreed with. Your speculation is something he confirmed in his findings, which is that I believe that people living in the larger metro areas, and I think worldwide, whatever the political question, that tends to be true. People living in the larger metro areas will give the more progressive skewing answers compared to people living in the rural areas. Like, a lot of people do not believe, they're very surprised if you tell them about 50% of Americans don't believe in evolution. I think it's gone down since then. But the bottom line is, like, you and I would think everybody we know believes in evolution. Well, there's lots of benefits to hang out with other smart people who believe.
Is 50%?
Yeah, there was a survey that found at one point.
Do you actually think that's true?
Yes, because if you go to rural areas, and I spent just enough time around people outside like the big cities, that I absolutely do believe. And when the vote,
you understand, you're kind of proving my point, right? If you do go to those areas, you can make a poll say that. But when the poll came out, did it say rural areas or did it say Americans?
No, the poll is majority of people in rural areas don't believe in evolution. The minority of people in cities do. The overall total is the 50%. It's a cross section of the whole country, and this is similar to what he found in the survey of Israeli Jews. The ones that skewed most religious and most conservative and most rural.
I don't think you're understanding my point, right?
Okay.
Do you agree if you were to take, like you said, there's more progressives in metro areas. If you were to take all of that, that would make up, I don't know what the actual percentage is of American population, but is it fair to say the majority of, even if you add in all the rural areas?
Yes, and they factor that into the polling methodology.
So that's my point, though, is that I don't think they do really factor, because if you were to say 50% based off of rural areas, but we're trying to get an American total, obviously you're not going to ask every single American in a poll. You try to have a methodology that gives us a general understanding, plus or minus 3%.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is that I know that not to be true, because first off, even if 100% of rural people, 100% of them, which obviously some of them believe in evolution even if they live in rural, but if 100% of them said that they didn't believe in it, right, it still wouldn't even come to 50% of the entire country, right? So I think what ends up happening is a lot of times things are skewed in one direction, and also depending on how the question is asked, right? You can ask a question that's like, do you think evolution exists at all, micro or macro, right? Some people don't believe in macro, they believe in microevolution. And so they might answer that question, yes. If you come to them and you say, do you believe evolution exists? The same person might say no, because you didn't give that clarifying information, and they're thinking maybe they're like a biblical freak or something, like, I don't know, they just like, I don't believe in it at all. And so they say no. I'll look into the study. I promise you I will. I hope he's released his methodology right now. I'm just saying that it doesn't make a lot of sense.
Okay. Well, what I've heard about it from was a article in Haaretz. It was by Dalia Scheinlin. She was the person who interviewed him and summarized his findings for her article. She at least claimed that she talked to him and he was very transparent about, I don't know,
do you know when it was
formally
released?
Published. The article that I'm thinking of is 2025. And so Dalia Scheinlin, Haaretz article, it should be the first thing that comes up if you search for it.
I'll look it up.
And the concerning findings are about 50% of Israeli Jews saying that they believe that all people of Arab ethnicity should be removed from Israel. I understand that if you have been to Tel Aviv and talked to people, that might seem very surprising, but that's the reason I brought up the evolution study. When you hang out in areas, it's easy to forget that the people outside of those areas.
The reason I asked when it was is, and I'm not saying it necessarily justifies it, but we see throughout the whole world, actually. You'll see this in Gaza, you'll see it in Israel, you'll see it in America. When something very big happens, you will see a sort of winding down, like there's a spike in someone that might answer yes to that, like after October 7th. Same reason this Arab research poll out of I want to say it's out of Ramallah, but I could be wrong. They show that 89% supported the military wing of Hamas. But if you look at it today, It's still, I think, way too high, but it's closer to 50%. Huge difference. Now, of course, a lot of that could be they thought Hamas was going to be the ones to free them, and then they're like, man, they fucked us over. That could be part of it, or it also could be, or there might be a small mix of just things have died down, at least compared to.
Yeah, but I need to talk to YouTube, make sure it doesn't go down. I'm trying to look into, because I told him I would look into this article, and so I'm looking into it right now. So far, there is one from Dahlia Scheinlin, excuse me. I'm looking into that one, but there was a separate one about the same poll from May of the same year that actually talks about it, and it only asks 1,000 Jews in Israel, but I'm looking into it. He still hasn't released any of his methodology, but maybe he has. I'm trying to find it.
To just like right after October 7th. I'm not saying that that's necessarily okay. As for the Gaza one, I don't really see a problem with that in some ways. It just depends on the context, actually. But as for just like removing someone like Yosef Haddad, right? That guy fights for Israel. He's an Israeli Arab. He's very well known. He's a good friend of mine. I just saw him a month ago, walking with him on the streets. Everyone goes up to him, loves the guy. So I have a hard time believing 50% would say, I want to kick you out, or others.
I mean, I've encouraged people to look more into the methodology of it. I think the relevance to this question, to get back to what you were asking about, are they committing a genocide?
I just want to say one more sentence. I don't attack a people based off of something as stupid as like a skin color. I attack an ideology. If you're an Israeli Arab and your ideology is to like, you can have your problems with Israel, but your ideology is to upbring the country, I think that's great. If you're a Jew, Muslim, whatever, your ideology is to undermine it, then I have no kind words for you.
Yeah, and I think that's great that we live in a country where most people do think that way, and even for most people that would strongly.
Hey, real quick, I'm reading the Twitch chat. I saw somebody said pay attention to it. I didn't have it up. I'm sorry. I'm putting it up right now. I don't really see what I'm supposed to be reading though. Wait, you're a veteran? Yes, I'm a veteran. Thank you for your service. Thank you. I appreciate it. You respect the dude, bro. Yeah, I'll look. Hold on one sec.
Disagree with. They still agree that you should not denigrate somebody based on something like ethnicity, and that's why this seems so alien to us. But that's why I've encouraged people to dig more into this. And so, to the question of genocide and genocidal intent, I think one thing worth clarifying is there's a difference between whether the International Court of Justice can prove beyond a reasonable doubt. I actually don't know if they use the same technical definition as for a criminal conviction in the United States. But there's a difference between proving beyond a reasonable doubt versus just what do you and I think is true? What do we think is probably true? I think OJ is guilty. I think he did it. He was not criminally convicted. They could not, under our system, they could not prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. But we can still have a conversation about whether it's true that he did it. Now, the question of whether it's true, whether there's intent, I think when you're talking about a country where just over 50% of Israeli Jews, I mean, assuming that whatever caveats we can do to look into this, in a country where there is just over a majority of Israeli Jews believe that all Arabs could be kicked out of the country, that greatly increases my.
Nothing to do with genocide. I disagree with them. This has nothing to do with it. Let me just ask you a question. How many people did Hamas kill on October 7th in really just 6 hours?
Best I've heard is 1,200. I'm not here to defend Hamas.
No,
I've been to the
I know.
How about, let me tell you, I've been to the pro-Palestine protests in Seattle where they started chanting like "Long live October 7th." And there's a video of me going, "Jesus Christ, are you guys serious?" And then when they did it again on the next anniversary, I went with a sign that said, "Free Palestine, fuck Netanyahu, but stop cheering for Hamas, you absolute cock muppets." And
yeah, that's good.
I wanted to do the meme of the guy standing in front of the whole crowd. It's like, you're all wrong.
No, that's awesome. I didn't say that because I think you're defending Hamas. The reason I asked is they killed about 1,200 people in 6 hours, most of them civilians. Even the ones that they try to claim like were IDF, some of them were security, and some of them just happened to be IDF, but they weren't actually even wearing uniforms when they killed. So Hamas killed them. They killed them because they were IDF. But nonetheless, let's go with it. So 1,200 people in 6 hours. If Israel, and that's just with AKs, grenades, fire accelerants, RPGs, etc. They were able to kill that many in 6 hours, right? That shows to intent, especially with such a low capability. Do we agree Israel has much more capability than Hamas does?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know if Israel were to kill, not even at a faster rate, because even though they have jets and missiles and all that stuff, just at the same rate Hamas killed at, do you know how long it would take to get to the death toll that we're currently at in Gaza, according to Hamas?
I mean,
if they were killing at the same rate as Hamas.
Division problem. You worked it out right.
2
Tell
weeks.
me. Okay. So, I mean,
Israel would have killed that. Israel would have gotten the death toll that we've gotten in almost 3 years would have happened in 2 weeks if they had the same intent as Hamas. And again, that's with significantly more capability.
Okay, but if your point is that you don't believe that Israel is killing the maximum possible number of Gazans, part of the definition of genocide...
Well, no, the maximum number of Gazans would be 2.1 million.
Okay, well, the maximum possible number that they could kill, if you assume that
it would
they
be
could kill all
2.1
of them if
million.
they wanted to. And I remember that, you know the group Jubilong that used to come out with the billboards and something like "Come for the bagels, stay for the lack of hell," and eventually they went into these much more cringy ones that say things like "Trust us, if we wanted to commit a genocide, we would." I think what they are saying is that they're working from the definition of genocide as like wiping a people out completely. But the UN Commission report, for regardless of what you believe about their other conclusions,
it's an advisory opinion.
One of the things that but the definition they were working from was destruction in whole or in part of a people based on now you could hey wait a minute,
that's actually not true. That you're talking about the one that was just released like a week or two ago.
There are multiple ones. I'm not aware of these different definitions, but the key thing is that they use the word in part, not they say in whole or in part. In other words,
so do you know what in part means based off of case studies?
I mean, it means what it means. If it
you think it just means in part? So if you kill one person and you have the intent to kill that person, it's a genocide. That's in part, right?
I think if you are killing a number based on a protected category.
Do you know what the average? If you look at all the genocides in the world, right, or in history, do you know what the general average is that the population that is being targeted goes down?
I'm not saying it's the worst genocide in history.
I didn't say the worst. I said the average.
Okay. Well, I'm not saying it's even above average. Okay. I think that people who are claiming that Israel is committing the worst atrocity in history are very confused, but I'm not saying that. But the question is whether it meets the definition of a genocide, even if it was falling short of other genocides.
So in part, based off of case studies, specifically means, right? You still have to prove that intent overall. It doesn't mean literally in part, because if it did, then you could kill one person and it would technically be a genocide, right? Because that's in part. What it has to do, it has to be a substantial percentage of the population with that special intent being implied. Or it could also mean, kind of like with Hitler, where he had the plan to kill them all, but he just failed. But so therefore, technically in part, right? One of those two, that's what generally case studies and other things say. It's not literally in part as in just any number, because again, then one person would be a genocide, right? Technically.
But, I mean, but then, 70,000 is a much more realistic.
That's 70,000 civilians?
More question is...
That's 70,000 civilians?
Well, even if you back out military fighters.
Let me ask you, why,
if that many... Well, okay, let
me just ask you
can go first.
Why do you think Hamas, right, who's the biggest thing they have against Israel is international pressure, why do you think they don't separate?
Okay, just real quick. So I found the Scheinlin's report on the Haaretz article that he referenced, and I was reading it. Sorry for the silence for a little bit. So he's correct in the sense that she says what he says she says, but it's ridiculous. So there's a section called methodology. It says, to access the poll's credibility, I contacted Sorik, whom I've never met. He generously shared all the raw data showing the sample distribution. Hold on, let me put it up on the screen so you guys can see. Sorry. Right here. He generously shared all the raw data showing the sample distribution, full questions, and all responses, and patiently answered all my questions about his methodological decisions regarding the sample design and analysis. Here's my problem. All right. And so this is where they get it from. It says 38% support expulsion of Israeli Arabs between the secular, 65% traditional Orthodox, and then last one, 91% is Hasidic. And so the problem that I have, right, and here it is, Dalia Scheinlin, why not just release the methodology? Why have I don't know who Dalia Scheinlin is, to be honest with you guys, but like, why have someone write an article just to wait, where'd it go? Did I miss it? Yeah, here it is. Why have someone write an article just to later say, oh yeah, I saw the data, you should trust me, it's good. Like, what does that even mean? Also, this is super based right here. This picture, this was during Jerusalem Flag Day, and they put 67, Jerusalem is in our hands, 2025, Gaza is in our hands. That's based. Anyways, having seen the numbers is just as faithful a representation of Israeli Jewish society as most other public surveys from media and think tanks with a relatively large sample of over 1,000 respondents. Okay, it was 1,005, but sure. And standard weighting methodology. Listen, maybe you're right, but why write an article saying, hey, the methodology is good. I saw it, guys. Nowhere. Why don't you just release the methodology just like every other polling group in the world? Like, I don't understand this idea. In fact, this makes me want to question it more. If this article didn't exist and it was just the original one, I still would question it. But the bottom banner says, without Nakba, there's no victory. Yeah, that's what it says. Anyways, that's hilarious. Anyways, where was I? Yeah, it's just insane. Just like, yeah, the data was there. I saw it. So, trust me, it's good. It's good. It's like, all right. I want to know how the question was asked, really. It's not that it's not that I think that he's lying, right? It's not that I don't think that the numbers weren't there. I want to know two things, really. One, how was the question asked? Because that can change answers significantly. And two, excuse me, I want to know where he asked. Is this truly a representative of Israel, or did he go to specific areas in Israel, right? Because, for example, there was a question right here. Rate of Jewish Israelis believing that all residents of a conquered enemy city should be killed. So the way they asked this question, and I looked into it because it says it either in this one or the original article. Where is it? Yeah, here it is. When conquering an enemy city, should the IDF act in a manner similar to the way the Israelites acted when they conquered Jericho under the leadership of Joshua, namely to kill all of its inhabitants? So when you ask that question, if you go to a Jew and you say, hey, do you think you should kill everyone in an entire city that you're fighting in? I bet you it'll probably be a lot less. I'm sure you'll get some that say yes, but it'll be a lot less. However, yes, everyone liked the video. If you haven't liked it yet, just click the little like button. It takes 2 seconds. Just click. Thank you. Anyways, if you go to the Jewish people, though, and instead of asking, hey, do you think you should kill everyone? If you instead go to the Jewish people and you say, hey, do you agree with the book of Joshua in sense that you should act like the Israelites were told to act in the book of Joshua to kill its inhabitants? Then you're going to get significantly more people saying yes, because they're attaching their yes to, well, do I agree with the Bible? Yeah, of course, yeah. Do you think it's a coincidence that they asked the question in that way? Of course not. And so that's why I want to see the methodology with this question specifically, that 38% of secular to 91% with Hasidic and in between, said one thing over the other. That's why they don't want to... That's why they don't want to release the methodology. All right.
Like every other war in history. Obviously, throughout war, you have estimates, and then after the war is over, you get a more accurate measure. But they always say kind of like this many civilians, this many combatants. This is where I thought, how come Hamas doesn't do that? Why do they inflate the number by combining it? That's genocide. Why would they feel the need to do that?
I'm not defending Hamas. I agree
not about
that they're
defending
bad.
Hamas. It's about how even you, and I actually trust that you are very good faith, and I appreciate that you are someone who calls out Hamas. But even you, one of the most moderate people I've ever talked to, even you just did it. You said, in terms of arguing about genocide, you said 70,000 people. And I'm not saying you did it on purpose, but that's their goal, is that they say it enough, people will just say it, right? And that's the point. If you say, hey, there's a study, 83%, people will just say it, right? We have to look into this stuff. We have to read the reports. We have to see what it means. Because a lot of people, I know you know, but a lot of people don't know. They read 70,000 and they think Palestinian civilians.
Well, I was responding to your invoking the number 1, and I'm saying that even if you back out 80% of the people in that number, it's still a significant number. And the question
It's very much not.
The question of whether there's intent, that's why I'm saying there's a difference between us talking about whether there is intent versus whether you can prove it in the International Court of Justice. And I'm saying it's quite realistic. I mean, let me just ask you this. So you had talked earlier about the case of, would Israel kill 500 innocent people in order to get one Hamas leader? I mean, there was the case of and the numbers are not...
You're about to bring up the Al-Ali hospital?
I was about to bring up the Jabalia refugee camp. I mean, but okay. The fact that there's more than one example...
No, it was debunked. It was a PIJ.
The numbers are not...
Hold on. It was a PIJ rocket, and it was actually something that they said flat in the hospital. Then it turned out the next day, Palestinians themselves took a picture. The hospital wasn't even hit. It was a parking lot. So no, there's not multiple numbers. It was just a lie that was put out where they said 500 people were killed, and it turned out not to be true.
The one I was talking about was the Jabalia refugee camp, in which case, I mean, there was, they wanted to kill, I believe his name was Ibrahim Biari, senior Hamas leader, and they openly admitted that they killed a lot of innocent civilians in the process, and they said basically we had to do it. I mean, initial estimates were several hundred. I think they finally settled on lower three figures. But the question is, if
one Hamas guy and 100 civilians
ish.
But when you said they, who was they? You said they settled on a number. Who was they?
I mean, well, they settled on the number is the wrong word, because the Gaza Health Ministry and the U.S. intelligence do not agree. But it's 100.
So Hamas said it was 100.
Okay,
this is the same Hamas, by the way, that said 500 were killed at Al-Ali hospital.
Okay, but Israel came out and they didn't say it was 0. They said basically, and I don't remember exact statements, that we had to get this guy. It was justified.
Do you understand that Hamas does this every single time? The Cast-led war, right? Hamas came out and said, we only lost 50 of our soldiers. And they said it, and it was in the news. And Israel came out and said it was 600 to 700, or I think they said 709 specifically. Then 2 years after the war had ended, and this is a Haaretz article that admitted to this. Haaretz is not exactly super pro-Israel. 2 years after the war had ended, Hamas comes out and admits that they lost 600 during that war. This is what they do every single time. They get the number generally right of the death toll, but they inflate the number of civilians. They wait till the war ends, add in however long when people aren't talking about as much, and then they go, oh yeah, by the way, IDF was right. They do this all the time.
But the number of civilians who died, what I want to ask you is, do you think Israel or America or really the world would have found it acceptable if those innocent civilians had been Israeli Jews?
Let's give everyone the articles with that just to prove what I said correct. Why is this not clicking? Hold on a sec. There we go. So I need to pull up a few different articles just to prove what I said. Here it is right here. There's the second one, and let's get the third one in here. Third one. Okay, so here is CASLED. As you guys can see, this goes back to, if you look at the bottom right here, 2009. Hamas says only 48 fighters slain in Israel war. Okay, this is what Hamas said right at the start. 1 second, sorry. There we go. So yeah, this would have been right, let's see, January 2009. This would have been right at the end of the war, right? Right at the end, because CASLED was 2008 into January 2009. So right at the end, Hamas says, we only lost 48 fighters. The rest were all civilians. And then the IDF comes out. This is 2 months after they do enough of investigations. They wait a couple months after the war. They come out and they say 709 have been Hamas terror operatives in the CASLED war of the 1,166 Palestinians. So Hamas was saying only 48, therefore 1,100 and something were all civilians. That would have been like a very large, like, I don't know, 20-to-1 death toll, just quick math. Ratio, excuse me. Israel comes out 2 months later and says, no, actually it was 709 were Hamas. And of course the world, at the time, were like, oh, Israel's lying! Israel's lying! Okay. And then 2 years after the war, just under 2 years after the war, as you guys can see right here, November 9, 2010, so almost 2 years. 2 months later would have been 2 years later, okay, because it ended in January 2009. We're at the end of 2010. Hamas admits, and this is Haaretz, by the way, you guys. This is Haaretz. It's not even like this is, Channel 4. This is Haaretz. Hamas admits that 600 to 700 of its men were killed in CASLED, which is right at Israel's figure of 709. So just so you guys know, this is what Hamas does every single time. And this is why they say, oh, but the UN has said Hamas's numbers are correct. Kind of, because Hamas doesn't generally shift the total dead. They're more or less kind of correct. But what they lie about is how many of their own men have been killed. And what they did with this war, I don't know what they'll do with this one, because this one is, how do I word this? It's very much going to be in the news forever since October 7th. We're never going back to the pre-October 7th world. But what they did for CASLED is they wait for people to kind of move on, stop talking about it, and then they come out and they go, oh yeah, just so you guys know. It's this happened.
Or even American citizens. Do you not believe that America would have been outraged if the same number of civilian casualties? Okay.
Wait, let me make sure I understand your question. If a foreign country killed 70,000 Americans?
I'm talking about in the specific situation where Israel claimed they had a legitimate target, which, I mean, for all I know, I believe this
regardless if it was legitimate or not, yes, America would be mad if 70,000 of our civilians were
not 70,000. I'm talking about if an Israeli strike took out a senior Hamas leader, and assume for the sake of argument that it was true, they targeted this guy and they got him, but there were dozens to hundreds of innocent American civilians that died in the process. Do you think that Marco Rubio would have been defending it in the same way he defended the attack that killed Abraham Diari?
Marco Rubio would go off.
Yeah, I should have answered it this way, but this is a stupid point because that's a foreign government coming to attack our own area. Like, why wouldn't we attack it if there was a Hamas guy? That's just weird. It'd be like the equivalent question would be if America went in to attack some terrorist group that's generally in America, whatever. Let's say cartel member. Let's say there's a cartel member in Israel. I don't know. And there's, dozens to hundreds of Israeli civilians. It'd be like America going in to kill that cartel member and asking, would Israel be happy that hundreds of civilians were killed? Like, it's just a stupid question.
off of U.S. intelligence, which doesn't agree, and there's the fact check right there. We are going off of what Hamas said. So you're asking me, would he be mad because of what Hamas claims to? I don't believe Hamas at all, because they do this not once or twice. It's not isolated. They do it every single time. Also, this idea of like they'll just call any child a civilian. Do you know? And you can look this up. I think it was a few years ago. Maybe it was as far back as 2014. But they actually opened up a camp where 50,000 children from the ages of 15 to 18 went to a Hamas camp to learn and be trained by Hamas. There's the summer camps, Saplings of Jerusalem is what it's called. And same thing. So do you agree Hamas, PIJ, they incorporate it? I've seen as young as 13, but generally 15-year-olds and older.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you talk about children casualties, there's are you counting a 17-year-old who's operating a machine gun? That's kind of cheating. What I'm talking about is, rather than the actual attack on the Jabalia refugee camp that happened, I'm talking about a hypothetical alternative where Israel takes out a Hamas leader, but rather than Palestinian innocent civilian casualties dying, the innocent casualties are American citizens.
Yes, in a
they
hypothetical
identify a building where there's a Hamas leader, they blow the building up. Okay.
Okay, in a hypothetical that you're asking me that doesn't actually.
So right here is 2016. I think I said back towards 2014. 2016, 50,000 Gaza children join Hamas organized summer camps. This isn't even the Saplings of Jerusalem, I don't think. This is just something else. If you guys want to know about the Saplings of Jerusalem, that's another thing. Saplings of Jerusalem. Summer camp. Oh, I fucked that up. Jesus. I think that's called Saplings of Jerusalem. Yeah. Hanafi al-Quds. Right, this is 2022, Hamas camps, blah, 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 blah. And then there's also this one right here. This is in 2021. Hamas continues recruiting child soldiers. Where is the condemnation? And yeah, I mean, this is literally a Hamas summer camp picture from 2017 in Rafah. So yeah, give me a break with this whole, like, the children. Listen, nobody wants children to die. They're truly innocent, and that's why it's better not to be in war. But give me a break with this whole, like, I should just accept every single number just because they're under the age of 18.
Exists, and we have to assume Hamas's numbers are correct, and we switch Palestinians for Americans. Yes, they'd be mad.
Okay, and I think that that's coming from a place of valuing.
I don't care
one
if
people's
Palestinians
lives
are mad.
I think it's coming from a place of valuing Palestinian lives a lot less than American citizens or Israeli Jews, and that's what I think is wrong.
Which I do.
I am so sick of the virtue signaling of the pro-Palestinians. Stop pretending like you guys care about every single human life equally. It is bullshit. Okay, if you have your
why would somebody not care about? No, your friends and your family are different.
Exactly.
I would exempt people caring more about their friends and their family.
Look at the Palestinian's face.
Ethnic group. Your own ethnic group is not better than.
He did not like me. He did not like me. He's like, how could you say that? Yeah, I care more about Americans and Israelis than I do about the Palestinians. That is not the same thing as I think that they should just all be genocided. I'm saying that if I'm literally at a point where I am choosing, yes, I'm going to choose my own people, which is, I'll explain right here.
Other people. Your small circle, okay? That's going to be like your children and your spouse.
And because I'm a Jew, a secret one,
Somewhere, it's going to be a big circle, but that will be your people, your nation. And then is all of humanity. That's the last circle. Does it mean you don't care about them? Of course not. They're still human beings. I didn't say they weren't. But stop giving me this bullshit where it's like, well, you're treating them less than... Yeah, good. Because it would be immoral to treat another people worse than your own people. And by the way, I think the same thing of the Palestinians. The Palestinians should also care about their people. They fucking don't, but they should also care about their own people. More than anyone.
Well, you can do it in a funny ways like this. It doesn't make it wrong. You should care. You should not value your own ethnic group more than other people.
I think it would... ethnic group. I said nationality. Stop putting words.
Or nationality, or either way.
You should. No, that's terrible. That's all.
All right. Final statement.
I mean, it's pretty much just circling back to what I said at the beginning. I think the actions of Israel are reflecting a mindset of, and the actions of the Israeli Jews that responded to the poll I'm referring to, reflect a mindset of valuing their own national or ethnic group more than the lives of other people. And I think that's wrong. I'm aware that not everybody thinks so, but I think that's morally wrong.
Okay. Nick?
I think it's morally wrong to actually put your own people in harm's way to the point of harm or death just to appease another people that agree with and attack you, your sovereign nation. And I think that's just an insane take, but all right, fair enough.
If you learned anything from this episode, it means a lot to us. Thank you so much.
Okay, we're moving on to the second prompt now. The prompt is there should be no Palestinian states in the West Bank. We have our first person coming up now. Please state your position.
First, I'd like to...
I just want to point out, you guys are about to hear about 10 straight minutes of just emotional garbage. I apologize. You're about to hear him just beg me to ask him to like feel bad for him. I'm not even exaggerating. You guys will hear it. He's gonna essentially be like begging me, just like, please feel bad for me. And I do not buy even a little bit. Yeah.
Start by saying that I am a Palestinian American.
He refused to shake my hand.
A small town in the Middle East called Bethlehem. That's my hometown. I'm not sure if you're familiar with it.
Yeah, I was just there.
And before we get into the discussion and before we get into talking and debating, I may ask kindly from you, not to say that you agree with me because you don't, and not to say I fully with you because that's a kind of show, in my opinion, that you're doing to the viewers.
This is like the irony is he says it a couple times what he just said. Yeah, you're just putting on a show for the viewers, and then he ends up just putting on an entire show for the viewers. Either that or he actually is the biggest fucking baby I've ever met in my life. I don't know.
I am extremely disappointed with an American soldier or a veteran who served for 12 years in the Navy to still come and talk in so heartless way about the death of civilians, about the death of people, humans. You argued for the past hour and a half whether it's a genocide or not. And the way you mentioned and the way you talked about that was extremely disrespectful, ridiculing for the lives of fellow humans, Christians, many of them in Bethlehem. So I kindly ask you to keep it respectful, genuine, and not for the show, if you don't mind.
Everything I said was what I believe. I don't do this for a show.
I'm not saying about what you believe. I'm saying about how you said it. We have so many circuses in Vegas here and so many clowns there. We don't need any more clowns.
I can't, I'm not going to change the way I speak.
All right. Then you can simply say that. So you're claiming that there should be no Palestinian state for Palestinians. What's your suggestion on that? What's your alternative?
Well, first, there's many alternatives that are proposed, but I don't particularly care. The claim is that I don't believe there should be a Palestinian state in the West Bank. We're not here to determine what I think should or shouldn't happen. I do not want there to be a Palestinian state because I find it to be it'll just be another terrorist-ridden state that is a proxy of the IRGC.
So this is definitely insulting for many millions of Palestinians who live there in Bethlehem, in Jerusalem, in Ramallah, in Nablus, in all the cities that are in the West Bank.
Jerusalem's not in the West Bank.
Palestinians who lived there for centuries before the establishment of the Bogue State of Israel, the terrorist state of Israel that you're supporting, the state that has kids signing their names on rockets before they launching them at the kids of Gaza.
Just want to throw out, my name was signed on a rocket, and it's so bullshit to say, oh, they're signing it because they're gonna go kill kids. Yeah, all right, dude. I actually got the video from my IDF buddy who put my name on the rocket, and I got the video of where that rocket went, and it actually was used to demolish a this kind of like Hamas paramilitary sort of building that they had, and a tunnel. So yeah, it's cool. Yep, super glad my name was on there.
State that teaches its citizens how to be racist from kindergarten age. A state that killed so many Americans, whether at USS Liberty or throughout the years. It saddened me that someone like you supports such a terrorist regime and go out strongly talking about their values and their fairness and all these things. So for us as Palestinians, when we look at someone like you talking about these things and rejecting our basic human rights and human dignity by having our own self-determination right, I don't understand where's that coming from.
Do you want a state or do you want self-determination or both?
I want anything that will give me a dignified life. I don't mind living side by side by Jews in one land, in one state. I don't mind that.
I don't mind Arabs living there either.
Who are you to say you don't mind? You're an American.
We're debating the topic.
I'm not asking you to mind on it. You just agree with the idea. You don't want Palestinians to have a state, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that is correct. But I just want to say that
you call them terrorist people. You call them proxy.
I do not think that the Palestinians are all terrorists. I didn't say that. You're misrepresenting my words. And also, I don't buy into this. Who are you? Into listen, you're right. I'm not Jewish. I'm not Arab. But I have every right to have an opinion on this matter, just like anybody else.
Having an opinion about something is different about going around publicizing and promoting strongly such an ideology.
Yep, I'm an American.
Wow, the guy named Ahmed is trying to stop Americans from publicizing their own words. Huh. Listen, you guys, this is my shocked face. I'm so shocked How dare I use my right as an American to publicize my opinion? Oof. Awful.
You know,
I can do that. That's
Watching,
true.
watching an ER show doesn't make you a doctor. Watching Law and Order doesn't make you a lawyer. Watching Fox News doesn't make you a political analyst or
Agreed,
experienced,
100%.
right? So you can say, I don't agree, you don't say, but you don't have the right to dictate on us Palestinians to decide what we want to have and how we want
I
to.
don't think I ever said what you guys should decide. I think you're really emotional arguments right now. I never said what you should decide. Decide for
Of course
whatever
I'm
you
emotional.
want. You have
I
every
cousins
yeah,
who were
but this
killed.
doesn't
I
get
have,
us
I
anywhere.
have families who were
Okay,
murdered.
but that's not the same as misrepresenting my arguments. Tell me one time I ever said that I am going to decide what you should think. I never said that ever. I said
so
that
there's-
I'm giving my opinion and my opinion alone, and I have every right to do that, not just as an American, but as a human being. And you have no
You're
right to tell
taking
me
that
I
right
don't
from
have
me.
that.
You're taking that right from
I
each
don't. I think you
Palestinian.
should absolutely have every right to tell me your opinion. That's why
So-
we're talking. How am I taking that from you? We're speaking right now.
So what are we talking about here? What are we trying to discuss here?
Well, right now, I'm asking you, how did I take that away from you when I flew all the way over here to come speak with you and others? What part did I take your right to give your
My
opinion
right
or your
to say
beliefs?
I want to have a homeland.
You have every right to say that. When did I say you didn't?
I'm not saying about me saying. I'm saying we're debating. The claim is you're saying Palestinians cannot have a land, cannot have a state.
I'm saying my opinion, not yours, that there should not be a Palestinian state in Judea and Samaria, what you call the West Bank.
And why is that?
That's my opinion.
So what are we doing here? Are we discussing your opinion?
Sure.
What are we trying to do here?
I'm going to.
Oh,
repeat
now
what
you
I've
want to
already
discuss
said
my
before we went
opinion.
off on the emotional
Now
tangent.
you want to discuss it.
You're the one who's so emotional today, and actually creating a little circus here. So
okay,
don't start that way, please.
Anyway, so once again, I believe that the ideology and the culture of the Palestinians, which I find to be problematic for the Palestinians themselves, although that's not my concern, is problematic for the security of the land, even to the other Arabs.
So you're saying Palestinians inherently are violent people. They want to kill people right and left.
I love a straw man argument. I
that's
don't
what you
believe
said. Well, I'm
anyone's
trying to understand.
inherently. I said their culture and ideology. That's not inherent. Inherent means from birth.
Okay, you're saying that
Say
the
the words that I
Palestinian culture,
said. Don't
you're
tell me
saying-
what I said.
Okay, I'm going out with your statement. You said the Palestinian culture is violent.
See, this is what you guys need to do with these emotional bullshit arguments that people try to do. They tried to act like the virtue signaling, the higher ground, and they're just like, what they do is they put on this little sad puppy dog voice so that way maybe it's not going to work with me. I love that. Anyway, yeah, I did that on purpose. When he's like, you're the one being emotional. And I'm like, yeah, anyways. Anyways, so what I'm saying is that they put on this because they hope that they can get you to lower your guard a little bit. And so that way you can go, you know what, Ahmad or whatever your name is, you're so right. No, bullshit. Okay, it's nonsense, right? You're not going to tell me. So what you're saying is, and then they completely misrepresent what you say. The reason they do that, why? Because if you go, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, that's not what I said, but go ahead. You're being nice, or your family was murdered. Yeah, okay, cool. The problem is that that's what they want you to, and then they can end up fighting against an argument you never made. Don't fall for that shit. Doesn't work.
And wants to kill people.
I never
around
even
them?
said violent
What
or
did
kill.
you say?
I didn't. I said it's problematic for the security of the region. And also,
The
I don't
Palestinian
believe,
culture is problematic.
I also don't believe, especially when offered multiple times, but I do not believe in just giving, especially Judea and Samaria, to a people who, again, have rejected it multiple times that I don't think actually want it. Maybe you do. I'm not speaking for you. But on top of that, because they do enough acts of terrorism and kill enough people, and so the
Right.
international community
So the
starts talking
Israeli,
about
the Israeli army is committing a lot of killing and terrorism. Why
Even
they
if that
getting
was
right?
true, that doesn't change anything that I said. You're trying to use a whataboutism right now, right? You're saying, well, the Israelis did it too. Even if I
didn't
agreed with you, which I don't, what does that have to do with what I said?
We're trying to establish some standards for your claims. Why are you saying that? Are you just had a dream? You woke up this morning, you said that's what you think about Palestinians? Or there are certain foundations and principles behind your statement? You're saying Palestinians' culture is not to be trusted, not to be cannot live in peace. Is that what you're saying?
True.
I'm trying to use
Yeah.
your words.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
true.
saying that the Palestinians have had a history of undermining not just Israel, but even surrounding
Why
Arab
would they
nations.
do that? Let me know. Why would they do that?
You tell me why they tried to kill the third Egyptian president. You tell me why they killed
No,
the king of
well,
Jordan, why they killed the prime minister of Jordan. Tell me why they sided with Saddam Hussein.
Who killed Rabin?
Yeah, an Israeli, and I'm
Okay,
glad
so-
he was arrested and he's not celebrated.
So listen.
Thank you. That's the point. You just proved my
for what?
point.
I didn't prove
He's
anything.
not celebrated.
prove anything.
He's
Don't
not.
put words
He's
in
not
my mouth.
promoted. Whereas Hamas terrorists and others
Have you watched the movie
are
The Patriot?
promoted.
Have you watched the movie The Patriot?
Yes, I'll go.
What do you think the British royalty thought of what's his name, Benjamin Martin?
I probably didn't like him. I'm not
You
sure
didn't
your
like him,
question.
the hero of the movie,
You're asking me what the government thought? I'm sorry.
the royalty, the king, the king of England. What did they think of those Americans who were fighting for their freedom?
Yeah, I assume they wouldn't like people fighting
Correct.
for the
And that's what you're doing exactly. And Palestinians were living in prisons.
This is a false equivalency. This is
It's
ridiculous.
perfect
Don't tell me
analogy.
that because another people did it, therefore I must be doing the same thing. Just tell me why I'm wrong.
You're wrong because you're not looking at the history of imprisonment and
You
brutal
didn't answer my
occupation.
question.
I am.
You didn't. You said when I brought up how they've also undermined surrounding Arab nations, you said, what do I mean? And you cut me off as I was explaining it. Why did they side with Saddam Hussein where Kuwait had to kick them out? Why did they do the Palestinian insurgency?
When you say
when
that,
the
you're talking about
Kuwaiti
the few group
government
of people.
and the Palestinian insurgency that was the crux that led to the civil war, that led to the death of 130,000 to 250,000 civilians. Many of them were Christians, by the way.
The thing is that you're not giving yourself, you're not
I'm
giving
just asking
others
you, why
the
did they
same
do
rights you're
that?
giving to yourself. You put percentages up and down and you say, oh, it's low when it's supporting your idea or your argument, but it's high when it's supporting the other side's argument. I'm trying to tell you here that Palestinians lived for 75 years under brutal occupation. They were murdered, killed, imprisoned, tortured. Their land were confiscated. Their homes were bombed. Their children were killed. Their fathers were in prison. They lived under brutal occupation. What do you expect from us to do?
Were they?
I wonder why they lived that way. I wonder why. I wonder if there's anything that led to walls being built and checkpoints being put in, and I wonder. Hey, I wonder why in 2005 when Israel left Gaza, why they didn't put in a blockade or checkpoints or anything yet. Or they had checkpoints to cross, but people would cross in and out all the time. I wonder what happened in 2007. More 2006, but finalized in 2007. I wonder what happened. Huh. I don't know. I guess the world will never know.
Occupied under the British?
They were occupied under the British.
You said 75 years. I'm just wondering.
I'm
Were they
talking
occupied
about-
under the
I'm talking about
Turks?
the current situation.
Were they occupied under the Turks?
No.
They were not occupied under the Turks. So they're
Absolutely
Turks.
not. What?
The Turks owned the land. That's correct.
Ottoman Empire.
Yes, they owned the land,
Ottoman
correct?
Empire was
You're saying the Ottomans didn't occupy Palestinians.
It was not occupation. It was an empire that ruled so many lands and so many ethnicities.
So they were.
I forgot about this part. The Ottoman Empire was not occupation. They just, ruled over them. Interesting. It's interesting.
Back to the discussion.
Okay.
Back to the discussion about the 75 years of an Israeli occupation.
Mhm.
Now we're talking about Palestinians fighting Israelis.
Yeah, sure. So I don't believe
so
that.
why would you not give them the right to do that?
Yeah, so even if you go with the right, since we're speaking of legality, even if you go with that, you have to follow additional protocol 1. Palestinians do not do that at all. Hamas does not do that. I don't know what you think of Hamas, but it's irrelevant, honestly.
Any occupied people who
Mhm.
have no ability to fight back, they will use any tactics to fight back.
They will, or do they have the right to?
I didn't say they have the right to.
No ability to fight back, yet they killed Israelis at a rate that surpasses any Israeli rate that has killed Palestinians. And by the way, Israel has significantly more capability, and yet these people that he says doesn't have the ability, somehow they killed at a much higher rate. That's interesting. Okay.
That's
You
an
literally
expected
said, why don't
outcome.
they have the right? You did
They
say that.
say they have that's expected. You put any group
Okay.
of people under the same circumstances that the Palestinians are being put through, they will fight back.
And
They're
I'm
not going to sit down and be sitting ducks.
I got it. What I'm saying is that occupation doesn't breed terrorism. Terrorism breeds occupation. The security of that area is going.
No.
Okay,
No,
you have to let me finish. I heard what you said. I got it. You don't agree with me. That's why you're on that side of the table. You don't have to tell me you don't agree with me. I got that. What I'm saying
Doesn't look
is
like
that
you do.
I get that you don't agree with me. Trust me. I promise you I do. Anyways, every single time that this has happened, more terrorist attacks, it has led to more security.
This guy came up to the table thinking, I'm going to cook, and he's just look how defeated his face looks.
More checkpoints, walls being built that have lowered the percentage by, I think it was like up to 90% by the time the wall was finished, of terrorist attacks that were happening in Israel proper, maybe more actually. And so, yes, you can't also expect the Israelis to do nothing when they're also attacked with terrorist attacks. Now, I get you want them to do nothing because you don't like them, and I respect your opinion, but from a logical standpoint, they're also going to do something about it, whether it be more checkpoints or security, or if it'll be a war.
But the reason the fighting happened because of these really aggressive measures that are taken against Palestinians. Have you ever saw
Really aggressive measures? You mean like the quote-unquote occupation of the West Bank, quote-unquote, like the settlements and started in 1967 after the Six-Day War? I wonder why the PLO started in 1964 then, 3 years before. And for those that don't, know, maybe they think, oh, PLO fought to today. Yeah, they're really relatively reasonable. The PLO is a terrorist organization. The PLO went into Lebanon, and by the way, they only went into Lebanon because they killed the King Jordan, and later, by the way, in Cairo, they killed the prime minister, but that's neither here nor there. A group called Black September, or that was called Black September. There was a group called Black September they were the same group that actually went into Munich and kidnapped and murdered the Israeli Olympic team and their coach. I guess he's part of the team. Sorry. Anyways, they were forced out of Jordan, and then they go into Lebanon, and they started attacking Israel from inside Lebanon, which, by the way, a lot of people are like, well, if it's all about Hezbollah, then how come Israel went into Lebanon before Hezbollah was a group? As if they just forget that the PLO existed. Anyways, the PLO started attacking Christians, which I wish we need to bring this point up more, because they love to try to trick the Christians into not supporting Israel by saying, oh, look, they spit on Christians because of this one video I keep replaying for like 10 years. Oh, look, there was this one Christian church that was not really hip, but we're going to tell you it was destroyed. Yeah, this is what they do. Did you guys know that they went into Lebanon? They started attacking Christian villages. By the way, Lebanon was a Christian country at this time. It was known as the Paris of the Middle East. And it's ironically, it's still the Paris of the Middle East, but that's because Paris is now like Afghanistan. And so Lebanon went to become a shithole, even though it used to be the old Paris of the Middle East. And now it's still the Paris of the Middle East because Paris is now a shithole. So anyways, back to what I was saying. They go into Lebanon, start attacking and killing Christians and persecuting Christians. Israel sides with the Christians and starts arming Christians to help them protect themselves. Israel did that to protect the Christians. And there were times where Christians definitely won. In fact, there was actually a really cool story where there was a group of women in, I don't remember which neighborhood in Lebanon, that held off Palestinian militia groups. They were Christian women. It's a badass story. You guys should totally look into it. These women were like, fuck yeah. Anyways, back to the story. This is called the Palestinian Insurgency. You guys should look it up, okay? And they start attacking and killing Christians. Christians start fleeing from these areas if they weren't killed, and they start fleeing. That's why, by the way, Lebanon is a Muslim country today. This led to the Civil War, right? From, 75 to 1990? Up to 230,000 civilians. I've seen some reports go from 150,000 to 230,000, but a lot. And that's not total, that's civilians that were killed during this war because of the Palestinians. Then you got this goofball right here who's like, you just have no right to speak on this. I'm a Palestinian from Bethlehem. I'm a Palestinian from Bethlehem. You know, the city that we persecuted the Christians out of, and now there's less than 10% of the city is Christians because of how we treat Christians. You guys went into fucking Lebanon and you made Lebanon a Muslim country. Do not give me this bullshit sob story with your smug ass attitude. It doesn't work. All right, bro? It doesn't fucking work. You guys killed, or you guys, I'm not going to say you killed. You led to the war that killed more civilians in Lebanon in those years of the war than all of the Palestinians that have been killed since 1948.
They want that to happen. Have you ever saw Palestinians standing on a checkpoint? Have you ever noticed how long does it take for them to go to a hospital or to work or to school?
I've seen both. I've seen them go right through at times, and I've seen them be with me as well, stop for a while.
You have to understand how the masters of...
This is great. Check this out. Listen to this, right? If you guys aren't paying attention, lock in. This is great.
PR.
You know, I've been to these places.
When you go to these places, they make you see what they want you to see. And a journalist...
They knew I was going to go there?
A journalist going to Palestine, the Israeli soldiers will make them
I'm not a journalist. They didn't know I was there.
I was not talking about you.
So then how do you explain my experience when I went to a checkpoint?
I'm telling you how they make sure that wrong things or horrible things are not shown to the world. A journalist goes through...
How convenient.
The journalist goes through the checkpoints or the borders from Jordan to the West Bank. They have to sign a document that they are not allowed to write or share the things that they see.
Yep, and the journalists in Gaza have said the exact same thing. There was a famous one, I can't remember his name, that came out and said a gun effectively was to his head while he was in Gaza, because the Gazan people, Hamas, the government, also told them what they could or couldn't see. I don't know if he's lying or if what you're lying or what you read. I'm not going to say you.
I'm not talking about reading. See, the difference between me and you and
I didn't say anything
else,
about reading.
I'm not talking about things that I read. I'm talking about things that I lived.
You're a journalist.
No, I things I've seen when I cross the borders, when I go from Jordan to the West Bank, when I go from Jordan to Palestine.
I
see things right there and then.
I believe you.
I go as a little kid, going through these borders, crossing the points.
Yes, I'm sorry your parents made very bad decisions, and the people before you made very bad decisions, and it led to high insecurity in the land.
How did my parents make bad decisions?
Again, by supporting what has led to this moment.
There was no Hamas for 86. I used to cross the border.
When did I say Hamas? Do you think Hamas
what are you talking about?
There's a PLO, a terrorist organization, were they the ones did they attack?
There was no attacks.
I'm
before-
not saying that there
before
was
the
an attack in
Intifada.
that specific year. I'm not saying that.
The Intifada that took place, it because of years and decades of
it was
brutal
87 to
occupation.
93.
There was nothing before.
There was
it.
no attacks ever before 87.
Not on the same scale.
I agree. And
Not on the
also,
same
the
scale.
security's not on the same scale. Thank you again for proving my point. I agree with you.
Stop saying this. I'm not proving your point.
You're saying it's not.
100% are proving my point. This is what happens all the time. They're like, well, the attacks weren't on the same scale. Yes, neither was the quote unquote what you call occupation, what everyone else calls accountability. No, what everyone else calls checkpoints or security, right? Though that was also less. Like, they don't get this point. They're like, well, there was no Hezbollah before this. Okay, but the PLO was there. Well, there was no Hamas before this. There was no attacks before this. Okay, there was attacks, but like not the same as the Intifada. Yeah, no shit. That's why there was also less security or what you call occupation.
Not on the same scale. I agree with you. The security
I
and
am telling
checkpoint.
you, I was humiliated as a child.
I'm
crossing
sorry
the
that happened to
borders.
you.
No, you're not.
You're right. I'm not.
You're-
I don't particularly care about your emotional anecdotes. I'm sorry.
Okay,
You're saying it's
sorry.
not on the same
One more
scale. I
time.
agree with you.
One more time. I love this.
I was humiliated as a child.
I'm
crossing
sorry
the
that happened to
borders.
you.
No, you're not.
You're right. I'm not.
You're-
I don't particularly care about your emotional anecdotes.
You
Okay.
just said to
You
everybody
might.
I'm sorry. I make myself crack up. I'm sorry that happened to you. No, you're not. You're right. I'm not.
No, you're not.
You're right. I'm not.
You're-
I don't particularly care about your emotional anecdotes.
You
Okay.
just said to
You
everybody
might be
don't
telling
care.
the truth. You might be
you
not.
just
I
told
have
the
no
other gentleman
idea.
you don't care.
Do you
Just-
believe?
you
do you
don't?
believe?
You have no feelings whatsoever.
I
You are a
don't know
cold-blooded
any-
human being.
okay.
With all due respect.
Fine. I don't care what you think about
So
me.
don't say that. Oh, I care for you. Don't lie.
I never once said
You
that.
just said you. I'm sorry. You're not
I'm
sorry.
just trying to get you to stop bringing up. Do you believe my experiences through the checkpoints in Judea, Samaria, West Bank? When I told you what I went through when I went through the checkpoints, and I saw Palestinians
I
going
believe
through.
what you saw, but I don't know if it's. I don't know if that was that was intentionally designed when you're there because people know who you're there.
This is the part right here.
You have to understand.
So they were just doing it just in case. It's not like I called them and said, "I'm going to this checkpoint at this time."
Oh, believe me, they know where you're going. Oh,
Gotcha.
believe me, they
So
know
it's
where you're
all
going.
just everyone else also
The
who went through
highest-
checkpoints
the
and saw the
highest-
same thing,
the
who don't
highest
know who they
level
are
of
because they're not
intelligence-
influencers.
The highest level of intelligence is by the Israeli government.
So what about the
They
same?
know every
What about
step
I got
you're
it?
gonna walk
What about
through.
the same people who are not influencers? Israel's not going to be like, "Oh, hey, I know that guy," and they also have the same experiences.
You have to understand there is a
Listen.
there is an effort to gain the hearts and the minds of the Westerners. When Westerners are there, a total different treatment Palestinians have. 100%.
So, because he just couldn't admit he was wrong, hold on one sec. I'm going to write these down, these timestamps. Because he couldn't admit he was wrong, he switched it. You guys hear that? You hear what he said? He said, well, okay, Nick, they know who you are and they're watching you through drone footage, whatever, and they know when you're going to the, so they call up the IDF commander. Hey, Nick Matau he's 5 minutes from that checkpoint. You guys need to start acting real nice to the Palestinians so Nick Matau doesn't see it. Okay. So I asked him, okay, how about the people that aren't like influencers? Because I've gotten Israel people that they're not even online. Israel's not going to be like going with them. They have gone through checkpoints without me, have said the same thing. Like, yeah, this happened. Hey, how'd the checkpoint go? Oh, yeah, we went right through. There's other people that went right through, whatever. He said, oh, you got to understand, when Westerners are in the land, Israel treats the Palestinians good because they don't want to tell the Westerner. Can anyone answer me this? When are Westerners not in the land? Do you understand? Israel is one of the biggest tourist spots in the world. People from the West are always in the land. So if he's saying that Palestinians are treated well while Westerners are in the land, wouldn't that mean that Palestinians are always treated well? Can somebody answer me that? Okay, cool.
Gotcha. Listen, what I'm trying to say is I either do or do not believe your anecdotes. Maybe they're true, maybe they're not, maybe they're a mix between the two. I'm saying I don't care in the purposes of this debate because it doesn't get us anywhere, just as much as it wouldn't get me anywhere to only bring up anecdotes. If you have an anecdote that gets you to something that we can talk about, fair enough. But what I'm saying, right, to get back to the prompt, right, there should be no Palestinian state. What I'm saying, right, is that I agree with you that there wasn't as much prior to the first Intifada, 87 to 93. There wasn't as much before that. But there also wasn't as much security and checkpoints
But there was
before
as
that.
much humiliation. and brutal occupation. There was. I've seen elder cab drivers when they stop at the checkpoints before 1986. Why are you wrong?
You're doing another anecdote. I got it.
I'm giving you true stories.
Okay.
I'm giving you true stories.
Go ahead. Let's hear it.
I'm telling you what things used to happen and why the Intifada took place.
Listen, I would do the same thing to pro-Israelis. There's a lot of pro-Israelis who come up when they try to debate and they go off on their anecdotes. It's not that I don't believe that you haven't suffered or people around you haven't suffered. It's not that I don't believe Israelis have it. They will also have all the anecdotes that you have.
We're trying to say the end of this suffering is not going to happen until Palestinians have their own self-determination state. They can have their freedom and dignity. Whatever it is.
Okay, so how do we do that?
Well,
let's get to the crux of this. So you believe it should be in the West Bank?
I believe.
And East Jerusalem is the capital, I assume?
You have several options or several solutions for this situation. I don't mind the one-state solution. I don't mind.
Right, but you just said right now this will not stop until they have their own self-determination state. I'm quoting you. So
it could be in conjunction with the Jews. It doesn't have to be.
I just realized, I looked it up. He said the checkpoints, I don't know if he was talking about West Bank or Gaza, but it doesn't matter. He said the checkpoints before 1986. I just looked it up. He said there was no systematic and permanent internal military checkpoints inside the West Bank or Gaza before 1986. It says from the 1967 Six-Day War until the start of the First Intifada in late 1987, Palestinians and Israelis moved relatively freely across these areas, with formal permanent checkpoints and the extensive permit system only proliferating in March of 1993. So he lied? Just like straight up lied? I mean, I'm sure there was probably little transit checkpoints. I mean, I think that existed anywhere, really, actually. But obviously, he's talking about the checkpoints as they did exist. So that's fun.
Just only Palestinians. I'm not saying, as long as there's nobody telling me you cannot go to work every day, as long as there's no one's telling me you cannot have an army, you cannot have police force, as long as someone's telling me you're not allowed to speak up freely about what you think.
So stop doing terrorist attacks.
Well, I'm not doing terrorist attacks.
I'm not saying you specifically.
But the punishment is collective. It's going on everybody.
Suffering is collective, and that's 100% true. And that should be. But that is not the same thing.
Time.
So, okay, let me ask you something. Do you agree that
historically speaking, terrorism was never came out of vacuum.
I got
it. Always after an occupation and brutal treatment.
Yeah, everyone. Why do we give Islamic?
I'm sorry.
No, it's just so funny that a lot of people went through this kind of stuff and they didn't. You said terrorism doesn't happen in a vacuum. A lot of people throughout history in Europe and in Asia also went through brutal treatments and they didn't become terrorists. I'm sick of this idea where we give
the Northern Ireland Army, whatever it is, they did commit certain atrocities and terrorism. You look at the throughout. According
I didn't say they never have.
Americans.
I never.
I like how he thinks that they should mimic the IRA. Okay.
According to the British royalty, committed acts of terrorism.
I didn't say it never happened. Once again, you're taking my words and twisting it up. I didn't say it never ever happened. You never can give an example. I'm saying relatively. And we don't see that. We bombed the shit out of Dresden. We didn't see them create a Fourth Reich. We sent 2 fucking sons into Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and we didn't see them go back to Imperial Japan with a god living on Earth, as they thought. Okay? I am done with this idea. Listen, I don't think we should be in the Middle East as much, right? But that's a separate argument and a separate topic. But I am done with this idea of this victim card where we're only terrorists because you did this to us. You said it doesn't happen in a vacuum.
It absolutely doesn't happen in a vacuum. You go to a African American neighborhood
Islamic
and call the N-word. What do you expect to happen to you?
Is that what you're comparing this to?
Yeah.
He's comparing what we're talking about to going into a black neighborhood and screaming the N-word to somebody. Like, I just want you to just like understand what he just said right there. All right, cool.
Yes, that's what I'm comparing to you. What's wrong with that comparison? I'm telling people
depends on who you say it to.
People have different feelings. Don't expect Palestinians. Don't expect Arabs. Don't expect Middle Eastern.
Also, I'm pretty sure even if we did compare that, I'm pretty sure blacks are not acting like Hamas or Fatah or PIJ or PFLP, etc.
To be bombed with a nuclear bomb and then just sit down and do nothing about
Jesus.
it. Because you compare the Japanese incidents, right?
Then you try to do that to Palestinians. Yes, you're correct. They're gonna have feelings. I never once said they're not gonna have feelings.
Not only
what
that,
I said is I don't care
about
that. Okay, and yes, and there's ways to fight back.
Are you listening to yourself?
What? I don't care about their feelings?
You don't care, period. Yeah, you said that.
In terms of a debate, no, not at all, not even a little bit.
Well, this is not a game for you. For you, maybe it's a game. Maybe
I don't think
points,
it's
trying to get more viewership. But for me, it's so personal. It's a living experience.
I believe that, and that is irrelevant to what I said. I'm saying for the purpose of our conversation, I do not care about this idea of like, well, here's my emotions and feelings. I'm not saying that you can't have them. I'm not saying you don't have them.
It's all
I'm
about
saying it's irrelevant to me.
Solving the whole problem, you have to solve people's feelings. You have to talk about that. You cannot simply be a robotic. These are not robots sitting down and telling, you know what, move on. Nothing happened. If someone's father was killed, if someone's sister was, if someone's baby was murdered, they're not going to just sit down and say, okay, so sorry, let's move on.
So we're going to do it back?
There have to be a guarantee that's not going to happen
the logic.
again.
The logic is this happened to me, so I'm going to do it back.
I didn't say that. I said there have to be guarantees. It's not going to happen again.
So
they will fight back.
Fathers haven't been killed, and also
you were in the military for a reason. Something happened to us. We went back and fought. We didn't just sit down, right? That's how we do it as Americans.
So when did the
Pearl Harbor, 9/11? We did not just sit down and sit back. We went back and really burned the hell out of these countries.
That's
right?
true.
Yeah. So we Americans do that. Why you're not giving the right to other people to defend themselves?
First off, I never said that they can. I said they
You
have to
just
finish.
ridiculous. Like, are you going to
I
do
said
that?
they have to finish. They have to follow additional protocol 1, and also we have a disagreement on, obviously, on what exactly is happening. And I'm not here to say that you shouldn't feel a certain way. Feel whatever way you want. I'm saying that it's irrelevant to the points I'm making.
The points you're making are not just political. The situation that you're talking about is not about borders only. It's about people's lives. It's about people's future. You have young men.
We are actually talking about that.
You have young men who are in their late teens, who are in early 20s, and they have no hope in life. They have no potential.
Yeah, I believe their
jobs.
parents should be doing a
That's
much
not
better
the same
job.
Parents, I'm talking about the Israeli occupation. Stop blaming.
Listen, if you want to fight this occupation and you want to consistently do the
occupation,
if
you sound so
want to,
silly when you say occupation.
Who are they occupying?
It's really. What do you mean? It's an occupation by the United Nations definition. Oh, I don't believe in it. Right? You're going to say that?
No, I'm wondering because Jordan controlled it before. Are they occupying Jordan? No, wait. Jordan relinquished it in 1988, the same year that Palestine declared its independence, November 15th, 1988, 40 years after Israel. So please tell me who they're.
You're doing. Very
Great.
silly.
So can you tell me? Can you answer it though? Can you answer it though? So you don't have an answer
to
it.
The other guys.
So you're telling me you're not going to answer?
It's not going to work with me because I don't have an answer.
You want to argue emotions and feelings.
Things right and left, and
all things that you can fact check, by the way. They're important. It's called context.
Human rights few
It's called context.
That's what I'm trying to talk about.
So can you answer it?
Which question is that?
Sure. Who are they occupying? Jordan controlled it during the Six-Day War.
Well,
right? I'm asking you, are they occupying Jordan?
The Israelis occupying West Bank and Gaza.
Who did Jordan annex it from? Illegally, by the way, in 1949, administratively in 1950.
They did not annex it.
They did.
Let me give you a
They
history
listen.
lesson.
Annexed it in 1949, 1950.
Can you listen?
They didn't annex it.
You're wrong. Anyone
listen
look
as
this
much as you
up.
talk?
Jordan annexed it.
There
100%.
was no. That's not what you want. You want to see what happened from our perspective.
I don't care what your perspective. They literally annexed it.
No, I don't care about your perspective. It's not really annexed. They protected it from a future occupation. Israel was established as an occupying state. They took out as much as they could from Palestinian land. Egypt said, we'll protect Gaza. And Jordan said, we'll protect the West
What
Bank.
did the British and Pakistan recognize of Jordan?
Yes, Jordan formally annexed the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, in April of 1950. Like I said, it's 49, but administratively in 1950. Just FYI.
They recognized their annexation. If it wasn't an annexation, why did the British?
The British are the source of the whole problem.
I am not defending the British.
So
This is
why
irrelevant.
why
This is
are you-
irrelevant
It
to
is
fine.
relevant.
Pakistan. Fine. Why did Pakistan?
Pakistan was a proxy for Egypt at that time. It was
They were a proxy of
established
who?
Of Britain at that time. Because Britain.
So you're saying, and the
divided
United
India
Nations, the
into
United,
Pakistan and India.
United Nations is called an illegal annexation, but nonetheless an annexation. They were also
The
wrong.
same United
So everyone
Nations
was
is
wrong but
calling it-
you.
No, the United Nations, the same United Nations you quoted right now, they call it occupation.
Just real quick, he said that Jordan didn't actually annex it, nor Egypt. He said that Jordan said, we'll protect the West Bank, and Egypt said that we'll protect Gaza. I was looking to see if there's a statement of that. No, there's no statement of them saying, oh, we're only doing this to protect the West Bank, or Egypt only doing it to protect Gaza. There's literally zero statements from any of that. In fact, it says leaders from both countries have repeatedly stated at regional summits that they reject any moves, right? Specifically of any protection or expelling, to be fair, or altering the status of Gaza and the West Bank. So yeah, that was another lie by Ahmad.
Yeah, I agree. There's an advisory opinion among some of the committees that call it an occupation. That's
it's
true.
the whole word.
Why have they not? Why have they not issued a Chapter 7 resolution on the occupation?
I agree with.
Why have they not?
I agree with
I got
J.D.
it.
Vance.
Okay,
for
great.
Once, I say
this is you're deflecting. Why has the United Nations not issued a Chapter 7 a resolution on the occupation? Why?
I don't know. You tell me.
Because it's advisory opinions. They know if they actually issue something that actually has teeth and merit, it wouldn't go anywhere.
Listen,
this is all show, like you said.
The whole world recognizes an occupation.
I don't base my opinion off of what the whole world thinks.
What people living on land, they know it's an occupation.
Okay. So are they occupying Jordan? You still haven't answered.
Until the division, until the separation, yes, it was considered. We studied in books that Israel occupied portion of Jordan and portion of Egypt.
Okay, so when they took it in 1967, they were occupying Jordan, and then Jordan, you agree, they relinquished it in 1988.
Not relinquished. Palestinians and Jordanians.
They did. In 1988, they relinquished it, and then in Algiers,
Jordanian and Palestinians decided to create a separation. They said the West Bank should be only for Palestinians, and that's better for the future of building of the state of Palestine. That's what it is about. It's not about someone abandoning somebody. That's how we look at it in the Middle East. That's how we look at it as Palestinians. That's how we look at it as Jordanians.
They literally officially wrote it in. They relinquished control.
Correct.
That's what I asked you, and you said no.
You made it sound like
I didn't make it sound like anything. I said, did they relinquish control in 1988? That's exactly what I said.
They caused the separation. They said,
did they relinquish officially? Did they officially relinquish control in 1988?
Okay, yes.
Okay, that's after the occupation of at least what the West Bank in 1967, correct?
You are completely not aware of what's happening on the ground there.
I'm not getting an answer out of you. Okay, so 1967 was when they occupied the West Bank, according to you, right?
Who?
Israel.
Yes.
Okay, 1988 comes after 1967. So when did we determine they were occupying the state of Palestine or whatever, an entity of Palestine?
They're occupying the Palestinians.
Are they occupying the Samaritans?
They're occupying everyone in.
Should the Samaritans get a state?
Well, if they're a small portion of the of a population,
sure. Should they get a small little state?
You're gonna have a small. How many states you're gonna have?
Why not? They want to self-determine. Aren't they being occupied right now?
They don't want to. They want to be part. They want to be part of the.
Who controls Area
B? It's a mixed rule between the Israelis and the
social side.
I don't know.
The Palestinians, according to Oslo, too. And so the Palestinians...
he doesn't know that. That's crazy.
And then there's also part in...
He's Palestinian. He's from Bethlehem, so he lived in Area A, I assume. I'm starting to think this guy's never been there. But anyways, lived in Area A, but he doesn't know who socially controls Area B. That's insane. For those asking where have I seen this guy, he was on the... I didn't know this at the time. Somebody told me later. He was on the Rudy Rockman debate where Rudy Rockman was 1 versus 20. He was one of the 20.
Israel proper outside of Tel Aviv. That's where the rest of the half of the Samaritans go. What about the Druze? What about the Bedouins?
They choose.
Okay.
They give the choice.
Okay.
If they want,
so should we make Kurdistan? Should we make Kurdistan?
If we create, we're talking about Palestine here.
I understand, but you said because they choose, they should make a state. Kurds choose to have a state. Should we make Kurdistan from Turkey to?
If they are being brutally treated and occupied, yes.
A lot of them are brutally treated and occupied. Yes.
So yes, let every people, every nation on the face of earth,
as long as they choose,
not choose, they have the right to have self-determination. They have the right. Look what happened in the Western world when Scotland had a vote on whether to become part outside of the United Kingdom. Right? They voted on it, and they turned it down. They said, no, we want to stay part of the United Kingdom. We will do the same.
Oh wow, they did something that wasn't barbaric. That sounds like it worked out for them. I agree. I agree with that 100%.
When you are making a very unfair comparison between people who lived a good life, democracy, freedom for decades, and comparing them to a group of people who are being killed and mistreated every single day. Don't expect them to have the ability and the mindset to act in the same manner.
Yes, because they are also doing actions that have consequences.
Just so everyone knows also, the reason Jordan actually relinquished control, he tried to say, oh yeah, they worked with the Palestinians to create like this kind of separation agreement. That's not true at all. The reason Jordan relinquished control is because of the pressure that they felt from the first Intifada that started in 87. So the year after, that's when they relinquished control. I think it was July, maybe 30th, 31st of 1988. And then it wasn't until months later, November 15th, 1988, that Palestine declared independence.
So does
what
Israel.
Did we celebrate last week here in America?
4th of July?
250 years of what?
Of our nation.
What happened 250 years ago?
They signed the Declaration. What are you asking me?
We got our independence, right?
Oh,
How did we get it? Did we fight or we just sat down and voted?
Yeah, they fought.
Exactly.
Okay.
Okay. That's how you're accusing Palestinians of being uncivilized.
I understand the problem.
You're accusing Palestinians of being uncivilized because they're fighting for their freedom.
No, I call them uncivilized because they blow body parts all over in pizza shops and Sparrow pizza shops, and they women and they have taken 9-month-old babies and have controlled them. The youngest death in October 7th was a 10-hour-old baby. 10-hour-old. That's why I call them barbaric. If they went straight to IDF bases,
so can I
and
call
they
you
fought
barbaric? Can I call you a barbaric because you're part of the U.S. Army?
You can do whatever you want. I don't give a shit.
We got to wrap this up.
What I will say, Thank
you for the super chat, Conservative Kelly. Israel derangement syndrome occupies their brains rather than their own accountability for what they have historically done.
Will say is, and I think this is where the problem's coming. I never once made the claim that they don't have a right to
Also, just so everyone knows, when I said the youngest victim killed on October 7th was 10 hours old, technically 14 hours old. The name of that newborn baby was Naama Abu Rashed. By the way, Arab, just FYI, Bedouin specifically. It wasn't even a Jew. Not that that should really matter. I'm just, extra information if you guys didn't know. Naama, Naama, Abu Rashed, Rashed. The Bedouin mother was shot. I think she was killed. She was fired upon by militants at the Magen Junction. And there was an emergency delivery. And the baby succumbed to her injuries and passed away at 10 p.m. on October 7th, just 14 hours after birth. So they shot her through her pregnant stomach, and it hit, I believe, I can look into it, but I believe it was the leg of the baby. And Israelis did everything they could for that Arab mother, because, they're so racist, right? They hate Arabs. They tried everything they could to save the baby and succeeded for about 14 hours until there was nothing they could do, and unfortunately it passed away. So yeah, that's who this fucker's defending right now. Look at his smug face. Yeah, so when you guys tell me, not you guys in the chat, but these people, oh, well, what about... Yeah, fuck off, dude.
Make their decisions. What I said is that there's consequences to decisions, sometimes positive or negative. That's what I said. If you're saying, well, they're deciding to fight back, fine, fight back. But if you lose that fight, you don't get to cry and then say, can we pretend I didn't do it and go back to what it was before, which is what they did in 1948.
You are such a condescending bully, and your viewers enjoy this and enjoy it as much as you can, but you're beating a dead horse. I agree. The whole world is moving away from the support of this terrorist state called Israel. As J.D. Vance said last week, America is the only friend that Israel is having right now. And guess what? Even America is changing among conservatives and liberals. It's changing and realizing what you still insist on not realizing and admitting.
What does this have to do with what I said? All right, fine. Got it. Good job. I got it. They don't like him. I got it. I don't know what that has to do with what I said. I don't base my opinion off of the popularity of people.
Final statement, Nick.
Yeah, I don't base my opinion on the popularity of people. At one time, the Nazis were actually more popular. People in America, more of them think it's okay to murder babies. I don't care the opinion. There was actually a Gallup poll that was just done relatively recently that showed right-wingers across the board, actually. It showed that they had the same support for Israel that they did in 2014. The left wing and the center, mostly left, went down so far that it brought the average down. I don't care.
You were not happy with the way the voting took place when someone talked about it earlier. And here you go coming out and saying, one question, was it guided?
I'll explain why, because that one had its methodology. The one I mentioned earlier, he didn't reach his methodology. You just weren't listening.
So
factual? Yeah.
Biased towards the...
I am biased. That is true.
All right.
Everyone's biased. That doesn't matter.
Thanks for watching all the way to the end, guys. Please hit like and subscribe. It helps us grow the show and helps us get bigger guests. Thank you so much.
So I disagree. I don't think that the Palestinians were ever really given a shot to have their own state. And I would date that back to probably 1917-ish. Are you familiar with the
Balfour Declaration?
No. With the, what was it called?
So it was
Mehdi Musa riots.
Oh, yeah.
Where they pilgrimized to Jericho. And Palestinians, both Muslims and Christians, were, I think they were singing our national anthem. And Jews were throwing stones at them, and it caused a huge riot, right? Tens of thousands of people were rioting.
Yeah, they shouldn't have thrown stones at them. Not really sure what you're saying right now.
So what that led to was this huge...
So everyone sees, because that stupid neo-Nazi guy shook his head when I said Republicans, right-wingers, whatever, have the same exact sympathy and feelings towards the Israelis as they did in 2014. And I said it was a Gallup poll. Here it is. This is a Gallup poll. As you guys can see, it was actually lower in 2001. I really should have said that. It's actually higher. This is the most, this was a 2025 poll right here. Actually, I think the poll might have been released later, but this is the information they had. This is the percentage of Israelis, Republican sympathies in the Middle East situation. 75% in 2014. It was about 81%. It got down here to 76%. Same thing in 2009. It's about the same, 75. It was 76 in 2009. There's a little bit of a peak right there in 2003. That was right before 2004 thing. So I'm trying to think of what happened in 2003 that made them go from 59% to 77%. Oh, it's probably 9/11. They're probably like, in 9/11, they're probably like, yeah, Israelis 59%, and then 9/11 happened, they're like, yeah, I get it, actually. So that's probably why it went up. Yeah, so it's been relatively exactly the same for at least since 2006, 2005, 2006. It's been about the exact same. And same thing with their feelings towards the Palestinians. It's gone a little up, a little down. It's literally the same thing. Democrats is where you see this large change. It peaked in 2014 at 58%, and then today it's all the way down to 21%. Independent, it's a little bit more stable. It's gone down somewhat, but yeah. So when people tell you, just FYI, when people give you this bullshit with this, well, Americans actually, yeah, when they say Americans, they're talking about the Americans that agree with socialism slash Marxism slash communism. They're talking about the Americans that say, hey, I can murder my baby. That's the Americans they're talking about. If you actually look at the side that I align with, which is why I say, and by the way, even if this did go down, I still don't care, because I make it very clear that I don't base my values and opinions off of even what Republicans, Democrats, whatever think. I'm just giving you guys a little bit of context here. So when I said to that guy, yeah, Republicans are pretty much the same, I should have said since 2004, 2005, really. I said 2014. So I guess I kind of messed up a little bit there. But regardless, when I said that, and that neo-Nazi in the back was like, no, yeah, literally I'm correct.
Situation where the British
I think it was this guy. I actually feel bad for this dude, because he was kind of nice, but he was sweating bullets, and he ends up stuttering so much that he like looks around. He's like, I'm sorry guys, I haven't really debated before. And I end up being like, it's okay, like take a breath. Like I was actually kind of nice to this guy.
Empire had to send out commissioners to determine what happened, what's the problem between the Palestinian Arabs and the Jews that were living there, right? So
there was a similar commission guy, a guy named William Young in 1839 to 1844, actually was in Jerusalem. Pretty similar. He was also with the British, but it was during the Ottoman time. And it was very
this was the Palin Commission.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with it?
I've heard of it. You have to remind me exactly what it said. I was just saying that they do these regularly.
So it was a huge commission report, right? And basically, it followed this line of who's the aggressor first.
Like you can tell he practiced this in the mirror, and then he's like,
really the ones pushing the buttons. And it was actually Zionist Jews.
In 1917 specifically?
1917 through 1918.
So like in 1847, when they kicked out Jews that were old enough to bear arms, that was in 1847, I believe. What was the reason for that? If Zionists were the ones that were pushing the button, I guess. Or how about 1517 Hebron Massacre? Or how about 1517 Sfat Massacre, where they targeted and killed Jews? What was the purpose of that?
Well, I'm talking about from when British mandated Palestine existed, right? So after the Ottoman
1917 was
rule,
Battle of
after
Jerusalem.
Ottoman rule.
1922.
So actually, the British used Arab Muslims to fight the Ottomans, to fight Turkey, right? And they were under the impression that they would actually have some self-determination after they
Did they not give them Jordan?
Yeah,
but it was 78% of all of Palestine.
It's more than just Jordan, though.
They were promised 100% of the land?
No, they were never promised 100%.
So 78% wasn't good enough.
No. But
okay.
They were promised a proportion.
Come on, Nick. Don't be so mean to him.
Right?
I'm listening.
Okay. So in this report, it said that they were under the impression from the Balfour Declaration that they would actually have self-determination through this, right?
What did the Balfour Declaration say? It's 2.5 paragraphs.
Well, I can't quote it verbatim like you can, but
I can't quote the whole 2.5 paragraphs verbatim, but I don't see how anyone would read the Balfour Declaration and hear. By the way, I think the British and the French absolutely screwed up, and they absolutely should have given the Arabs self-determination, as I'm saying they did.
Right.
Jordan was created by the British, you agree?
Yeah.
The Emirate of Transjordan in 1921 and 46 was when they declared independence.
Sure.
They kicked out like 10,000 plus Jews out of that land and said no Jews allowed. That was 78% of Palestine.
Just real quick, pull up the Balfour Declaration. Could read it real quick because it's very short. Dear Lord Rothschild, I have much pleasure in conveying to you, on behalf of His Majesty's government, the following declaration of sympathy with Jewish Zionist aspirations, which has been submitted to and approved by the cabinet. His Majesty's government view with favor the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people. But notice how it doesn't say 100%, doesn't even say a percent, it just says in Palestine, which again, 1917, we have to look at the context here, okay? Jordan didn't exist at all. There was no Emirate of Transjordan for another almost 4 years, okay? So that's what Palestine was. But anyways, national home for the Jewish people, and will use their best endeavors to facilitate the achievement of this object, it being clearly understood. This is the key part that they love to leave out. It being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine, or the rights and political status enjoyed by Jews in any other country. I should be grateful if you would bring this declaration to the knowledge of the Zionist Federation. That's it. That's what it says.
Fine. They gave that to them. Is that just not enough?
So
What is your
I like
argument
to
right
roll
now?
back my argument on this.
Okay.
Because it was actually kind of under false pretenses with the Balfour Declaration. It was understood by Arab Muslims and Christians that were in Palestine, Palestinians, that what would happen is once the national state for the Jews was established, that they would all live together, that it would be governed by Arab Muslims, right? The ones who fought for the freedom from the Ottomans.
No, I've never been invited on Piers Morgan.
Yes, 1917,
Okay,
yeah. 1917 to
Around that, okay.
1920-ish. Right.
Before the Peel Commission.
Right, exactly. So during all of that,
The reason I ask, I'm just so you can gather your thoughts real quick, is because there was the King Crane Commission.
Okay.
I don't know if you ever heard of it. It was 1919, I want to say. It was also it was a huge polling apparatus, and they asked the Arabs, to include those that are in what is today Syria, Lebanon, and Palestine, whatever you want to call it. They actually asked them, and 80.4% said that they didn't want a unified Palestine. They wanted a unified Syria, actually, that would incorporate that whole land. Only 6 said that they wanted a unified Palestinian state. And by 6, I don't mean 6%. I mean 6 people.
Right.
So I'm trying to figure out where you're getting your, because it's around the same time.
So from the Palin Commission report,
Right.
Okay, and sorry, I'm really trying.
Here is the King Crane Commission that I referenced. It was, like I said, a huge polling apparatus. If you add up all the numbers, it's probably like close to 10,000 people. Anyways, here is where they talk about territorial limits. And like I said, I don't even know how I remembered it perfectly, but I don't know. My brain's like that. Anyways, 80.4% wanted a united Syria for a separate Palestine. Again, not 6%, 6 people. That's it. Out of all these numbers, 6 people. That's it. Said separate Palestine. And by the way, somebody came up on my live the other day and told me they actually looked into these 6 people. I don't know why I didn't think of it. Turns out these 6 were Jews / Zionists. I think they were Jews, but it could have been maybe some Christian Zionists or something. But regardless, that's it. That's even the 6, it wasn't even like it was Arabs. This is the King Crane Commission. It was in 1919, as it says right here. You guys should look into it. But yeah, 6 people. Yeah, whatever. Can't find it. Anyways.
And sorry, I'm really trying to gather my thoughts.
It's okay. I mean, just tell me generally what you
I'm
think
not a
it said.
debater, guys. I've never done one of
Just tell me
podcasts
like
before,
generally what
so-
you think it said. You don't have to get it perfectly.
Right. So
He was
from what
nice.
I
He
gathered
was
from
nice.
it, I read it. From what I gathered from it, the Arab Muslims and Christians really didn't understand what the Balfour Declaration was. Okay. And the
Okay.
British fed them this idea that it would bring them to self-determination, right? That everybody would be united because Jews lived in the area, in the region, even
British
even
did-
before the Balfour Declaration, even before
Right.
World War II. Of
But
course,
to
they
be
lived
fair-
there the entire time.
To be fair to the British, which is something I almost never do, so good kudos to you for making me do that. They did push for that. For that, when you say they gave themselves or wanted to give themselves determination, I'm not sure exactly which land you're talking about. But if we're assuming the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea,
the people who live there, who
right?
occupied,
So the
who
Peel
live in there.
Commission, right, which would have made Jerusalem an international body with I think it was 110,000 Arabs and 105,000 Jews, almost pretty much 50-50. And then there was going to be the Arab state and the Jewish state, and that was after they already had separated all of what at the time would be Transjordan. They already separated all of that for the Arabs. So a total of 78%. Just by Jordan alone was given to the Arabs. And then on top of that, the amount that was given to them during the Peel Commission. So when you say they thought they were going to give this, to be fair to the British, they did push for that and it was just didn't go through.
Okay, but would you agree
sec,
that
guys.
the Balfour Declaration kind of surpassed the population that was already there, did not give them the opportunity to form their own government?
They did. They had their own local representation. Here,
That local representation is not the same as being able to self-determine and self-govern.
they were part of the entire Arab League. See, I actually agree with your original claim, and I'll tell you why. The reason I agree that I don't believe they would call themselves Palestinian really at the time, but
No, they
sure.
would call themselves
right. But sure, the Arabs of the land.
We say it for modern.
Right. You are correct that they didn't have at least much of a say. But it's not because of the British and the Zionists. It's because of the Arabs. The Arabs, and if you look at...
that's not true.
Okay.
According to the Bailey report, that's not true at all.
Okay. I know what the British said because they were covering their ass. But if you listen to the actual Arabs, the Arabs were saying that the local, what they call the fellahin, right, didn't really get much of a say. In fact, a lot of the Arabs, when you look at the official meetings between the British and the Arabs, they had representatives from Lebanon, Jordan, etc. The fellahin, right, the local Arab population, they didn't really have much of a say. And I actually think that's the strong... Well, you just said I was wrong 5 minutes ago.
What do you mean?
That's what I said. And you said, no, that's not true at all. And now you agree. Well,
maybe I was disagreeing with something else.
Okay, well, I'm glad you agree now. But that's actually, I believe, what I think would be the strongest position for the pro-Palestinians. But I don't think they're willing to take it because it means they'd have to put blame on the Arab world.
Okay. So would you agree that Israel, as it stands today, was founded on terrorism?
Was founded on terrorism?
Yes.
I think the official forces was the Haganah. I wouldn't call them.
I mean, there were 3 different terrorist groups.
Yeah, they weren't official
the
forces at all.
No, they weren't official, but they became official forces after.
No, they didn't.
Yes,
they were disbanded. What are you talking about?
They were disbanded and they formed the IDF.
They didn't form the IDF.
The IDF
Some of them went into
them.
the no. The
Yes,
IDF was formed of the Haganah and the Palmach, 100%.
Not the
and
Lehi,
some of
not
them,
the other one.
No, some of the ones in there, including Menachem Begin, did go into the IDF, and guess what? They said you will relinquish
What about
all of
King
these
David
beliefs.
hotel bombing? They bombed.
That has
they
nothing to
bombed
do with the
British
IDF.
officials.
That was before.
Right. That was the extremist groups that.
I don't
the Zionist
remember ever
extremist
said.
groups.
Okay, so they bombed. Yes, I know it's called a hotel. It wasn't used as a hotel.
Well, right. It was
British
their base.
headquarters.
It was their headquarters. Yes.
Is there? I'm sorry. Is bombing a base? Is that terrorism?
I mean, but they were.
I'm asking you. Is bombing a base terrorism?
Well,
it's just a yes or no. You think it's terrorism or not? Do you think bombing?
Well,
a
I
base
think
is
it's a little bit more nuanced than that, isn't it?
They warned them. They told them we were going to bomb the area. Then they bombed it. Is that terrorism?
No, not particularly.
Okay, great. I don't, by the way, not even here to defend Irgun or Lehi in every aspect, but that wasn't a good example. The Haganah and Lehi and Irgun even sometimes fought against each other. The Haganah would blow up shipments from Irgun. In fact, they would even spread propaganda against the Irgun because Ben Gurion and the Haganah as a whole didn't want the Irgun's ideology. That's why when the IDF was formed, they had to swear to relinquish that and follow the laws of the land, including the IDF.
Okay. So with the Balfour Declaration, do you think that did anything for the Palestinian people to help them at all to self-determination, to have their own state, to do anything?
I don't think the
So
Balfour
it's like so they fought the Ottomans for the British, right?
Okay.
They secured that defeat, and then the British, instead of giving these people their own state.
Can you explain to me what Jordan is? What Lebanon is, what Syria is? Do you know these were all formed around this time, right?
Right.
So what do you mean they didn't give them their own state? You're saying because they didn't give them the state in this specific spot? Is that what you're saying?
Right, in Jerusalem.
When did they promise
in
that?
the main headquarters
When
in
did they
Jerusalem.
promise? Really?
It wasn't
there's
promised.
Been,
It wasn't
hold on.
promised.
There's been 5 caliphates throughout the Muslim world. Can you tell me which one ever made Jerusalem a capital?
5 No, I don't know everything about
0.
about
None of
Muslim
them.
caliphates and
Yeah,
all that
none
stuff.
of them. They say it's important to them today. It's funny. They didn't care about it back then.
Right.
So no, it wasn't their capital. But can you just tell me, and if you can, I'll tell you, yeah, that's messed up by the British, but I don't think you can. Can you tell me when the British said, not just, hey, we're going to give you a state, but this specific land right here, this one on the map?
No, I can't say that because it was never explicitly stated.
Okay, so you're
They never
mad that
stated.
they gave them all of this, just not that?
Well,
Even though they tried to during the Peel Commission and the Arabs denied that?
No.
What about
You see,
1948?
Jerusalem has specific religious ties to it, right? For all 3 Abrahamic religions. Okay, so Al-Aqsa is very, very important to Islam, is it not? Okay, so if
Yeah, they say it's their third holy site, that's
Muslim
true.
Arabs have been controlling that area for hundreds of years, right? And then they fight for their independence from the Ottomans, backed by the British, and then the British totally jump over them and give that territory
The British
to the
never-
Zionists.
The British never gave the territory to the
Well, they
Zionists.
relinquished it to the
Right.
yeah.
Just want to make sure. In fact, the UN vote, the Partition Plan 181, the British actually abstained from that vote, which is effectively a no vote. So no, the British never did that.
Right.
And again, I'm hardly defending the British.
Right.
I think they absolutely did make promises they couldn't keep and then
Okay.
bounced out.
So
But
where
real quick,
does-
you said hundreds of years. You agree that that land is pretty ancient, right, in terms of civilization living on it?
Yes, of
Why did you say hundreds of years?
wasn't it around 1500 that they conquered it, or am I?
Oh, you're talking about Umar? Yeah, that was back in 637, I believe.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think you're getting my point. That's post-colonial.
Okay.
Okay, you brought up the Al-Aqsa Mosque. What's it on top of?
The Dome of the Rock.
No, the Dome of the Rock's next to Al-Aqsa Mosque.
Okay, what is
What's
it
it on top of? It's on the Temple Mount.
Right, Temple Mount, exactly.
What is the Temple Mount?
The Jewish temple.
You find
Okay,
it-
but that's conquered land, right?
Oh, no. I'm not saying that
So
they
that's
didn't conquer it.
conquered
They
land, right?
absolutely conquered it. 100%. There's 3 ways to get a land.
Right.
You can be indigenous, although that's a in today's day and age, I think every indigenous land has been, pushed out. But indigeneity, diplomacy, like what was brought up earlier with voting about staying with a state or creating one, or conquering / defense war, whatever war. I'll just say war, right? I'm with you. I'm not saying that how dare the Arabs conquer. Yeah, they all did it. Persians did it. Greeks did it. Alexander the Great was in that land. I'm totally not saying that that was a problem. I'm just saying that it's a little hypocritical that it's like, well, the Arabs did that, and then when the indigenous population comes back and then they defend it through a war, all of a sudden it's problematic. Why? Because it's more modern times. Is that how we decide? Because Jordan was created 2 years before that.
So can you articulate your point why you don't think that the Palestinians should be able to have self-determination and have their own state?
Yeah, they have shown nothing that would show any good faith. I don't think that they're ready for a state. I don't think they particularly want one. I think this is absolutely a ploy to fight the Jews in the land. I think this is.
So you think that it's a racial thing? Do you think that they just hate Jews?
Racial
or ethnic?
I would say religious.
Religious,
right? I get that there are Palestinian Christians. They make up a very small minority.
But have Jews not lived in the area the entire time from the Roman occupation?
Yeah, just like we see with
the Ottoman occupation, they've lived there the whole time.
Yep, just like we've seen with other, whether we're talking about caliphates or other areas that used to be Christian or now Muslim, we see how they act when they are a relatively smaller percentage, and as they grow, they start to get more aggressive until they conquer that land, and then they start to treat.
I can make the same argument for the Jews.
Okay,
for the Jews that was in Palestine.
Perfect, make it. And then at that point, we're just stuck between who won.
Well, right, but it's the same thing. So you can't call one terrorist groups and then call the other one
I don't think I call Muslims terrorists.
Well, I mean, the insinuation is there.
You're insinuating that.
No.
I never said that. Not that there aren't Muslim terrorists, just like there's Jewish terrorists and Christian terrorists and atheist terrorists.
Right.
But I never made that claim. There's multiple ways to conquer an area
But
without using terrorism.
But you denied that Israel was founded on terrorism, which it was.
As I proved to you, because you said the Lehi was formed the IDF, which was
But they committed
terroristic. Yes,
atrocities
individuals who are not part of the official forces did commit terrorism. That is true.
So none of those individuals. Hold on. So none of those
I think
individuals
Baruch
ever
Goldstein
formed the
is a
IDF.
terrorist.
They never joined the IDF.
So
after they
again,
disbanded.
there's a big difference. Menachem Begin, who, by the way, he's the one that gave the Sinai back to the Egyptians. He was given a Nobel Peace Prize. He was part of the Irgun. Okay. He was a leader. I didn't say that they didn't form and go. You're right. They didn't all go to jail. I don't think I ever made that claim, but. The argument, if you want to make one, is that
they never joined the IDF.
I never said that. I said the opposite. I didn't say that. You can rewind. I said that people joined. What you said is they're the ones that formed it. That was incorrect. They joined.
Remember when I said formed of those people?
Do you remember when I said that they had to relinquish all of their prior groups and thoughts, and they had to follow the laws of the land? Do you remember me saying that?
After the
right. Yeah. I said that because they joined. So I did say that, right? So what I'm saying to you is, if they were to have gone from the Irgun to the IDF, and let's say after a couple years they continue to do Irgun tactics, and the IDF did nothing about it, you'd have a perfect point.
Okay.
Then I would be like, that was wrong, but that's not what happened.
Okay. What right do the Jewish Israelis have to the land exactly?
What right do Jews have to the land? Like I just said.
Why was the Balfour Declaration signed? Why do they have a right to the land?
Yeah, so I already answered this question. Remember I said there's 3 ways to gain the land. You can go with indigeneity, you can go with diplomacy, or you can go through war / conquering. I think they have all 3 actually.
Okay.
But I would say only one of them. Like if you conquer land, like are Europeans indigenous to America? No. Do I think America shouldn't be a country? No. Do you think America should be a country?
Absolutely.
They're not indigenous though.
So
what right do they have? What right do they have?
Well, it was conquered land, right?
Amen.
But how did Israel conquer the land?
Yeah, again,
through terroristic
multiple
nature,
different ways.
Through bombings.
Yeah. First off, not true. But second off, if you ask the British how they conquered the land, the Americans, they would also have called that terrorism. Just FYI.
Through,
so what you're doing is ironically what you're doing is one sec, can I finish? What you're doing right now is what a lot of people do, and they say all Muslims are terrorists because look at what this Muslim did. If it was the Haganah that did it and it was endorsed by the Haganah,
these were Israeli.
These were not official. These were Israelis.
It doesn't matter if they were official yet. How could they be
it matters
when there was no official state yet?
Haganah was the official Jewish Defense Force.
How could they be official when there was no official state?
You're saying you can't be official if so Haganah, just so you know, you can look this up after.
Let
me finish. Just ask me a question.
Palestinian
organization? Yes, 100%.
Okay.
That's why you're wrong. Yes, Haganah was absolutely the official Jewish Defense Force, 100% recognized by the British. I can't even say anything other than you're just incorrect. But what I will say is, yes, were there Israelis who did acts of terrorism, even though the King David bombing hotel was a bad example? Yes. I don't think I ever said Jews are incapable of being terrorists. Baruch Goldstein, who went into, I was just there a month ago, the Cave of the Patriarchs, and he slaughtered Muslims praying. He's a terrorist, or was, he's dead now, but he was a terrorist. I don't think I ever made that claim. I think you guys hear what I'm saying, and you try to establish absolutes.
Well, I think you say so much that when you're saying it, it's hard for us to pinpoint exactly which point that we need to
I'll speak slower.
Okay, final point.
I really don't have a final point. I just, those are my thoughts.
Yeah, I just want to add on. I mean, this is just a general statement that
I love
the
myself.
amount of distance that Israel made it into, or sorry, Hamas and collaborators made it into October 7th from Gaza border to Israel proper. That distance is longer than the distance from the West Bank border, if it was a state, to the Mediterranean Sea. If they can do that from tiny little Gaza with little support, because the Egyptians don't really like them either, imagine what they can do with an entire state that has an entire border with Jordan.
Okay, but why did that last so long?
Why did what last so long?
That attack.
Are you
I think I'm
asking why
thinking
did it-
about something different. I'm sorry.
Thanks for watching all the way to the end, guys. Please hit like and subscribe. It helps us grow the show and helps us get bigger guests. Thank you so much.
All right, so I think the prompt is should be no Palestine state in the West Bank. So when I look at the word should, it's highest probability of long-term success. So I'm looking to solve the problem rather than saying why it won't work. I'm going to state why it would work.
Okay.
So I'm hoping to hear maybe a little bit of the
I
eight
like
state.
that. I like it.
All right.
Let's hear it.
I was very enthused with it as well. So when I say should, the Israel has had the military capability to take over West Bank, correct?
Sorry, you said do they have the military capabilities?
Yes.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So, but they don't have the political capability to do so, or they would have.
Like international pressure and stuff?
Yes.
Fair.
So then the logical starting point is giving them the land so that they can have a state, because that is what should.
Just want to point out, I love what I do here.
It should be the best start to the solution.
I see the angle you're going with. Can I ask you if
Dang it.
No, it's fine. I actually appreciate that, because it's not always about saying what's perfect. It's about saying what I think is the most logical. So if there was an agreement, right, where the Palestinians get the state,
I feel like we're going to get to my conclusion real quick.
Right, yeah. If there was an agreement, but that agreement includes that if you attack the state of Israel, and I'm not talking about someone who goes rogue, who just tries to, I'm talking about like relatively officially, or you're just not doing enough to stop terrorism.
Yeah.
If that was the case, and Israel says, if you do that, we get to go in and annex the whole thing and push you out, would you accept that deal?
I believe that is what the goal is, or hope, because the land
The hope is that you would accept that deal?
I think the hope is that would be the allowed outcome of the situation.
So
Always ask this question to anyone who says like, oh, I'm pro two-state solution. Ask them exactly what I just asked. Hey, if we go with this two-state solution, you hold a gun to my head, you said you have to accept a two-state solution, make it work. If I'm Israel, he's Palestine, whatever. If I look over the table, oh, what a spot to pause on. Anyways, if I look over the table and I say, okay, you can have a state, we'll recognize it. Heck, even throw in East Jerusalem, which I would never do, but just hypothetically, throw in East Jerusalem as your capital. The second you attack us, right? Or you don't do enough to stop like rogue terrorists, whatever. We get to push every single one of you out and we annex the entire land. Would you accept that deal? The reason it's a good question is because if they answer, yes, well, great, because we know that the Palestinians will attack. But if they answer no, which most of them will, because they're like, well, no, I don't want to accept that, then you are admitting that you're the pro-Palestinian. You should accept, or you should trust them more than anyone, definitely more than I do. That you're even admitting that you can't trust them if you say no.
If you attack us even once, we will go in with our military might and take over and annex all of it and push you out. Would you accept that deal? If you don't, you can have your state forever. We can be friends. We can not be. We can put up a
wait. So
wonderful wall.
I'm missing what your solution is.
Sure. I'm saying it's not my solution. I'm saying with yours. If you and me, you're on the Palestinian and Israeli side, we have a contract, right?
Okay.
You can have the second state. What you call the West Bank, which now will be called Palestine, it's a state.
Can
we'll
we cut there?
recognize it.
Sounds good.
All that, right? Everything you're asking for.
Yes.
And we'll even pull all the settlements out.
Okay.
But if you attack us once, indefinitely, right? If you attack us once, we will go in with our military might and we will push all of you out and annex it, and that will be part of Israel.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't, you can have your state forever, until something else happens. I don't know, whatever. And you can be friends with us, or you can put up 100 wall, whatever you want. It's your state. You can have right of return. You can have all of that if you never attack us. But if you attack us, we're going in and taking all of it and you're getting out.
Mm-hmm.
Would you accept that deal?
I would say yes, because it seems that is the highest probability for succeeding.
Okay, I accept that deal.
So then so you're saying that would not be the highest probability of success?
Nope, I like the deal. Sounds great.
Because the
Palestinians will attack.
Okay.
Because that's who they are. That's exactly what will happen. And so if it's a way to get out of the status quo, I'm all for it.
What do you mean get out of the status quo?
Status quo right now is obviously not working. That's why we're having the debate. Now, I also have a position that not everything always has a solution, or at least in contemporary times, or at least a solution that people are willing to take, whether it be the Arabs.
I'm willing to hear it out. I looked at the 8-state, and I was trying to go back to whatever your YouTube live was.
That's Dr. Cater. I don't know if I necessarily agree with him. I think it's an interesting concept.
Well, you said you had 2 good options. I'm laying out what my option is. So the best option. So your option would have to be better.
Yeah, no, what I'm saying is that if that was something you accept, I would accept that because I know it wouldn't work, and it would end the status quo. So to finish what I was saying real quick is I don't think everything requires, at least in contemporary times, a solution. I think it's an arrogance of the human beings that we think that there will be a solution and I'll be the one to figure it out. Sometimes that's not the case. Again, in contemporary times, I'm not saying permanently.
So would that be an opportunity for a start of a solution, since the solution that you had suggested, you're suggesting there's not one?
No, I'm saying that is very much a possibility, and I also understand that solutions can come about from people definitely smarter, or a group of people even better, kind of like what they were doing.
I'm not one of those, just looking for
with the Oslo Accords. Even though I'm against them, and I don't think they really did much for the Palestinians or the Israelis, at the same time, the thought that they actually came together and worked together, I think that's that's great. And then they started an intifada after Camp David instead of continuing with diplomacy, because again, that's who they are. So that's why I said I would totally accept your proposition of if you attack us once, we get to push you all out and take it.
And you believe
either way, what I do know what will happen is we will get past this Israeli-Palestinian conflict, at least in terms of the West Bank.
So I try to not use regime change, but the way you're suggesting it is going to be military might. And like you said, in Japan and Germany, those have been the only times that have been successful. So it doesn't seem that...
It doesn't have to be. They can also just create their own state and not be terrorists.
So that would be your highest probability of succeeding.
Let me ask you, what is the number one reason why people that are against a two-state solution are against it?
I think it would be very difficult to implement.
Okay, but why? What's like one of the biggest concerns that people are like,
Israel safety, 100%.
Safety.
Yeah,
so the reason I offered that counter to you was because it's literally a guaranteed safety, either because they never attack. Again, I'm not talking about some individual. I'm talking about the actual official attack. Or they do, and either way, then they get pushed out. I'm saying either way, it will guarantee the safety. So that's the only way the two-state solution could.
But I feel like you gave yourself an out without coming up with.
I said I agree with you.
No. But as far as Israel is able to, for more or less, be around other countries as well that disagree, and there are safety concerns. So
are they attacking them? Like Lebanon's not really attacking Israel. It's Hezbollah.
I'll give you that.
Which is an Iranian proxy group. Iran is occupying them. That's why Lebanon and Israel are working together right now to rid them. Syria's not. There are militia groups. Jordan's not. Egypt's not. So yeah, if they did attack them, that would be, I'd have a different conversation with you.
But so there is the possibility of there not being attacked. But you're saying there's a super high probability.
Yeah, I guess in the sense that everything's possible. But Palestinians...
Fact check it. Is everything possible?
Not attack. Yeah, that would be great. I would love to see it. I would love to see no more war in the region, whether it's Arabs and Jews living side by side, if there needs to be a two-state solution, whatever the case might be.
Right.
I'd love to see it.
So my argument is there should be a starting point and a continuing conversation and looking for that progress. And you are in...
My argument is I don't capitulate.
Correct.
Capitulation has never led to success ever.
But it doesn't seem that your success is working.
I'm sorry, what do you mean?
As far as the land
status quo?
Yeah. More or
less.
No,
I don't think the status quo is particularly working. I think the status quo right now is just kind of a stable-ish relative, keyword relative, right?
No.
Stable-ish position until something happens, whether
But I'm describing that something happened, so you have to give me a better offer.
Oh, I think your option is, again, unless you accept that, what I just said, if you don't accept that, then your option is worse than the status quo. If you do accept that, then yeah, I would take that over the status quo.
Okay, so there is an opportunity.
That's why I said I agree, and I shook your hand.
Awesome.
Yep, we'll go with that.
All right, cool.
Thank you.
If you learned anything from this episode or got any value at all, please share this episode with a friend. It helps us grow the channel. The conflict didn't start on October 7th, but also didn't start in 1948.
Nope.
Take it away.
All right, so you believe that October 7th was completely done by Hamas, correct?
Completely, no.
Okay, who do you
Okay, if you guys think I destroyed this guy the first time, watch this.
believe was involved in the October 7th attack?
PIJ, PFLP, DFLP, Palestinian civilians.
Okay, so you don't believe
What's
that...
that to do with it not starting in 1948?
Well, we're going to get there.
Go
So
ahead.
you don't believe that Israel was part of that attack and allowed it to happen?
Allowed it to happen?
Allowed it to happen.
I've heard the claims. I haven't been given enough evidence to actually conclude that, like, logically.
Okay. Well, logically, it took 20 hours for Israel to even respond to the attack.
It's not accurate.
And it is accurate.
Yeah, so this is not even close to accurate. Let me write this down. He said it took 20 hours for Israel to respond to the attack in any way. Yeah, not even close to correct. I'm starting to think this guy like a Mossad agent, and he's just like trying to make the Palestinians look really, really bad. Just so everyone knows, Israel responded in terms of like literally any response in less than an hour. I don't know why. I've even heard a lot of like pro-Israelis say like, oh yeah, it took like 6 hours for any response. No, it was within an hour. However, if we're talking about like actual full units, yeah, it's about 6 hours. What we do know definitely is not 20 hours. No, I've never heard anyone say that. It's actually pretty insane.
6 hours.
It wasn't 6 hours. It was, okay, even if it was 6 hours, let's go with your 6 hours. Okay, like, I'll humor you.
It was.
It wasn't. But anyways, so 6 hours in a country the size of New Jersey, with 15th largest or most advanced military in the world. At least that's how they're ranked.
Wait, do you think 6 hours was the first attack or when units started going?
No, when IDF responded
Oh,
to
no,
Hamas.
they
It
had
took 20
helicopter
hours.
attacks like within 45 minutes. There was jets, I think, in the air as well.
No,
drone attacks.
that's not true, actually.
There was, because
Yoav Gallant, he issued the Hannibal Directive.
That has nothing to do.
Time out.
So just think about this for a second, and I bring it up. It's so funny when they're like, this guy, it took 20 hours to even do any response whatsoever. 20 hours. But also they did the Hannibal Directive. How? Oh, and it gets worse. Just watch.
Well,
Wait,
that's
hold on,
when the
that has nothing to
helicopter
do with the
attack
amount of
started.
attack. Okay,
Yeah.
so do you agree that Hamas killed those 1,200 civilians? Well,
I
hold
do
on.
not.
Okay, fine. Do you agree that those 1,200 civilians were killed within the first 6 hours?
No, they were killed over a course of about a day and a half. Now,
1,200 of them? Not stragglers, maybe. There might be a case or two. I'm talking about like by far the bulk majority.
Well, let's get to the facts real quick.
Yeah,
So
it was
hold-
within
so
the
hold on.
first 6 hours. So if the
Well,
IDF
let's
didn't
get to the-
respond, how could
let's-
they have killed them?
Let's get to the facts real quick. So
Okay.
the border fence and border fence is one of
Wait,
those.
are you gonna answer my question? I
No,
thought you were about to answer.
Hold on. There's no conjecture here about how many people died. 1,200 people died. We don't know when they died. Your opinion is in the first 6 hours. We don't know that. It took them 20 hours for a mass attack response. That's a fact.
Mass attack response in where? Gaza?
To Hamas inside their perimeter. Let me get there. So it is accurate. So again, when the attack started, they crossed the border fence and they infiltrated by air. They were flying in flying V formation like the Mighty Ducks on hang gliders across the border. When Israel has the Iron Dome, which is supposed to be one of the most advanced
Iron
air
Dome
defense.
doesn't shoot paragliders.
It can shoot
No,
paragliders.
it
it can shoot if it can shoot a drone. It can shoot a paraglider.
So FYI, the Iron Dome does not lock onto targets like paragliders. So no, it cannot shoot paragliders.
You're factually incorrect. It is how that works.
Do you know where the Iron
hold
Dome
on.
battery
You're hold up.
It's not in that area. And
The
if
Iron Dome
paraglide-
can reach in the
yes, but they
entire
were
state.
too low. These aren't rockets that go up.
That's
in the-
not true. Almost every drone was
You
shot
think the
down.
Iron Dome shoots down paragliders?
It can, yes. Yeah, see, here's what you don't understand. You don't understand technology, right? And radar.
do you agree when they
So
were-
they can
real
pick
quick,
up a bird. Time out.
Do you
They
agree
can
that
pick up a
do you
bird with
agree they
radar,
launched
but they
over
can't pick up a
1,000
paraglider.
Do you agree they were launching over 1,000 rockets while they were infiltrating via the fence or paragliders?
They're always launching
Right. So when the Iron Dome is launching at those, why would they launch at paragliders significantly farther away to significantly less?
Why wouldn't they?
So
Especially
you're
when
saying the Iron Dome should have ignored the rockets coming into Israel and shot the
Yeah, because the
paragliders?
rockets never hit anything. The rockets never
They
hit anything.
do sometimes, but regardless, the Iron Dome.
Sometimes, maybe like 5% of the time, maybe even less.
That's because it has a 95% success
But here,
rate. Hold on
let's-
one
let's
second.
go
Let me
back.
just get this
You're-
out real quick.
you're trying to
They have a
take 10
95%
minutes
success
up.
rate.
Okay.
So when you say the rockets don't hit, that's because the Iron Dome is shooting at them. If you're saying the Iron Dome should have
No,
ignored
the
those,
rockets don't hit
and
anything because they have no way to to target or track those rockets. They just launch.
So then why
them.
have the
They
Iron
just-
Dome at all then?
Well, you have the Iron Dome for all kinds of protection from other attacks.
No,
yeah.
that's the arrow and
hold on,
no,
hold
that's
up.
the arrow and David's
Okay,
sling. What's the purpose of the Iron Dome?
Hold on, time out. Let's get to no. It's not a Jesus. Your autism's kicking in, and you can't handle answering questions.
I'm answering everything you're saying.
Okay,
It's
well then let
all
me get
dumb.
to it. No. Everything you say is dumb. Everything you said today has been retarded and autistic.
Everybody can
all right, no,
hear.
but no, you're the only person that's hearing you. All right.
I also think it's funny that one, he's attacking autism, I guess. Well, whatever. I don't even care about his response. This guy in the back, the Palestinian Arab guy, was laughing at someone making fun of like autistic people. The guy that wanted me to feel for him, the Palestinian Arab that was like, I was humiliated as a child. You need to feel bad for me. And if you don't, you're cold. He's now laughing at like making fun of autism. I just thought that was actually pretty funny.
And so, hear me out. So they came across the most advanced border fence, and
most advanced?
Yeah, most advanced border fence and detection system. No, it's not a chain link fence, brother. The amount of technology that is surrounding the Israeli border.
Did you not see the bulldozer where they knocked down the chain link fence?
Oh, okay, time out. It's not a chain link fence, bro. It has all kinds of detection systems. No one has crossed that border fence in years before the Hamas attack and since. That's because of all the technology and defense systems that are in place. It is one of the most advanced and secured borders. Who cares about the fence? Israel has the money if they wanted to build that. They don't because of the tech and the detection systems they have, which I personally know about. So you can keep gaslighting. I'm not going to talk about that on air. Yeah. No, it's exactly because I'm not going to talk about it on air. You know I can't say certain things. Don't look at me like that. But get out of here, Noahad. Anyways, they can't get close. They can't get close to that border. And that is a fact. Israeli units will deploy within seconds anytime someone even gets within a buffer zone. That's a fact. So they also had information from Egyptian intelligence and multiple other nations telling them the attack was coming. And this is on record from testimony from IDF soldiers that they pulled the day before when there was a music festival with international attendees. They pulled the IDF out of that area. That's testimony.
There was no IDF at all in the Negev?
The IDF was pulled out of the area of the attack.
There was no IDF
yes,
in the Negev?
they were pulled out of that area. Actually, it's not incorrect. There's testimony from the commander.
IDF soldiers.
No, they eventually got there. Yes.
You're talking about the base nearby the border.
It's not the base nearby the border. They pulled them off the border. Hold up. Stop gaslighting me. I'm going through a thing. Yeah. Anyways, so they pulled the IDF out of the area and they had free reign on that music festival crowd, right? Which had international attendees. It took them up to 20 hours. You say 6, but we'll go with that to respond to that attack in a country the size of New Jersey.
Here's the timeline right here. 6:30 is just when air raid happened, right? 7:40 is when they confirmed Hamas militants had entered. Okay. 8:23 they activated reservists in response to continue. 8:34 they had begun counteroffensive operations against Hamas. And the Air Force even began attacking Gaza. This is even 6 hours later. This is 4 hours later, right? There's actually a more detailed timeline. I can try to find it real quick and pull it up. That actually shows even within like the first hour they were doing some attacks. But this is the Air Force in the sky. The Air Force in the sky. So yeah, not even 6 hours later, they already declared war. Sites. Yeah, so I'm not really sure where the heck he's getting any of this from. And then I looked up not that I needed to, but I don't know, for fun, fuck it. Why the Iron Dome cannot shoot down paragliders. It's built to track and intercept fast, high arc threats, which is what I said. I said the rockets go up really high, whereas paragliders do not. That's like rockets and artillery shells, not slow-moving objects. Also, low altitude motorized paragliders. Yeah, not that I really needed to look this up, but like, you know, just in case somebody didn't buy it.
Where it takes about 7 minutes for any attack unit to spin up by helicopter and reach anywhere in Israel. They waited 20 hours to do something because Israel needed a false flag.
So just out of curiosity, if we were to fact check this after I made a video and it wasn't 20 hours when they even reached the kibbutzim, let alone had units, will you admit that everything you just said was bullshit?
Yes.
Okay,
I 100% will, yeah.
Okay, so
well, not that everything I just said. Hold on, time out. I'll admit the 20 hours was bullshit, but you say
that's
6,
kind of
I say 20. Well, actually,
no, I don't.
Right before they killed Charlie Kirk, he called him out for that. I'm not changing the subject.
No, actually, he called that out in October of 2023. He just died last year. That was 2-year-old video, so that's also incorrect. And be more than glad to show you that after. But anyways,
I have the video up on my wall. Yeah.
Yes, it's from October 2023 on the PBD podcast.
Exactly,
right?
and he
like how he says exactly after saying the opposite.
was incorrect then, or he wasn't right. Okay,
yes.
You know what I meant, right? I'm not talking about right before he died. Man, you argue semantics. What do you want to point out?
I want to point out that 6 hours wasn't the first attack. That's when they had full units. If you're just talking about attacks, it was way before that. In fact, we know this because even the Palestinians to this day, even though it's been fact-checked multiple times, they talk about the Apache helicopter video that the IDF themselves released on October 9th.
That wasn't right after.
Right after what?
So the Apache helicopter attack was not right after their.
I said they released the video right after October 7th on October 9th. You have to listen to the whole sentence.
Yeah, exactly.
So on October 9th, they released the video themselves. Yeah. And then a pro-Palestinian Instagram account a month later on November 9th actually shared it and said it was a Northern Music Festival site when in reality it wasn't. It was actually the Gaza border. But the point I'm making is that even the Palestinians would disagree with you that it took 20 hours or even 6 hours because that video, they say, was during.
Here's the Charlie Kirk one that he said was right before he was quote unquote murdered by Israel. This is the episode he's talking about.
So this is
it was on the PBD podcasts where they talked about it. This is what he's talking about. As you guys can see right here at the bottom, October 12th, 2023. Like I said October 2023, but to give you guys the specifics, October 12th, 2023. This was right after the October 7th attack. So no, this wasn't right before he was killed, or this idiot right here, Matt, I think it's, or Mark, whatever. His name starts with an M.
The site of the Nova Music Festival was one of the first things to get hit. Is that fair? Is one of the first places to get hit?
That's not true. We don't know where that video was from. We think it was from the music
was the
festival.
Nova Music Festival. No, it
Yes.
wasn't. I agree.
Yes,
with you,
it was.
but
Yeah.
That was one of the first places to get hit. So how
by Hamas? Yes.
So you agree the Apache helicopter video shooting at a Nova Music Festival is not
No,
true?
no. I said I don't know who they were shooting at, but they were shooting at Israelis and Hamas.
What I'm saying is you agree that the claim that Palestinians make that the Nova Music Festival is being shot with an Apache helicopter is incorrect.
Oh, I don't know.
Well,
we don't know
okay,
that.
You just said that the Nova Music Festival is one of the first places.
Yes,
to
it's one of the first
you
places.
believe The IDF didn't respond for 20 hours.
They didn't.
So how could the Apache helicopter respond within the first hours if they didn't respond for 20 hours?
What you're saying doesn't make sense because they hit it first, but they were still in that area for a long time conducting
But you said
attacks,
it wasn't for
killing
20
people.
hours.
20 hours was when the first response came from the IDF.
Right.
Yes, that is correct.
Right. So how could that video be of the Apache helicopter?
Because they were hunkered down, they were going into homes, they were
No, when
going
you
into
look at the
buildings,
video,
they
it's
were
people
kidnapping
running,
people.
it's-
People can run when helicopters come and shoot, man. That has nothing to do with anything.
Like, this guy's so dumb that he doesn't realize I'm debunking him. Like, it's insane how dumb this guy is. He says they didn't even do any real response for 20 hours. He admits that the Nova Music Festival was one of the very first, within hours, things that were hit by Hamas. So how could the Apache helicopter, which would be by Israel, how could that video be of the Nova Music Festival if they didn't respond for 20 hours? By the way, this is the Apache helicopter fact check. Sorry, there we go. Right here, the military video shows copter. It is false. It was a November 9th Instagram link. Here, we'll pull it up right now. Oh, okay, we got to pull up the archive. Let me decline. Okay, whatever. It's not working right now. But anyways, this came from a footage on an Instagram link. It was November 9th. This was what pro-Palestinians were saying. The reason that's why they deleted it, because they got proven wrong. That's why you have to go to the archive link. Regardless, the actual footage comes from an October 9th post, so a whole entire month before. This one is the pro-Pali saying, this is the nighttime aerial footage of them attacking people on the ground, which doesn't even make any sense because the Nova Music Festival people, even if Israel did respond, it would have been during the day, so it doesn't even make sense. But whatever, let's just keep going with it. Here's the actual video from the IDF's own official X right here. It comes from this. It's multiple. Let me skip forward. It's like a part where you see what they claim to be the Nova Music Festival site. Where is it? There, right here. They claim this right here to be the Nova Music Festival site. Okay, I don't want to play too much because I don't know if YouTube might get upset with the pew-pew noises. But anyways, this is what they claim. They took this, which was posted by the IDF themselves. It literally says in the Gaza Strip. But they said, oh, no, it actually... Look, it even has the strike locations. And they said, no, it's actually it's the Nova Music Festival. Yeah, so no, that's what it is. That's what the footage is, and it had nothing to do with the Nova Music Festival at all. As you can see, the green video footage indicates it was shot at night, but the attack on the concert happened after dawn during daylight hours. It's kind of logic here, but you know, whatever.
All right, keep going.
I know your autism's hurting your brain right now to like think about complex thoughts. So the point is, it doesn't matter when sorry, I have to shut over there. So it doesn't matter.
Look at the guy that said we should feel bad for him. Laugh about making fun of autistic people. Look at that. The guy that said, please feel bad for me. Autistic.
When they were shooting at people, they were shooting in that area of the music festival, but I digress. So then Yoav Gallant, or however you say his name, who the Israeli Minister of Defense, who issued the Hannibal Directive, which basically, actually he did.
No,
and he's on video saying, he's on video saying he issued it, they used it.
He said,
and that's why he resigned.
Areas, it was no.
It doesn't matter if it was used in certain areas. He said
how many?
It's not why he resigned.
I ask you, just relax. How many people were killed via the Hannibal Directive? Of the 1,200, how many were killed by the Hannibal Directive?
So the independent study said about 1,000 of the 1,200 were
What's
killed.
the name of that independent study?
I forget the name of it, but we can look it up.
So there was a hotlet.
Did you guys hear what he just said? Just one more time. I want you to listen to this.
Said about 1,000 of the 1,200 were
What's
killed.
the name of that?
He said that Israel killed 1,000 people of the 1,200. 1,000! Which, obviously, because 350 plus were killed by the Nova Music Festival by itself. Just the Nova Music Festival. So that would already put you, 1,200 minus 350, that's already going to put you at 850. So it doesn't even logically make sense. Oh, they responded for 20 hours, or didn't respond for 20 hours. Nova Music Festival was hit first. Oh, also the 1,000 were killed. And I asked him what's the name of that independent study. Of course, he doesn't know, because there is no independent study at all. He's probably talking about Jake Shields' expos. I don't know. That says anything about 1,000 people being killed via the Hannibal Directive.
Independent study.
I forget the name of it, but we can look it up.
So
after
there was a
this.
Haaretz article. That's actually the study that came out.
Yep.
Right. It was a report. Do you know how many it said in the Haaretz article?
It was about 1,000.
It was 15.
No, that's not true.
It was a tank shot into a kibbutz.
No, I'm not talking. No, time out. You're talking about. I'm not going down your rabbit hole. What I'm saying is
that was the original report.
I don't care about the original report. An independent study came up and said about 1,000 of the 1,200 killed were killed by the IDF, by their own people.
Tell me right now. You can pull your phone.
I'm not going to pull my phone out. We're going to look. No. We're going to look this up after. And you know, the
Independent
problem is,
study
Hamas say this?
Okay,
says
Hamas-
1,000 people were
Hamas is
killed
controlled
via
by
the Hannibal
Israel, brother.
Directive
They
of
are
the
a proxy
1,200
army
on
for
October
Israel.
7th.
Why would
Yeah.
Perfect. So if Hamas is controlled by Israel and they are Israeli, why would the IDF need to kill 1,000? Why wouldn't they just get...
There is no independent study or credible evidence stating that 1,000 people were killed via the Hannibal Directive on October 7th. Investigative reports by outlets like Haaretz, what I said, and inquiries by the United Nations indicated that the military directive was invoked at some locations and resulted in the deaths of much smaller numbers of captives or civilians. But total casualties from friendly fire number in at most the dozens, not 1,000. Anyways, listen to the question I ask him here. This is where it gets really bad for him. Because remember, just to re-clarify, just to remind everyone, he said that Israel owns Hamas, they control Hamas, Hamas is Israel. Okay? And then he said Israel, not Hamas, which is controlled by Israel, according to him, killed 1,000. So listen to this.
So if Hamas is controlled by Israel and they are Israeli, why would the IDF need to kill 1,000? Why wouldn't they just get Hamas to do it?
Well, because the IDF they have to play the world's smallest violin. Israel needed that.
By killing their own people?
Oh, 100%. Israel does it all the time.
Wait, hold on. How does that
Israel's
help?
a big fan of killing their own people.
So why wouldn't they get Hamas to just do it? Why wouldn't they just get Hamas to kill the 1,200? Why would they go in
Hamas
and kill
came in
1,000?
because you have to play an excuse. See, you don't.
Well, how does that excuse hurts Israel?
You don't get to play the world's smallest. No, it doesn't.
He's literally so dumb, he doesn't understand the question I'm asking. He's saying, they had to kill them because it gets the world to be on their side. Why would killing your own people get the world to be on your own side? Now, of course, what he's trying to say is because they need to increase the numbers so that way they can say 1,200 were killed. But my question to him, which he never answers, sorry, spoiler alert. My question to him is, if Hamas is controlled by Israel, why don't you just get Hamas to kill all of them so that way you don't risk conspiracy tards like this guy being like, it was the Hannibal Directive. Why do that at all? Why not just get Hamas to kill them all if you control them?
Does, because people like you are going out and saying they killed their own people.
They did kill their own people.
So how does that help them? You just said Israel did it.
Time
because
out.
Okay,
can
go ahead.
Can I finish? You're not even making a point right now.
The question?
I am answering the question.
Okay,
Let me finish. Why would they do that? Why would they not let Hamas do it? Is that your question? Correct?
Why would they? You said they killed their own people.
They did kill their own
that way
people.
They can tell the world for us.
No,
Why
hold
would
on,
that
hold on.
help?
No,
You said
they
play the world's smallest
time out. In order to destroy Hamas with the Hannibal Directive, they said we will kill Israeli and Hamas.
But why? When they control Hamas, why not just get Hamas to kill the 1,200?
100%. Well, they were trying. That's the whole point. They had to make it worse.
So
They
the
had to make
IDF
it as bad
controls
as they
Hamas,
could.
right?
Yeah.
IDF controls Hamas.
Yep.
They made Hamas go in and say, hey, start killing Israelis.
Yeah.
And so then the IDF on video started killing their own instead of just getting the Hamas guys to do it, even though
they killed
Hamas.
everybody.
But why wouldn't they just get Hamas to kill them?
I don't know. Talk to Israel, your buddies.
This makes literally
You know,
zero fucking sense.
No, it makes perfect fucking sense because that's how this stuff works.
So they control
You worked in a
Hamas,
submarine.
but
You
they
didn't work
need
in
to-
terrorism. I
Great.
remember that, yeah.
So they control
So
Hamas.
you worked in
So
terrorism.
their logic is to kill almost all of the 1,200 without Hamas?
Yeah, they killed him with Hamas and with the IDF.
But why? If they already control Hamas, why not just get Hamas to do it?
Talk to Yoav Gavon, man, or whatever.
I'm
his name
asking
is.
you. You're the one making the claim.
Well, that's because that's what they
And
do.
also, Yoav Gavon never made this claim.
No, a lot of people have made this claim.
Nobody's made this claim.
Actually, yes, they have.
It makes logically no sense.
It's called the Hannibal.
Okay, let's say you were in control.
Okay.
All right, I want to ask you since you're an expert.
Yeah.
Let's say you were in control.
Yeah, let's say
You are Israel, and
Okay.
you control Hamas. And you want Hamas, who you control, to kill a bunch of civilians.
You're
Am I
just
on the
wasting
same page?
time
Great.
right now.
Am I on the
Yeah.
same page with you? You
What's
want
that?
Hamas to kill a bunch of people so that way you can say, look
Yeah,
what they did.
100%.
Would you then say, you know what, I changed my mind. Let's just bring in our military and kill all those people.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you just get the group that you control to kill them for you?
That doesn't matter. This is what happened, man.
I don't think you're smart enough to understand what I'm saying. right now.
I don't think you're smart enough to understand what happened either.
Okay.
I mean, you're just talking around in circles like some autistic Rain Man. But the fact of the matter is, it doesn't matter who killed who.
It's so bad, autism.
It is bad for this situation right here because you have no feelings, no remorse, no empathy, no morals, no values.
That's logic.
And no, you have no logic.
Yes,
your
because
logic
I
is
control
flawed.
Hamas, so let's just kill them
You're-
ourselves instead of
yeah.
using Hamas that I control.
Yeah.
No, that makes perfect sense.
You're gaslighting right now. That's just what
what you
happened.
said.
But that's what happened.
But that's what
They-
you said, so how am I gaslighting? I'm quoting you.
No. You're trying to act like that didn't happen and trying to
I'm
like
saying logically,
delegitimize my
why would
argument.
That makes sense.
Because that's how they operate. That's how these terrorist groups operate. That's how Israel
They
operates.
operate
Why
by
did
controlling a terrorist
Yes.
organizations as Palestinian,
Yes.
but not using them.
Yes, they use
Use them a
them.
little bit, a tiny little bit.
They used them and then they
Just a
went and
tiny
killed
bit,
them and
right?
killed
Just a little
everybody.
tiny bit.
So you have nothing to say. So you're just trying to make
because
some
this is
straw man
retarded.
argument. It's
Why
not
wouldn't
retarded.
they just use
It's
them?
published. It's yeah.
Final point,
It's,
final
it's
point.
all right.
All right, final
point. Yeah.
We're 15 minutes in.
Fucking retarded, man.
End it
All
off.
right. Okay. Look, man. So you want to dance around all kinds of subjects and answer nothing directly. You try to call people stupid. You try to refute their logic
point,
with
we
the
got
logical
it.
points. All right. All right. My whole thing is, man, I just want to know, as a human being, just sit here as a human being.
As a human being, by the way, the Holocaust didn't happen. Autism is funny. Ha ha ha, you're autistic. But you know, just as a human being, Nick, I just want to know.
Because to me, you are not Jewish, right?
I thought I was.
You, no, time out. You're a Noahidian or whatever the fuck that is.
Yeah, that's how you
Yeah,
pronounce it.
yeah. So you're not Jewish. You didn't serve boots on the ground anywhere in that region.
Correct.
You have no connection
Now I'm not Jewish?
whatsoever to Israel.
Damn, that sucks, man. They snipped me and they fucking sewed it back on. That sucks.
What makes you want to be such a grifter and
get paid
an attention seeker that you come on podcasts and defend the people you claim not to be part of, and then can look a Palestinian man whose family has been killed by the people you're defending, have no heart, have no empathy, no morals, and you used to wear the American uniform? What definition of grifter would that be in your logic?
Yes, I was invited on here, and I said yes. What is
I
your?
see.
what
I
is your
looked at your.
question?
I
Are you
looked at
using
your
an emotional
socials.
argument.
No,
right
it's
now? I
not.
don't
Yeah.
care.
Emotional arguments matter.
But what do you want me to answer?
Here's what I
with
want you to
that?
ask her.
Yes,
Why
I'm sorry.
you built a
there's-
platform on not being a Jew, pretending to be a Jew, but you're a Noahidian.
never pretended to be a
and
Jew.
defending Israel. You built a platform on being an asshole with no emotions.
Dude, you
Do
denied the Holocaust. Are you really on any position to stand?
Yeah,
on moral
I don't think the
quality?
Holocaust happened the way that it did,
Okay,
and I can
so
deny the
then
Holocaust.
What is it?
Yeah.
Yes, of course you can. I never
Yeah.
said you couldn't, but like,
Yeah.
why are you virtue signaling
I
right
w-
now?
I just-
I'm
I just-
so
I'm-
sick of
I'm
this
not
virtue
virtue-
signaling from
'cause
pro-Palestinians.
people have
Cry me a
morals.
fucking river.
You're-
There is a decisions made.
You were a
there's
Jew.
consequences.
You have to be.
Yes,
no,
right.
excuse me, not a Jew.
nailed it.
You're like a satanic Zionist.
nailed
That's
it.
what you
I'm a
are.
satanic
And a grifter.
Zionist.
Yeah, so-
Who wants to
You
go
deny the fucking Holocaust, and you're like, how
I don't
dare
think-
you?
I don't think the Holocaust happened.
Okay, but that's the point, is that you have your opinion, and you're over here trying to be the.
Thanks for watching all the way to the end, guys. Please hit like.
All right, you guys, there's still an hour left. We might have to finish this tomorrow because it's already 1:17 a.m. And we will. We'll finish it tomorrow. We'll be quicker about it. You know, I'm gonna go eat, have fun. I'll catch up with the super chats right now. I know, no. Promise you guys, just come out tomorrow. We'll finish the whole thing. It's only an hour more left. We'll get to it, but let's finish. Let's catch up with the super chats. I was kind of only reading like some of the other like I was reading them sparsely. So let me just scroll up, see where I missed. Let's see. Here we go. Ivrit, bro, not Hebrew, you dumbass. Thanks, Odd. Otis says, sorry, I mean buy me a coffee after stream, though. Oh, did you? Oh, sorry. You said Nick, check messages on Give. Oh, got it. You said buy me a coffee. Oh, got it. You're talking about you left a message on there. Got it. Saad, thanks for the membership. JBS says, was the Holocaust denier really a vet? I don't know who he is. Alex says, did you get to react yet to the fat electrician video about Iran called Proportional Yet? If you did, I'm mad I missed it. Also, original fan here, my guy. I didn't see it, no. Sirwad says, that is too fast. It almost sounds like gibberish. Legima says, Hawaiian shirt guy with the failing liver and spongiform brain. Changes impresses me with his sheer ability to keep talking rapid fire babble. One sec. What? All right, I'll look at that. He is Gish Gallop, gold. Okay, wait. Yeah, this is where I'm at. Sorry. Unobtainium, not gold. Got it. Ray Martinez, thanks for the $20. Great job, man. Appreciate it. Ledge him up. Says, if this imbecile was involved with the CIA in any way, shape, or form in this universe or anywhere in the infinity of the multiverse, then I am a gay Donald Duck managing a theater in San Francisco. Maybe you are a gay Donald Duck managing a theater in San Francisco. Thanks for the membership for 3 months. Conservative Kelly, these individuals are out of their league, Nick. Yep. At Zillis, thank you so much for what you do, Nick. So many of us are so grateful. Also, I have no idea how you kept yourself calm and collected during this. You have to. You know, you have to be calm and collected, because if you don't, it's just, yeah, it's tough. Trust me, in my mind, I want to crash out, but Ali says this guy doesn't even know what timeout means. Antonio, us actual Christians do care about the Bible. I know. Trust me, I don't think that guy's an actual Christian. Mountain says, look up Nejra Ali, former Biden DHS employee and former PLO chair. Before that, her job approving asylum apps. Yeah, I did know that. Time says, didn't know you were Jewish, Nick. Welcome to the family. No, he took it back. Sorry. Mayan, wow, this guy put the dot in 6.79. At Zillis says, which means Jew, because that's how language works. Noble Alchemist says he actually pronounced Ivrit, how any American Jew would say it. Ivrit. I read that one. Adzilla says the other guy hurt my brain. Read that one. LML says, hey, Nick, thanks for that debate. You really have patience, especially with the first guy. He should revert to do with that IQ. By the way, it's not a breed, it's a fleet. I'm not really sure what you mean. Yeah, it's not with a B. I agree. It's a fleet with a V. Blender Gnome, maybe I misread what you're saying. You might want to learn as one Arabic phrase, 1,000 mothers saying is a common Arabic proverb. Yeah, I know. I'm just simply saying, listen, I get it. We don't have agreements. I saw a lot of people in the chat being like, I love Ben-Gvir. Look, it's fine. We have a disagreement. Listen, I think you're right. I understand that's how they speak in the Middle East. I'm just simply saying his words don't fall into a vacuum. And hey, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Kobe's Israel is genociding Gazans by letting them live full lifespans. It's a very slow genocide. Dirk says Israel's... Oh, wait, I already read that one. Without lies, they spent months setting this debate up, finding the best opponents. Just embarrassing that this is the best they found. Cars says Ben-Gvir is a bull in the China shop, but he pisses off all the right people. Jose says, is it true population in Gaza grew since October 7th? It is true. Now there's some reports that'll like include those that just like left to other countries, and in which case then you could say maybe it didn't grow or maybe it stayed around the same. But if you just look at the death toll versus births, yeah, it grew. LML says, hey, Nick, did anyone in that panel make you doubt about something they said and you were not sure if your answer was good enough and it caught you by surprise? Not really. There were some that made better points than others, but nothing that made me, like, doubt. Chris says, nailing every point, Nick. Need to half funding to Israel to reduce criticism but still maintain Iron Dome. Kills some argument, increases independence and development moving forward. Smash it. Thank you. LML, by the way, you could be a great lawyer in case you want another career. 559 says, you're killing it, brother. Will you be reviewing the D'Souza versus Andrew Wilson debate? Yeah, I can do that. James Schulman says, here's $5. Go grab yourself a coffee for having to put up with these idiots during these debates. Keep up the great work. Love you, brother. Thank you, James. LML says, don't tell me what we did. It's not important. You should only see what you do to us. What we did has no connection to our actions. The Palestinian argument every time. Yep. I think I missed this one from Conservative Kelly. Did I read this? The Palestinians have destabilized and terrorized every country they have been in and have continued to choose the action. You cannot lose and then decide you want a do-over. No other country wants them and you wonder why. Finger says top 3 favorite colors. Red, blue. I don't know what my third one is. I'd say red, blue. Black's not a color. I don't know. I'd have to think about it. Maybe green. Liam says, Nick, you have converted me to the pro-Israel position after flip-flopping for so long. Keep it up. That's awesome, Liam. I'm glad to hear that. Bronca says, oh my gosh, go live in Egypt or Jordan. Oh, wait a minute. Conservative Kelly, I already read that one. Cars in Dimension. So Arabs massacred Jews in Sfat and Hebron in 1929 because of 75 years of post-48 occupation. Gila says, you are one of our greatest warriors, Nick. Toda rabba. Befakasha. Jin the Unholy he's using wait, did I say that right? Yeah, it's Befika Jaya. Jin the Unholy, he's using us responding to terrorism as justification for what Hamas is doing, ignoring that we targeted leaders and militants while they target civilians. True. Carr says Begin disbanded the Irgun after Israeli independence. True. Constantine says the guy in the Jamaican shirt reminds me of the movie Starship Troopers when the bugs suck the brains out of them. Thank you, Gigi, for the gift. Black can't be a color. Black is not a color. It's the absence of color. Facts. That's what I'm saying. No, black is not a color, Quixie. You guys, you're just wrong. Right? Am I wrong? Is black a color? This makes sense. It says, it depends on who you ask. In everyday life and art, yes, black's considered a color. But in physics and science, no, it's not a color. It's the absence of light. See, that makes sense, because I'm obviously going to be more into physics and science. I guess an artist would probably maybe disagree with me. I'm going to go with the physics and science answer, so I'm going to say black's not a color. If it was a color, I probably would pick black for sure as my third favorite color. What would be my third favorite color? I'm definitely red. Red is my favorite color. And we're talking about, like, this kind of red. It's not because it's on the American flag. I'm just saying that that is my favorite color. My favorite blue, if I got specific, it would be the, it would probably be about that blue, maybe a little darker. Maybe not like quite midnight blue. I don't know. I'm a dude, so my like level of like, there's women who are just like, that's this shade of blue. Like I can't do that. Okay, like my closest I get with blue, midnight blue, navy blue, dark blue. Like that's the closest I can get. But like a little lighter than midnight blue. So maybe I guess it would be that. I don't know. My third favorite color, I don't know, man. Seafoam green. Oh man, are you in the Navy? Sim Ezra, are you a sailor? I hate seafoam green. The amount of times I had to paint the hole with seafoam green on the inside, it's people to go in real life and attack the people he debated. Please, people. No. It's the most controversial chat felt about Nick's statements this whole live stream. Yeah, I feel like it'd have to be green. I don't know. Sapphire. Thanks for the super chat, Gila. Nick, I probably would suggest your debater name Nick the Iron Dome Matau. Laila Tov Achshali. God bless you. Chaim Sheli Kapara. Toda Rabba. You guys ever like listen to Israelis when they give each other love? They always have that little high-pitched voice like, Chaim Sheli. It's so sweet. Anyways. Merchandise, that's right. Thanks for reminding me. The guy that created for me that AI system that I kind of told you guys about that creates clips, he also reached out to me and said, hey, I can help you create merch. I don't really know what to do with merch. I know a lot of people for honestly years have been telling me to create it. I've been a little lazy. So I thought I'd just leave it to you guys because I want to get the audience and the followers more involved because you guys support me so much and it's incredible. I think it's only fair that I like offer the position to you guys and like, I don't know how to do it. I'm thinking what I'll do is like, we'll create some ideas of merch and then we'll take some of the top ones and maybe I can make polls and we could do a night where for like, 30 minutes at least, just like do polls to determine, let's start with like the top 3. And I don't know. I'd have to organize it within my Discord, right? So that way people can submit, hey, this is what I think. It could either be the idea itself, or if you guys are designers already, you can send a picture, be like, hey, I kind of designed this. Regardless, whether it's the idea or just straight up the submission, I could produce that to the audience and say, hey, what do you guys think of either this idea or someone sent me this picture? And let's say we have 10, 20, whatever submissions. We can narrow that down via polling. That's what I'm thinking we should do. Thanks for the membership for 3 months, Cass. A hoodie with Happy Baruch Hashem, please. Happy Baruch Hashem. That's hilarious. That I like that because it's like an inside joke. Who was it that somebody came up on my live once, right? I remember correctly, and they were like, Happy Baruch Hashem. Or maybe that was something else. Was that on a different social media? Whatever. Anyways. Hi, Nick. I live in Jerusalem. I want to thank you for your work and wish for you to be blessed by God with all goodness. Thank you. All right, you guys, I'm out. God bless America. We'll finish the last little bit tomorrow. And then I want to also talk about Maddie's live with Cora. She killed it. Peace.